All right, good morning, everybody. I'd like to convene today's Energy and Technology public hearing. Before we hear from the public, open it up for some opening remarks from my co-chair and rankings, Senator Needleman.
Good morning, Representative, and good morning to everybody on the committee and everybody watching or looking to testify. Gotten a lot of comments about several of the bills that we have on the agenda. Anxious to learn more and listen, and I want to thank my co-chair for taking us out this morning.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there are other public hearings happening now, so you may see members bounce in and out throughout the day. So with that, I don't see Rep. Ferraro or Senator Formica on yet, so we'll get started. So first on our list will be Chair Gillette. And her team.
Thank you, Representative Arconti. I appreciate your time this morning. As you mentioned, today I have two members of my team with me, Taryn O'Connor, who is PURA's Director of Legislation and Communications, as well as Josh Ryer, who is our Director of Technical Staff. And to the extent that you'll have questions that I cannot, I'll be more than happy to either follow up or turn over to my team. So good morning to the committee. And thank you for having me back this morning. I'm here in support of several bills that are on your agenda. We have filed written comments on 5 of them, and I just want to highlight a few of those this morning. So the first bill that we filed comments on was HB 5199, which is dealing with the infrastructure dollars and the use of those funds for advanced metering infrastructure, also known as AMI. We have offered one clarifying suggestion for the committee's consideration that is articulated in our comments, but we fully support the intent in the bill itself. We have also filed a supporting letter with respect to HB 5200, and I want to thank the committee for raising this concept and for offering PURA, specifically myself, an opportunity to participate in that task force should it move forward. Also filed supporting comments with respect to HB 5201, which deals with the opportunity for PURA to specifically consider public health ramifications when we are considering small water acquisitions. So that bill is before you, and we are supportive of it. And finally, we filed comments on 2 additional bills with that are more substantive in nature. SB 176, we fully support that bill. We have offered a number of technical amendments for your consideration in that bill. We believe that the technical amendments that we've offered through our testimony would further what we understand the committee's intent may be with raising this bill. Specifically, our amendments are looking to make not just the Shared Clean Energy Facility Program, but other programs that have been designed under that successor docket to lower the barriers to entry to those programs, which we think will also make them more cost effective for not just participants, but non-participants as well. And finally, I'm here in strong support of HB 5203. We have filed extensive testimony with respect to that bill, outlining how we think each of those 7 sections would apply and how PURA might interpret them should you move forward with that bill. The testimony, I think, speaks for itself. It includes 2 potential technical or clarifying amendments for the committee's consideration. But should the committee not take up those amendments, we have provided in our testimony information about how we would interpret the legislation as it reads today. So again, here in strong support of that bill. I imagine there are a number of questions with regard to that bill, so I am going to conclude my opening remarks here and make myself available for questions. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair Gillette. So as always, members of the committee, just use the raise hand function on Zoom, and I will start calling on everyone as going from left to right as they appear on my screen. I'm going to kick it off with a couple questions first, starting with 5200, the Hydrogen Task Force. Would you mind just briefly speaking to the committee on the role hydrogen can play in the future, next decade or two, to decarbonize hard to decarbonize sectors such as industrial and long-term trucking?
Happy to, and I'd say that part of the task force and why I'm so excited to participate in the task force is I think more information of that nature will be revealed, as well as the opportunity for the state of Connecticut to position itself for some of the competitive grant opportunities that the United States DOE has announced. So as the committee knows, the state has committed resources to the procurement of offshore wind, as well as the Millstone nuclear power plant. Both of those resources can be used through an electrolysis process to generate energy and hydrogen through those processes. The use of clean energy to generate that hydrogen can be used for things such as decarbonizing, as you mentioned, the long haul trucking, other hard to decarbonize areas associated with the industrial sector and things of that nature. Hydrogen is also being used creatively, overseas with heating applications. So I think PURA's role in this task force, as I envision it or would understand it, would be to help make sure that should the state move forward with this, that the infrastructure that our utilities have is ready so that hydrogen, if we want to deploy it through the infrastructure, could be done so safely and efficiently and cost effectively.
Great, thanks for that answer. So I'd some follow-up questions on 5203. Would you mind explaining to our committee, for those who may not be familiar with what revenue decoupling is in regards to section 1 of that bill?
Absolutely. So revenue decoupling is a concept that was invented in the 60s or 70s, and it was initially designed as a way to remove the disincentive for utilities to participate in energy efficiency programs. And it did that by literally severing the relationship between a utility's sales and the profits that it makes. Because historically, utilities were incentivized to sell as much energy, whether it's electricity or gas, as possible, because the more they sold, the more money they generated. So what decoupling or revenue decoupling would allow is to sever that relationship. So in a rate case or proceeding at PURA, where we end up, I'm going to oversimplify this a little bit, but essentially in a proceeding, we end up with a number, and that number is the amount of money that the utility is authorized to collect. And then to spread that out over all ratepayers, we have to assume what their usage, their energy usage might be in that coming year. And that's how we determine the rate that each of them are going to pay. Now, if we're wrong, and we could be wrong because of the weather, because storms happen, because more energy efficiency is deployed, we could be wrong for a number of reasons. But if we're wrong, and you get to the end of the year and the utility has under-recovered from ratepayers compared to that number that they were authorized to collect, then that bucket of money, that differential between what they collected versus what they were allowed to collect, goes into this decoupling mechanism, where it is then divided over ratepayers and assessed as a surcharge in the subsequent year. So if you're looking at your Eversource bill, you probably see a line called RDM, the revenue decoupling mechanism. So that's what we're referring to when we say decoupling or revenue decoupling.
And do you feel, since it's incentivized to, this concept was created to incentivize utilities all over the country to participate in energy efficiency programs, do you feel that giving PURA this ability to set the timing and methodology of revenue decoupling would anyway interfere with our conservation load management and our energy efficiency goals?
No, not at all. And we've tried to make that clear through the testimony that we have filed. To be clear, not every state in the country has decoupling. And the states that do have decoupling have by and large allowed their utility commission, like PURA, the discretion to not only determine the methodology, but the timing and the manner in which decoupling is instituted. So, what my interpretation of this section is that you're deferring to PURA the opportunity through one of our dockets to determine what that appropriate timing and methodology would be for establishing decoupling. Because as I mentioned a moment ago, decoupling has so much more to do than just with respect to energy efficiency. Like after a storm event, for example, the revenue that the utilities lose while that power is out goes into the decoupling bucket at the end of the year. So there are ways to tweak a decoupling formula or mechanism as it exists today. And we're looking, I think we would use this flexibility moving forward into performance-based regulation. And I think by extending to PURA the discretion to determine that formula, that would assist in your previous. The other thing that we note in our comments is, keep in mind, as it exists today in the statute, there are two separate sections that require PURA to take into account energy efficiency and to look to the conservation and load management program and the goals outlined there when we are working through our docketed proceedings. So I do not think that empowering PURA with the discretion to determine the appropriate methodology would have a negative impact on the energy efficiency programs at the state.
And these typically get reconciled in your RAM proceedings, right?
They do. They currently are reconciled through the RAM proceedings, which happen twice a year. In fact, we are going through one right now, and we just got those numbers in. So when folks are thinking about decoupling, it can be a percentage point of your bill. I mean, these are real dollars. So it's important that we get it right, and it's important that we get right the timing that it's reconciled and how it's reconciled as well.
What's your prudency review ability like with these RAM proceedings? Because they're not full-blown rate cases, so you don't, now after Take Back Our Grid, you have 360 days to adjudicate a rate case, but these RAM proceedings happen really fast. So what's PURA's ability to review prudency in these types of proceedings and compared to a full-blown rate case?
Compared to a full-blown rate case, RAM proceeding, which includes all the rate adjustment mechanisms on your bill, which covers about 20 to 25% of your bill these days, the RAM proceeding has a very negligible opportunity for prudence review. In fact, when I started at PURA a couple of years ago, RAM was treated almost exclusively like an administrative proceeding, where if you harken back to July 2020, the rates that went into effect and people saw high bills there, it was because historically RAM has been designed where the utility provides a week or two notice of what those rates are going to change to be, then they change, and then later PURA tried to implement a prudence review down the road, which was extremely problematic. As you may remember, we have since redesigned the process so that we have tried to impart into it some additional time for a prudency review, but we're talking weeks as opposed to a rate case, which has 350 days for us to get into the weeds on these things. Coming from Maryland, I can say with absolute certainty that the RAM process that Connecticut has puts the regulator and its stakeholders at a disadvantage. And the types of reconciling components that we are including in that RAM are extremely problematic for the regulator to exercise a prudence review in the time that's allotted. So I am a big believer in trying to only use the RAM for components that deserve to have limited scrutiny on them.
Thanks for that answer. And we get a lot of bill requests. The committee gets a lot of bill requests around competition for utilities, and a prudency review is supposed to be a competition emulating purpose. So I just want to read, if you don't mind, and some indulgence from the committee. I also recommend to the committee, if everyone wants to get into the weeds on rate making, Scott Hempling's book on rate making. So I found a quote here. It's from the New York Public Service Commission. It's from a case in the 80s. If a competitive enterprise tried to impose on its customers costs from imprudent actions, the customers could take their business to a more efficient provider. A utility's ratepayers have no such choice. A utility's motivation to act prudently arises from the prospect that imprudent costs may be disallowed. Would you agree with that sentiment from the New York Public Service Commission generally?
I agree that that's how it should work.
Great. And we're just not operating that way.
Not in my opinion.
Good. So we have a lot of hands raised. I'm going to come back to some questions. I have some follow-up questions, some other sections, but I do want to get to my colleagues on the committee. So I will follow up after a couple of colleagues go. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Chair Gillette, for coming today. It's always enlightening to listen to your sort of plain spoken explanations of enormously complicated issues. So you spoke about what happens if there's, you know, on the decoupling side, if we have less expense, if we have more expense on the part of the utility than was built into the rate, there's a very short window to review that. And as you said, I think that we all learned a lesson in July of 2020 when the Millstone recoupling hit the books. People thought it was a rate increase, which it was to them, but it wasn't a, in quotes, rate increase where there was a heavy review. Tell me, on the other side of the equation, if they underspend, how does it work in Connecticut?
Okay, so if they underspend, it depends which portion of the bill that they are underspending on. So like I mentioned, about 20 to 25% of your bill these days falls into this category of RAM, the rate adjustment mechanisms. And those are the things that get fairly little scrutiny compared to a rate case and should be covering things like public policy costs, like these, like the Millstone agreement or offshore wind, where they're recovered and it's passed through to ratepayers. So, you know, if that is under recovered and we're looking at it from year to year, the under recovery goes to the next year and flows through to that year, just as the over recovery would. So you're essentially starting, RAM was essentially meant to be an accounting mechanism. So that's why you're only supposed to be putting into, in my opinion, you're only supposed to be putting into that review process types of expenditures that are truly accounting in nature, where you're just looking to make sure that they follow the contract. Like, did they follow the provisions of the Millstone contract? Yes or no? That is an accounting exercise that we can undertake in a short time. If they are underspending in categories that are in base distribution rates, that is a different story. And I think that is, as I understand it, maybe perhaps one of the motivating factors for why the stakeholder several years ago created the ESI mechanism that this bill would eliminate Section 6. And while I think that those are excellent motivations, you're trying to make sure that the utility is spending the money that it has been given. There are other ways to correct for that type of underspending. You can use a test year that makes sure that the company has spent that level of money on those types of projects historically. Also set metrics for, so if we're talking about reliability spend, for example, to some degree, it doesn't matter, it should not matter to us if the utility spends $190 or $200 if they achieve reliability results that they were supposed to, because you're trying to send them a pricing signal so that they're running their business efficiently and effectively. What should matter to us is whether we have sent them done our due diligence up front to make sure that that money is in the right range, as well as that we have set metrics to make sure that they are achieving the results that we wanted them to achieve with money. Yeah, that was a lot of information there. So let me stop and see if I've gotten to the root of your question.
Well, you have. My sense is, or at least partially, my sense is that if they overspend, they get the money back right away. And if they underspend, then it gets to be a credit on future bills against any potential overspending in the next rate adjustment. The ratepayers never see underspend money back in their pockets, do they?
No, and I think that is an excellent summary of it. And I would also say that, you know, what the other side of the equation is here with their ROE, which is a different portion of this bill. Right now, if they over-earn up to 1 whole percentage point of what they are authorized to, as long as they don't hit that 1% point, they keep all of the over-earnings in between those two levers. So if they were authorized at 9.1 and they just consistently over-earn at 10%, ratepayers will never see any of that over-earnings because as designed today, that earning sharing mechanism doesn't kick in until that 1 percentage point.
So, and I appreciate that. That was my assumption. I understand that there's an inherent difficulty with this every 6-month RAM adjustment. And given the staff that you have, I would imagine it's quite difficult to get information and react to it in anything other than an administrative way and say, yeah, it looks okay, we're going to just go ahead. But to go and do a thorough review every 6 months would entail a lot more eyes on the problem to do it in a 30-day give or take period. So is there any value in saying that we need more than a 30-day period?
There would be, except that there is no way to do the RAM proceeding in less than essentially that amount of time. When we reacted to that July 2020 high bill increase, one of the things that we did was totally redesign with as much time as we could give ourselves. And we also put a huge emphasis on making sure that the utilities were giving us the right information up front. Because one of the most frustrating things about this position as a regulator or as a stakeholder in our proceedings is that we often operate in a total information vacuum. There is exactly one party who has the information in all of this. And if you're not asking the right questions or demanding the right information up front, you can spin your wheels for weeks and weeks and months at a time trying to ask the right questions to get the right information. So would there be benefit in having more than 30 days? Absolutely, but the math doesn't work out so that the time of year that RAM applies under their contracts, under the settling provisions of the ISO, you name it, the math does not work out so you can get any more time for RAM. So I think how you fix this is that you make sure only certain types of expenditures can be reviewed in RAM. And that is why we are a huge proponent of this bill's section 6, which would eliminate, as I read it, Eversource's ESI mechanism, which in my opinion is wholly inappropriate to be considered through an annual RAM reconciling docket. The types of expenditures in the ESI line mechanism are the types of expenditures you would make and recover in base rates. They should be reviewed in detail. You should have a year to do it. And the idea that we could get into the weeds and review those expenditures in the short amount of time allotted in RAM is laughable. I mean, it's not possible. So I think that's how you fix RAM. I don't think you can squeeze out any additional time for us to review there.
Okay, and are we not allowed to do this every year instead of every 6 months?
So it is essentially done. The RAM is split into two. It's done twice a year, but the one version looks forward into what the rate should be for the next calendar year, and the other looks backwards at the prudency of the previous. So your rates could change twice a year depending on the prudency review versus the rate setting up front, since it's reconciling. But we are doing it once a year, and that is all the time we have squeezed out of it. So
to sum it up, your idea is that less should be put in RAM and more in a regular rate case. I just want to say to my colleagues, when I was first elected and asked to be chair of this committee, I don't own shares in Eversource, but I called my stockbroker and I said, can I get the K1s for, which are the quarterly reports for Eversource? And I didn't ask for UI, although I'm sure it was equally complicated. What I got was about 1.5 feet of paper. When I added up the whole company's K1s and K9s, I think, or whichever is the quarterly filing with SEC that they do. I'm sure Steve Meskers will correct me on that, but I asked for it, and it was astounding in the amount of detail that there was in there. So I think that a small agency trying to stay on top of this with both you
sending this material to franchisees, and they would tell everyone that.
Representative Aurora, you're not on mute.
We're good.
Thank you. So the amount of information, the amount of data that you have to review for a small organization is quite difficult. It's almost feeling like, you're outgunned, and it's very, very hard for you to move forward in the best way for the residents of the state of Connecticut. I perfectly understand that Eversource's primary purpose is to make money and in the process deliver service to the residents of the state of Connecticut. But as Representative Arconti said, there is no alternative. There is no competition in this market. And as such, it's the reason why it's regulated. And all I would suggest is that the regulators in every state need every tool possible to get this done as best as they possibly can. And we want to be consistent with the rest of the country in terms of how they do it, and make sure that we're getting the most bang for the buck for an agency that's 90 plus people. So with that, I'm going to reserve the right to ask a couple more questions later, but thank you so much. And it's back to you, Representative Arconti.
Thanks, Senator. And just a quick note on the cost sharing mechanism. The bill in front of us looks to reform that for the committee's knowledge. It takes down that over earnings by 1%, takes it down to 0.5%. And it reformed, right now, the split is if a utility over earns higher than that 1%, the split is 50-50, half to ratepayers, half to shareholders. This bill will change that split to 80-20, 80 to ratepayers, 20 to shareholders. And just for the tracker, note how much in two quick questions, and then Steinberg, and Rep Steinberg, and then Senator Haskell. This tracker is only on one utility's territory, and how much do they get to spend annually within that tracker to get recovered through RAM?
So that is correct. The tracker that we are discussing, the ESI, or the electric system improvements tracker, is only in the Eversource territory. And frankly, it's not a tracker. The design of the tracker is not something that I've seen in Maryland, or even when I asked my colleagues across the country through our trade association of NARUC. And the reason that the tracker is so different is twofold. Well, there's many reasons, but I'll highlight two of them in response to your question. One is the size of the tracker. So this tracker allows for $300 million per year of capital expenditures, of plant expenditures. So the size of it and the amount of money that they are allowed to spend through that is a huge departure. A second huge departure is how the tracker interacts with base distribution rates. So it involves, because of the types of projects that are being funded through the ESI, it has an inherent interaction with base distribution rates. Specifically, we're talking about vegetation management programs and anything that storm related that is overflowing from base distribution rates can then flow into this tracker. So the notion that you would have a tracker as a line item on the bill that gets reconciled once, twice a year, it has a huge, it does a huge disservice to ratepayers, not just because it's putting the regulator at a disadvantage doing a prudency review, but it's also removing what's called regulatory lag. It removes regulatory lag for the ratepayers. And regulatory lag is this concept that that exists, that you're trying to get a company to stay out of a rate case for the benefit of both parties. But that lag has been totally, the benefit of it has been totally removed for ratepayers through the imposition of this tracker.
Thanks for that answer. Rep. Steinberg and then Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Chair Gillette. Good to see you again. I'm going to change the subject just for freshness sake. With regard to 5199, as one who's been following, there are many grid modernization dockets. I very much appreciate the fact that you helped us map out our energy future, particularly as it relates to an interactive grid. And clearly having universal metering, smart metering, is critical to that proposition. Could you start, first of all, by refreshing our memory? What is the order of magnitude of cost required to do an effective job of instituting AMI statewide?
That is an excellent question. So PURA, through its equitable modern grid proceeding, specifically the second track of our grid mod proceeding, is focused on implementing AMI. As our comments note, UI has it to some degree, although we think certainly there are opportunities for them to leverage that system. And Eversource has a smattering of meters that could be used in that way, but they do not have smart meters system-wide. So we solicited business plans through this docket that included price tags for their operations and deployment of the smart meters. I cannot recall off the top of my head if those numbers are confidential or protected. So I'm going to say that we're just give you a rough estimate right now and say that we're talking a couple $100 million. So this is not $1 million, but I would say several $100 million to deploy this type of infrastructure in one territory alone. So the magnitude of the expenditures here could be staggering.
Sounds pretty staggering to me. Let me understand this a little bit better. If we do not find another funding source, would the expense involved in preparing us for being competitive in terms of our energy future be borne virtually exclusively by ratepayers?
Correct. So in Maryland, when I was at the commission there and we deployed smart meters for several of those utilities, we leveraged the ARA funding that was around in the previous decade, and that went a long way to offsetting the cost of the infrastructure that was needed in that state. But I, off the top of my head, can recall that for their larger utility, which was maybe a little larger than Eversource, even after applying the ARA funding and having the utility prove that the deployment was cost effective, we were still talking about a couple $1 a month surcharge for utility customers for an extended period of time. So, you know, the importance of finding other funding sources for this infrastructure cannot be, I cannot emphasize the need to do that enough, because AMI is really crucial to making sure that we are prepared to go into the next phase of how we're using our energy. And the reason our docket is quite frankly taking so long is because we are trying to comb through every last cost that the utilities have projected that they would need to make sure that those costs are going to turn into real benefits for ratepayers. And it just so happened that this infrastructure, the federal infrastructure dollars became available during the course of that docket. And that's why we're so supportive of this legislation, because I think that presents a great opportunity.
Just to make sure this, is this legislation sufficient to enable you to help us secure those federal funds for this purpose, or does the legislature need to do more to be specific on how it would spend those infrastructure dollars?
We've suggested a clarification in our comments, mostly because the language currently refers to a docket that's opened on a specific date. And we opened many dockets in the Equitable Modern Grid on that date. So we are suggesting to get a little bit more specific there. Besides that, I think any further emphasis that you might place on making sure that those dollars are used for a program or an implementation as designed through our docket would be helpful. But I can go back and make sure that I'm capturing that accurately with my team. But I think that this legislation presents an excellent start in ensuring that the infrastructure dollars that are available for this type of funding are used for this type of infrastructure.
Thank you, and I'm eager to see that this doesn't fall totally in the back of ratepayers. One more quick question, if I might, Mr. Chair. On 177, a bill that requires PURA to report on our resilience plan. I would have thought with all the dockets you've got going that we're probably doing that already. Is this legislation necessary for you to fulfill that annual obligation to inform us as to our resilience status?
So we had similar thoughts and opted not to offer formal comments on that legislation because of it, since many of our dockets are touching on resilience and reliability. But I never shy away from a formal opportunity to report to you all on what we're doing. So if you would like legislation to require us to report out on that or to give us further direction, we are always serving at your pleasure.
Yeah, and I'll interject real quick. That is one of our placeholder bills, Rep. Steinberg, at this point, just for clarification on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
As the chairs do, I have several more questions, but to model their good behavior, I will withhold them and address them to you separately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Senator Haskell, and then Rep. Cresco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Chair Gillette, thank you for your time today and your spectacular work here in Connecticut. I was shocked, although perhaps I shouldn't have been, to see a holding corporation that is the parent company of one of our major energy companies submit testimony opposed to Section 2 of Bill 5203. And I know that you touched on this both with Representative Arconti and also Senator Needleman, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to address two of the objections raised in that testimony. They suggest that the current system has worked well for years. I think it's worth wondering for whom it has worked well. They mentioned that the lower threshold triggering a review by PURA of overcharging is going to create an unnecessary level of burden for your team. Obviously, you have a small staff and you all work incredibly hard, but it seems from your testimony as though you and your team are ready to take on this burden. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that argument that they've made.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to do so. I will correct Senator Nealman, who was speculating that we had 90 plus staff. We are authorized at 80, including myself. We use every last staff member that we have. But I would say with full certainty that myself and every member of my staff stand ready and willing to take on whatever work would result from imposition of Section 2, which their specific objection to that language that would require us to provide notice rather than to make a finding, I think gets into a legal argument that their counsel raised during our interim rate decrease proceeding, which I did not agree with then and I do not agree with now. I think that the changes that are made throughout that section that would lower the threshold to require a review would be consistent with the amount of money that our ratepayers are putting into this and deserve to have a threshold and a trigger that recognizes their contributions as a regulated entity to the profits that are being generated at the parent corporate level.
Thank you so much for that answer. I really appreciate it. It sounds as though Pura appreciates the concern of these regulated entities, but stands ready to regulate them nonetheless on behalf of the ratepayers. Just one more question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Later in the testimony that I'm referencing here, they mentioned that a critical component, and I'm quoting directly, a critical component of the earnings sharing mechanism is that it incentivizes more efficient operation of the company. It would seem to me that if overcharging results in under our current system, 50% of those earnings going to shareholders, that it does just the opposite, that it fails to incentivize greater efficiency within the utility, and in fact incentivizes overcharging in some cases. Is that fair? Do you want to respond to that portion of their testimony as to the current incentive structure, incentives created by the overcharging structure?
I think your comments are fair. I do not think that the comments they offered are fair. In fact, I would say that I think this body, through the Take Back Our Grid Act and Public Act 20-5, has sent a clear message to Pura that we would like to see us transition into performance-based regulation so that we are sending the appropriate signals to the regulated entities to match up their performance and the objectives with the compensation that they receive. And we have gotten that docket underway. We have a public comment hearing in 2 weeks, for example, where we're seeking to learn more about that. And I would offer that I think that this earnings sharing mechanism is critical that we take the steps now to put a stake in the ground in terms of what's acceptable, because earnings sharing mechanisms and decoupling and all these different types of elements of multi-year rate plans, these are all types of things that are used in performance-based regulation. And if we're taking them as vestiges from regulation of bygone errors and applying them into this new construct, I don't want to carry over any bad practices into this new regulatory regime. So I think that this is an excellent opportunity to further put us on the path that I think you all have already staked out for us.
Thank you so much for your answers, Chair Gillette, and once again for your time today. I've got a bunch of other questions, but I see the other colleagues have their hands up, so I see the floor back to the chair. I just want to close by saying that it is really disappointing, though perhaps not surprising, to see some of our utility companies and their parent companies here in Connecticut defending a system that overcharges ratepayers, also that shareholders can get a greater percentage of that dividend. So I look forward to supporting this bill, and I really thank you for your detailed testimony.
Thanks, Senator. Quick question on Section 7, Chair. Would Section 7 prohibit any of the utilities from participating in trade or business associations or partake in like charitable giving?
Absolutely not. And in fact, they could continue that or do that today if they're funding those activities. They could continue to do that after the legislation. If the legislation is adopted, they would just have to fund those activities using shareholder dollars. So my interpretation of Section 7 is that it would prohibit ratepayers from funding those activities, which is, as we remarked in our testimony, Connecticut would not be the first jurisdiction to take such action, as Kentucky and even the federal government are looking at taking similar actions, and Kentucky already has, because they have found in other jurisdictions that these dues and contributions to these trade associations and business associations, there isn't a nexus that the utility can prove between that would justify cost recovery. In fact, as we remarked in our testimony, the utility's membership in one trade association in particular, that trade association has joined Eversource in opposing Connecticut and other states' actions to remove additional unneeded incentives from a transmission case pending before FERC. So not only are they not working on behalf of ratepayers, they're often, the trade associations are taking positions that are in opposition to ratepayer interests. So I see the Section 7 as taking a excellent step forward for transparency and on behalf of ratepayers.
Thank you for that. Rep. Gresco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gillette, thank you for being with us. In the interest of time, I'll just ask a single question concerning HB 5200. I'm sure you're aware that the state is in, I don't want to say negotiations, but in cooperation with other states around us in a regional effort to try to take advantage of the federal funds concerning green hydrogen and potentially becoming a hub in the Northeast. Are you participating in that? And if not, would you?
As it exists today, I've not been recruited to those efforts, but I would be glad to do so. My former boss is the assistant secretary at DOE who has oversight over the hydrogen shot program. So certainly interested in it. The hydrogen task force, as I understand it, in 5200 would be chaired by our very able Brian Garcia, the president of the Connecticut Green Bank, and I would be pleased to serve on a task force chaired by him to look further into how we could compete for the Hydrogen Hub Award.
Great, thank you. I was aware of the connection, and that's where I was going with that. So thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Rep. Meskers and then Rep. Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Marissa, I want to thank you for your testimony. It's always enlightening. I think you bring so much to the equation. I think we in Connecticut are fortunate to have you in your role at PURA. In relation to the bills before us, specific questions I have, I don't necessarily want to be in any way vilify Eversource. I think they do an incredible job within the state. But I think as a private company with shareholders, they obviously have a conflict, right? Their goal is to maximize shareholder value, and their charge by us is to serve the residents of the state in the electric business. So specifically to your role there, I'm wondering where you stand on the capital investments. I heard you start talking about the issues of cost recovery, talking about the guaranteed more or less rate of return. Senator Needleman, when he asked about it, it's actually the 10Q, Senator Needleman, as the quarterly filing. What I was going to say is that how are you looking at those capital investments and the expensing of capital investments? Because one of the things Senator Needleman is focused on in terms of reliability and sustainability is the volume of electricity we have to put through the distribution system going forward, the requirement in capital investments. And I'm not sure, one, what you're thinking about the absolute rate of return on those capital investments. And two, when we're looking at capital investments, what legislative restrictions have we put on you in terms of the time frame for recuperation? Because when I look at capital now, some of the deployments may be capital investments for 30 or 40 years. And in terms of the ratepayers, do we need to look at a longer amortization period? One, to provide more capacity for infrastructure development and potentially a lower ratepayer charge on that capital. And two, so basically, how do we amortize those capital costs? And two, is the absolute rate of return or the riskless return to the corporation too high? Those are the kinds of questions I'd like you to focus on within the bills that are before us, and do you need more power from us to look at those?
Thank you for the questions. I agree with your premise that it is not my job, it's not your all's job to vilify Eversource or UI or any of these companies. You know, as you noted, they have a fiduciary duty to their stakeholders. But I think it is incumbent on us to recognize that they do have that duty. And as a result, it's even more important for me, for the OCC, for you all, for all of our stakeholders to act as if Eversource and UI, et cetera, are not going to act in our ratepayers' best interest, because that's just simply not their legal duty. So because of that, I fully embrace 5203 and the additional accountability and transparency and discretion that would afford PURA. I think, you know, in the past, I'm coming up on my third year here, and I've said this to you all a couple of times. I'll say it again, is that I get asked all the time why our rates are so high, and it's not any one thing. It's been kind of like peeling back an onion and seeing that our rates are so high because it's been one thing after another, kind of a death by 1,000 cuts type scenario. And the discretion and additional provisions in 5203 would start to peel back some of the areas where the risk or the risk has been totally shifted to the ratepayers, or mostly shifted to the ratepayers. And I see it as kind of striking out towards rebalancing that. So with respect to your specific questions about the rate of return of the capital investments, one of the things that has been most challenging for me is peeling back the onion on those items should be done in a rate case. We should be having regular rate cases. The statute envisions having a rate case every 4 years. A rate case is vital to understanding what is in each of those rates. And because the last rate case that we had and the most recent interim rate decrease proceeding as well, because those have been settled, PURA and its staff have not looked under the hood in totality in over a decade. So what I would look to do to address some of your concerns is in the next rate case, take a really fine-tooth comb to the capital investments that they've made, as well as the ones that they're requesting. And I think that would assist with that. You've done one thing already. You extended the amount of time that we have to do a rate case to 350 days in the Take Back Our Grid Act. That was excellent. The second thing that you could do now that would assist with that is passing 5203, because section 6, which would, as I read it, prohibit the ESI tracker from continuing, would return to the rate case the opportunity to do the prudence review of capital expenditures through a rate case where you have adequate time and focus and access to information. So I would really fully support passing legislation to address some of your concerns.
Okay, and the piece of the question you didn't answer. The piece of the question you didn't answer for me is the capital amortization period adequate in terms of, so one, I guess this will be a side comment I don't want an answer to. I'll have that question about whether we're capitalizing expenses that should be, I think you commented on that we should be expensing certain things that are being capitalized and amortized. The second piece is the capitalization, the amortization schedule. Is it long enough? Because we have to acknowledge that Eversource is going to have to make tremendous investments in the grid for the volume of electricity we're going to have to move. Even if we do distributed energy in the short term, we're going to have higher demand on our energy infrastructure, and the distribution grid needs to be invested. And is it a long enough tenor to amortize those costs to encourage them to continue investing?
Thank you. What I should have continued with in my last response was noting that the reason I'm doubling down on the rate case is because in a rate case, you do a couple of different types of studies to kick it off. One of those is the depreciation study. Another is a cost of service study, but and there are a few others, but the depreciation study and that schedule in particular would address the point that you're making now in terms of the useful life of these assets and how long as a result that we can amortize them for. So if we could get to a rate case, that would be where we would have the tools to address the depreciation schedule. So that's why I was doubling down on the need to get to a rate case.
Okay, and so lastly, I'll finish, Mr. Chair, with your permission. If within your regulatory authority there are gaps in the oversight, I think it would be helpful to us for you to come back to us and let us know within the legislation if there is some level of authority or power the legislator has failed to give you to pursue, a robust exam. Okay.
I'd be happy to take you up on that. And I think based on the experience that I've had regulating these companies over the past couple of years, there have certainly been creative interpretations of existing statutes that come out in legal oral arguments before us. And I think that there are some, corrections in 5203 that could course correct for some of those creative legal arguments that I've seen before. So part of this is, trial and error. We try to implement this statutory authority that you've given us, and then may need to come back and say, well, we've seen it yielded this way, and as a result of our experience, we would recommend these improvements.
Thank you very much, and I yield to the chair.
Thanks, Representative Rep. Foster.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Madam Chairwoman. It's a pleasure to see you again. I am very excited about today's raising of House Bill 5201, and I really appreciate your help on this. I'm hoping that for the benefit of my committee members, I can ask you a couple of questions about what a difference this will make. Sorry for changing gears, folks. So House Bill 5201 is an attempt to address a regional, but likely statewide issue of well water contamination. And some of the situations where there is well water contamination in my community, there are community wells that serve 30 or more people that have contaminants of things that are detrimental to health, like nitrates or ethylene dibromide. Can you talk a little bit about why the current statute doesn't allow you to maximally address and help these communities get the safe drinking water that they need access to, and how this statute would make a difference?
I'd be happy to, and I appreciate you inviting Pura to collaborate with you on this language. While we often in this committee talk about Pura's regulation of electric and gas utilities, Pura also has a regulatory oversight over some water companies. Generally speaking, that regulation is over Connecticut Water and Aquarion, but with an increasing frequency over the past couple of years, we have seen what are called small water acquisitions. They can be done on a voluntary basis or on an involuntary basis. And it's essentially where Aquarion or Connecticut Water look to acquire a small water company that is usually currently unregulated by Pura. So when Pura undertakes one of these investigations, we do so in conjunction with our sister agency, the Department of Public Health, who has a division focused on water quality and things of that nature. And the statutes dealing with the acquisition of small water companies require Pura to look at a couple of specific parameters. But historically, we are focused almost exclusively on economic reasons or economic factors. And while DPH can often bring to the table concerns over the public health implications of that small water system is experiencing, it doesn't necessarily factor into Pura's decision-making process currently because it's not currently in the statute. So this legislation would direct Pura, as I understand it, would require us to consider public health ramifications that the smaller water systems or those distressed water systems are experiencing, particularly those that are flagged by the Department of Public Health. And what that may do is weigh in favor of allowing one of our regulated entities to take over the small water system, which would then bring the needed capital and investment into shoring up those distressed water systems. And then we put a little bit in our testimony about how the surcharge, how we would interpret that and deal with the cost of it. But we support this bill that you've brought forth.
Thank you so much. And then just for the benefit of my colleagues, because we really don't talk about like water supply as much on this committee, what is the difference between the regulatory oversight of the actual water companies when you talk about a small company versus a regulated water company related to health and safety concerns? So how often are things being tested? How rigorous is the testing? What difference in safety is offered by this expansion in addition to the infrastructure, help, and capital?
So PURA currently exercises zero oversight or regulation or anything of these small water systems. If the water system, is held, sometimes it's as few as 8 customers that are on a well, or things of that nature. PURA does not have any regulatory authority over those systems. We don't require testing. We don't look at their infrastructure. DPH or DEEP may have varying degrees of oversight that they exercise, but the benefit of having the small distressed water system acquired by a regulated entity like Connecticut Water or Aquarion is that those customers are immediately brought into compliance with the provisions that those companies must abide by that PURA enforces through our statutes and regulations. So while there may not be an overnight change, sometimes there could be. You could interconnect the systems and the customer may experience a near instantaneous difference in the water quality. In other cases, if it's not an overnight difference, there will certainly be a difference in terms of the longevity of those systems and the types of testing and access to capital and infrastructure that they would receive.
My last comment or question is that, in these systems that we're talking about, the type of testing and technical skill and knowledge that exists in the regulated companies tends to be significantly different than what is had in the volunteer, non-paid municipal residents that typically run these smaller systems. So can you talk a little bit about anything you've seen that sort of juxtaposes those types of systems?
Absolutely. So we've seen a number of small water acquisitions where you're correct. They're run by volunteer boards with little to no, mostly no experience in terms of monitoring water quality or even understanding how to put together, a fund that would help the system do upgrades or deal with a water main break or anything of that nature. So that is, night and day with the entities that we regulate, who must employ full-time professionals that have all types of experience, whether it's regulatory experience or they're engineers or folks that do the testing. So I'd say that the type of experience in terms of folks that are going to operate the system, if you're acquired by a large entity, couldn't be any different, anything further different.
Thank you so much. I'm hoping that this will be a really big difference for my community, and I appreciate your help in it. I have one more question, Mr. Chair. Am I on a different bill? Am I over time?
No, you can go.
Okay. I am, sort of in this committee, I think oftentimes thinking maybe I'm not sure of implications of everything. So I'm hoping that you can help me understand SB 176 and how it sort of shifts. If we allow an increase in rooftop solar for non-residential solar, how will that shift what the marketplace looks like right now with the caps in place?
Okay, with the caps. Okay, so I think through our testimony, so I'm going to give this a shot and then and invite my staff to supplement Mr. Ryer if I've missed anything. But our take on that portion of the bill was to support it, because I think increasingly PURA is faced with folks that have legitimate siting concerns for solar. And if we are talking about the need for distributed energy resources, we've seen a lot of folks come forward with creative solutions, whether it's solar canopies over parking lots, or deploying them on landfills or brownfields. And to us, when we're looking at this opportunity to use a customer's roof, to me that seems like another tool in our toolkit in terms of alleviating what could otherwise be legitimate siting concerns. So I don't know that it would have a huge impact on the non-residential program overall with the caps in place. It would be shifting. It would be shifting the types of projects that we see. And anytime, and this is what a lot of our technical amendments in our testimony is geared towards, anytime that you are breaking down barriers to entry, whether it's raising the project cap from 2 to 5 megawatts or doing something like that, anytime you're breaking down those barriers, you can invariably invite additional competition and hopefully lower the cost of all the projects in the queue. So that was the context and the lens that we were viewing that from.
I appreciate that. So my thought, like in reading, and again, your expertise, not mine, in reading it, what I'm worried about is my local solar companies who feel like it's hard to get in under the cap with where it is right now, that if we allow the expansion, which is something that they support holistically, without the cap increase, the people who are already slightly more competitive continue to be slightly more competitive, and the other folks are going to fall further behind. That's not their interpretation, but that's like in the way I'm reading this apprehension that I have. And of course, I am in no way in opposition to bringing down the cost of solar energy production. And I think rooftop expansion from a green energy standpoint, allowing people to use the infrastructure they have maximally is good for the environment versus like having more and more places where we have smaller amounts of panels when it comes to like this commercial type program. So I think philosophically I am aligned, but I'm concerned that without the cap expansion, it's actually going to continue the struggle that we see with the small businesses that employ local employees in the state getting in. And I don't know if that's me misinterpreting it, if that's something that you anticipate that would continue to happen.
That's a great question. I think the combination of the amendments that we've offered on the bill would go towards alleviating some of the concerns that you're articulating. But if I could ask, if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask Mr. Ryer, Josh Ryer, he's our technical staff director, to just make sure that I haven't missed anything obvious in their response.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Representative Foster, for the question. No, I think it's a fair concern. I think the chairman is correct in that some of the other changes will hopefully offset that. And I also think, and as you articulately laid out, that the potential benefits of maximizing the roof space that we do have offsets those potential concerns. And just to add one point to what the chairman said earlier, is these systems, we've actually seen a lot of examples from developers or roofs that are only half filled. And so when you put a couple extra solar panels on, the incremental cost is pretty low, right? So the potential economic benefits are fairly significant. And I'd say the concern that you articulated is really going to come down to siting, which customers, which developers are getting to these kind of box stores and other developers that have the roof space. So it is something that certainly we can be mindful of as we have an annual review process to look at the program, so we can specifically call out and look for that concern to make sure that these smaller companies are getting a fair shot.
Okay, I appreciate it. I think I might have more questions offline if that's okay, but I'd like some time to sort of think about on this a little bit. But thank you both so much for your expertise, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to go on too long.
Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. It's always such a pleasure to have you in our committee meetings and in our public hearings and other meetings. And I just want to ask you a very big picture question. Perhaps I might have asked you in the last hearing as well, the same thing. One of the major questions as an energy and technology committee member, I get hammered every single day as I walk around my district, as I travel around the state, you meet anyone, is what are we doing to address the most important problem, which is high cost of energy going higher, and people seeing all the other headlines about oil or gasoline prices also going up. So my question really is, do you see anything concrete here which would help our community in containing prices by anything which is substantive, or vice versa? Do you think something which is going to exacerbate and really make things much more worse? Although most people believe we are pretty much there, it can't get any worse, and increase prices further.
Thank you for the question. So I think what I said last week was I was looking forward to discussing 5203 with you, which is what I will do in my response. And I would articulate to you that my understanding of the 7 sections that would be codified by HB 5203 would go a ways towards addressing some of the costs that are baked into utility rates today. I mentioned in response to someone's question earlier that my take on electricity rates in particular in the state of Connecticut is that it's been kind of a death by 1,000 cuts, where we have layered on so many different things, and then we have taken away the discretion of the regulator to adapt those different policies and programs as we see fit. There's a lot that's codified in statute. And so I think in 5203, through some of these sections, we are pulling back some of the discretion and reinvesting it in PURA where I think it appropriately resides. And then we are also providing some needed transparency so folks that would know what is going into those rates. I think folks have no idea that your rates reflect taxes, that they reflect dues for trade associations, things of that nature. So we have to start by opening people's eyes to what is in your electricity rates. And then we have to proceed by making a judgment call, at your level, at the administration's level, as to whether those types of costs should be borne through rates. And I think that's a decision that needs to be made. And in 5203, you'd also empower PURA to get data on advertising costs that are, the list could go on in terms of what is being borne through rates that I think people just have no idea that your rates are paying. So I would, I'm here in strong support of 5203. I think there are other things that we could do, and I'd be happy to come back next session when I have another couple of months under my belt. Really what I would like to do is go through a rate case with one of these utilities, so I can come back after that and tell you even more about how I think different statutes could or should be adjusted, because sometimes, it's a learning experience for me every day in terms of unpacking how regulation has been done in Connecticut. And often I come across a statute that I hadn't seen before. So I would, or better yet, hadn't seen it or interpreted that way before. So I would stand in strong support of 5203 and urge you all to consider it. And then I'd be happy to come back next session with additional ideas.
Thank you so much for that input, Madam Commissioner. What the question really, or maybe a follow-up you will indulge me is it enough? Because, I would want it to, or many of my constituents would want it to be written very simply, 5-line, to ask PURA to recommend every single possible way to be able to take non-necessary items from out of the electric charges and put them separately, so that just the idea of a market energy provided is all in the charge. In a sense, we want to go deep. We want to basically help our folks. We don't want to, I know a lot of this, sometimes, we get into the politics and the showmanship and the narratives of it to say we're doing something, but hey, we're going to do performance-based stuff and rates are going to come down. 2 years later, they're up 25%. and we're going to do this, and we're going to put a committee, and we're going to, but people are seeing through it. I tell them I'm energy technology, I'm trying. They're like, yeah, you're going to go and do a little more, show and tell, and then next year I'll be paying more, and they're angry. My constituents are angry, and so are all of the. So I ask you, I beg you for something substantive, and ask us, how can we substantially, when I say substantially, 10%, 20%, bring down the bill so that people see real relief. And if you think 5203 is what is going to get it done, I would be very delighted to hear that. But my general reading through that is, I thought that was too complex and too little, and perhaps we should just basically give you kind of a little bit more clear, ask that we need the rate down, give me every single way, and then I want to go and let the legislator vote on it. Every single person in the who represents the good people of Connecticut to say, well, are you for it, or are you against reducing these electric burden of higher electric prices? But so my question to you would be, is 5203 enough, or can we simplify and ask you a very clear question, which I'm asking: what can we do to unbundle, take other things out, and reduce rates?
I really appreciate the question. I'm going to start by saying, is 5203 enough? No, of course it's not enough. But I would then say, I don't think that is a reason to not pass it and to go forward with a different ask, because of that analogy I was talking about a death by 1,000 cuts. Pulling back all of the complicated reasons that our rates are so high requires cuts like this, where we're coming in and I'm telling you, I haven't covered that they are recovering, trade association dues through their rates, and I have uncovered, this or that. And then on the advertising piece, you all probably know, PURA just levied a $1.8 million fine against Eversource for violations of its advertising with respect to its gas expansion program. So Section 4, I think it is, would provide PURA with the data that would make those types of fines and investigations easier for us to do moving forward. So is 5203 enough? No, but it is still a critical step forward. In the only way, in my opinion, the only way that we're going to get to a future where folks understand why their rates are what they are is if we're peeling back all these different layers that took a decade, 2 decades to get layered on there. And so, I've come here today to support the committee's efforts to peel back 7 different layers. And I'm committed to coming back the next 2 sessions. I think I have 2 more years in my term. I'm committed to coming back, each year that I'm here with additional layers to pull back. And I don't think that you need to send me that policy direction to do that. I will do that on my own. But if you'd like to add a Section 8 to 5203 and say that the chairperson should come back each and every January to report on additional layers that can be pulled back and investigated, I'd be happy to support that section as well.
I really appreciate that insight or that idea. I'm going to see if I can suggest that as an amendment during our committee work. But thank you so much. I really, it's to all members of the committee. I think not just myself are strongly committed to helping our consumers. It's just too much. It's just too much. I feel the pain. I know we all feel the pain, and I thank you for all your hard work. And I hope you see this as more than a 2 years left in your contract kind of a situation. This is a long-term partnership, Madam Commissioner. I hope we can convince you about that thing, that idea. And finally, a shorter question and an easier one on what can we do on solar, because from all these solar supply siders, people are saying, listen, Connecticut is not a good place to do business. And, on every single person from our residents and from folks who are in the legislature, I always see ideas that, hey, it'd be great if we get more solar. So, this whole dichotomy, and each time I've come to try to solve be more hands-on on it. It's always is something or the other which always comes up. We try to discuss idea of larger projects, utility scale projects. In this particular bill which we have in front of one, there is this very problematic thing where some of the utilities get to play, and so we know that there is this whole bias that or this whole situation where the utilities need to interconnect. So initially they stop you from interconnecting, and then basically they say, hey, let us play. So that really whole cycle is very bothersome to some developers. And so that's what I'm worried about. So my question to you is, once again, is there some very straightforward things we can do to remove some of the regulatory hurdles and have the utility play a constructive role, more importantly, identifying and providing help in connectivity, especially if we're going to give them some ability to develop? I want to make sure that they are really doing a fantastic job of helping other developers get connected. So any of your thoughts on that would be very much appreciated. And I know it's been going on long. This is my last question.
I appreciate the question. I would really commend to you, and I know that we got them in a little late. I think they came in yesterday midday. But we did file fairly extensive comments on SB 176. I'm looking at them right now, and I think we had 6 technical amendments that we would urge the committee to consider. And those technical amendments were through the lens that you just articulated, where we think that there are barriers to the way that these programs were previously codified. So I'm talking years ago, probably before anyone on the committee now was on the committee. These are vestiges of statutes that were passed years ago. And now that PURA has the experience of designing the successor programs, and we launched them on January 1st, we've identified a handful of barriers that we think would make participating in those programs easier for the developers, as well as because it's easier for the developers and more likely to produce more submissions, and that's likely to drive down the cost of the programs overall. So I would say, first and foremost, I would really urge consideration of the technical amendments that we've put in there. And beyond that, I will say that one of our 11 grid mod tracks, the 6th track, is focused on interconnection. And Massachusetts just came out with a major order a month or two ago that we are eager to borrow from, that deals with addressing interconnection at the residential and smaller project level. And I think adopting some of those policies in Connecticut could further ease some of the timelines that we've previously seen in the state. So I'm optimistic about the efforts that PURA has undertaken. I'd urge you to consider those 6 amendments. And I'm also open to feedback on behalf of myself and our staff. I'd like to think I've heard positive feedback from folks that have been participating in the design of our successor programs. I'd like to think that people, even if they're not getting a decision from us that they want, they at least understood why we've made the decision, and feel like they can get a fair shake before PURA. So I think that that's an excellent demonstration of the use of discretion that has been given to us, and hopefully, an indicator of why we should be invested with additional discretion. So if you need any more, I'm happy to
Senator Needleman has his hand up. So
thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, as well. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, and thank you.
Senator Needleman to finish us off.
Sure. So again, thank you. I don't know, chairman, chairwoman, friend. I don't even know what to call people anymore. But really, thank you for the testimony, and thank all the committee members for the good questions that they asked. I do want to say that what we heard from Representative Aurora is both sides of the same coin, and speaks to the difficulty of you doing your job. Energy, especially in a period of deregulation and attempting to mitigate climate change with the addition of solar and wind, is a really complicated business. It was complicated before this. Trying to balance all this wanting more solar, which at the outset, based on really cheap natural gas, which I think will probably not be a thing of the past, but trying to do that in the face of more expensive renewables is problematic. Although we hope that renewables keep coming down, and maybe somebody actually thinks of a way to make natural gas or fossil fuel electricity generation more expensive through cap and trade on a global level, not just in one state. But we're all trying to fight this battle of giving the ratepayers in the state of Connecticut the best bang for the buck, and at the same time, making sure, for obvious reasons, that our utilities are strong, financially sound, and doing the best job that they can. This is a complicated topic. It is a lot to unpack, as you said, as somebody who probably has forgotten more about electricity than most of our committee members will ever know. It is an onion that you're peeling back the pieces on. No one is a demon here. We just want our ratepayers to get the best opportunity. With that, I do want to say that much as people have said we're sort of picking around the edges of this problem, this committee, under bipartisan leadership, has probably done more than any energy committee since deregulation to do exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. We are incredibly grateful that we have a strong partner in Pura and in Deep, and wanting to figure out the best way to do this to make sure that we're not hurting those least fortunate. So things that people don't even realize that we put in the bill last time when we did Take Back Our Grid were low income rates, which had never existed, performance-based rate making, which we never had before. These are big things, but what we're trying to do is turn an aircraft carrier around. It doesn't turn on a dime. It doesn't turn quickly. It's got to be done piecemeal. I want to close by saying I almost fell off my chair. I have an apartment in New York and I got a bill. I should never say things like that, but I got a bill for my electricity. We're not down there a lot. I use 9 kilowatt hours a day, and my bill was $91 to basically run a refrigerator and a couple of fans on my heating system. Their rate per kilowatt hour was 35 cents. A lot of the cost of the energy side of it, we do not control. That is a global market for energy, and it's out of our hands. The good news is when fossil fuel energy is so expensive, renewables look better. So the more of that balance that we can add into the system, the better off we are. And when I say that minimally nationally and certainly globally. We need to be fair and equitable to the poor countries of the world, but we also need to make sure that people understand that there is an ongoing damaging cost to this planet for continued fossil fuel generation. We cannot turn it off. I've never been an advocate for turning off the valve tomorrow, but the faster we can get there, the more likely it is that our children and our grandchildren have a planet to live on that's healthy. So the efforts of this committee in a bipartisan way has supported that idea, mediating between reliability, cost, and climate change mitigation. I am incredibly happy to work with my colleagues, all of them on the committee, but especially the leadership, and with all the people involved in the state agencies on making this happen. So thank you very much for testifying, and I'm going to be done with my speech. I know I said enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further hands raised. So thanks, Chair Gillette and her team. Claire Coleman from Interim Consumer Council.
Good. Let's see. Just afternoon, 12:04. Had to check the clock. Thank you, Chairman Arconti and Chairman Needleman, Vice Chair Winfield and Ali Brennan, ranking members Formica and Ferraro, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to to come speak with you today about all of these important issues. I commend the committee's efforts to address critical rate making and energy issues. Even in a short session, you guys have really picked out some critical impact driven proposals. So I commend you for that and for your efforts to ensure that we're both, to Senator Needleman's point, securing the benefits of modern infrastructure and energy while also minimizing cost and risk to ratepayers. That is my goal as Consumer Counsel as well. Absolutely join in the effort to ensure ratepayers are not overcharged for any part of their bill. And I appreciate Chair Gillette's efforts, to use her terminology in peeling back the layers on all of the utility costs. Certainly in my almost 3 months here as interim Consumer Counsel, I have seen how deep those layers run, and am excited about the opportunity to figure out where the most impact-driven changes are. I think the committee has started a really important dialogue and made some really important proposals through HB 5203. Before I get to that bill, we have submitted testimony on, I think, almost all of the bills on the agenda today, with supportive testimony and providing some suggestions for modifications or additions, which I'm happy to address. But given the Consumer Counsel's statutory role in the rate making process, I'm assuming you want to focus there for a bit. So I just want to point out in my remaining time a few sections that we think are particularly impactful. Chair Gillette's explanation of some of these provisions were very helpful. I think, Section 2, we've talked about providing more flexibility to PURA to order interim rate decreases and guaranteeing a greater share of the over earnings of the utilities to ratepayers is critical. Strongly support that and look forward to helping implement that. Section 4, requiring the gas companies and the EDCs to file public disclosures, breaking down the details of advertising costs. This comes from an investigation that my office and the Attorney General initiated to investigate Yankee Gas and advertising around gas lines. And we found that advertising materials did not include the right disclosures, and really feel strongly that consumers deserve to be, treated honestly when contacted by utility companies. So getting under the hood there with that section is going to be incredibly valuable. And of course, clarifying that lobbying costs are not recoverable in rates is a position that our office has taken rate cases, individually at every opportunity. So we're happy to have that codified and take that off the list of one of the many factors that we negotiate through the rate process and the rate case proceeding. I think my time is up, so I will just leave it there. And I do want to note I'm accompanied today in the virtual hearing room by my colleague, Dave Thompson. He's been a utilities examiner here at the OCC for 16 years and can help answer any detailed questions about the rate making process to the extent they relate to 5203. So appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you all.
Thanks, Council Coleman, Interim Council Coleman. Wait a couple of minutes. Anyone have raised hands for questions for Claire? No, Senator Needleman?
I don't have a specific question. The title again is hard right now, Claire, but I just want to tell you how happy I am that OCC has at least an interim chair, hopefully to be appointed soon. We've worked together on other issues in the past, and I'm looking forward to you becoming the permanent chair there and being a good advocate for consumers. I think the in-between time without a permanent chair has been too long, and I'm grateful that the governor has appointed you. I think you're going to do a great job. So thank you.
I'm so grateful for your support. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. So thank you, Council Coleman, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Up next is Commissioner Dykes and her team.
Yeah, 1 second here, Representative. I believe she is rejoining the meeting now.
I see her.
Good afternoon. Hi. I understand it may be Deep's turn to go.
Deep is up.
Great. All right. Well, good afternoon to members of the committee, Representative Arconti, Senator Needleman, Representative Ali Brennan, Senator Winfield, Representative Ferraro, Senator Farica, and distinguished members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to appear again before you and for this public hearing. Deep has submitted written testimony on a number of bills. I know you have a long list of folks ready to testify, so I will try to just be very brief and really refer to our written testimony. We, as a general matter, I think I might note on House Bill 5, I think we share the objectives and the intentions of the committee on many of the topics that have been raised today. And I think I'll say that with respect to our specific testimony, our concerns go more towards some of the details of these proposals and how they would be implemented. So in the interest of time, it may be most productive to just defer to any questions that the committee may have, rather than try to attempt a summary of all of the different written testimony that we provided. But we appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Sure, thanks. Well, caught me off guard. I was thinking of questions. I was going to think of questions as you were speaking. Okay, I'll start with Senate Bill 176, the SCEF concept. So I didn't get a chance to read your full testimony. But if we did some technical substitute language creating competition around utility ownership in the SCEF program, would that be more amendable to solve for those problems you outlined as drafted?
Yeah, I think there's two kind of at a high level, two concerns that we have with respect to the utility participation. As with all of our renewable programs, we think that competition is critical to ensure that our build out of clean energy resources in the state is being done in the most cost-effective and affordable way. And I think that over a decade of implementing programs for clean energy, that's proven out time and time again. I think folks on the committee may remember the Section 127 program from Public Act 1180 that provided a carve out for the utilities to build solar facilities, insulated from competition. And the pricing that we saw from the utility projects was consistently much higher than the projects being built through competitive programs. And I think through our grid scale programs, including for offshore wind procurement, we've seen that the utilities through their affiliates have been, well able to compete again alongside private developers to deliver projects, and having that the competition out there helps discipline their pricing and ensure that ratepayers are getting the best deal in terms of the most affordable clean energy. So to our view, any kind of allowance for the utilities to participate should ensure that the utilities are not privileged and protected from competition, but have to compete on the same playing field as private developers. Second point is that the utilities have a different role here in that they are the ones administering the program and handling the project selection. So to the extent that the committee wishes to allow for utility ownership and development, I think we would look forward to the opportunity to work with committee to consider some changes in terms of how the program is administered to insulate against conflict of interests, where the utility would be both the bidder or developer and the program administrator selecting the projects and administering the procurements.
Great, thanks. Thanks for that. And I think later in the afternoon, just looking at the list of testifiers that I have, we're going to hear about caps on other programs, the NRES program, I think in particular. Just wanted to get the Energy Policy Department's thought on the ask to increase that cap to 100 megawatts going forward from 50.
Yep. So, I mean, I think that our testimony reflects that we are supportive of increasing the project size maximum from 2 to 5 megawatts. We think that would help us to better maximize the use of existing sites, as long as the projects remain sized based on the customer's load at the project site. I'll invite our acting deputy Vicki Hackett to speak to any of our comments in terms of the overall caps.
So just with respect to the project size, we do understand that we want to maximize the use of rooftops. That's been something that we've been exploring. So I would just say that we are good with having projects that are size greater than load where it's on a rooftop. As far as cap increases, the IRP modeled existing programs continuing under current caps. An increase in the cap will, it will increase the amount of solar that we have. It also comes with concomitant rate increase. So I think, we have to just balance all of the various things that we're looking at and just keep that in mind.
Thanks for that answer. Rep Meskers. Can't hear you, Steve. Steve, we still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So, Commissioner, I guess I have two questions and comments for you. One, in relation to competition in the solar field or generation from Eversource or the utility companies. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that. I think as we move towards a distributed model of energy, there'll be pressure on the grid and pressure on their earnings stream. So I'm not adverse to them competing in the market. I guess where I would want to see us be vigilant would be that their capital investments in solar would be akin to the capital investments from other companies, non-regulated utilities who are generating as third parties. So in addition to whatever competitive bid concern, I would be a little bit concerned about the ratepayers funding those infrastructure investments in the generating source, because generally away from them, the generating sources are financed privately and not through ratepayers. So that would be where my concern would be if we're looking on the regulatory side. On the second piece that I wanted you to comment on within the regulatory framework we're looking at today and the bills before us, I have a growing concern on the nature of how we construct our distribution rates. And I'm wondering, within the construct of both Pura and yourself, whether we should be looking at moving those distributed energy costs, whether it be for solar, for wind power, for nuclear power, whether some of those costs should be allocated more to the general fund than to the distributed cost of energy. because I'm concerned that we're using the distributed cost of energy as the baseline for our energy goals. And I'm not against the energy goals, but I'm not sure if that's a more regressive form of taxation of keeping those components of the bill, or those components of the cost of a cleaner Connecticut within the distribution costs. So if you could talk first on the one related to, allowing competition, and then if you could add to that the issue about my observation there. Okay.
Thank you, Representative Mesker. So first, with respect to competition, I think, I would underscore my response to Representative Arconti. Frankly, if the utilities are allowed to compete or are allowed to participate as developers under this program, then they should be exposed to competition like every other developer to ensure that we get the least cost projects for the benefit of ratepayers. And number two, the utility should not then be in the place of making the selection of the projects, because that is a clear conflict of interest that they would be, it would be very difficult to mitigate. So in the context of some of our grid scale procurements, for example, DEEP coordinates and runs those procurements as a way to insulate against conflict of interest when the utilities or through their affiliates are bidders into those RFPs. But that is not the structure that we have for this program. So respectfully, if there's an interest in opening up utility participation, I think that would be thinking about how to change the selection role for the program to insulate against conflict of interest would be something we'd be delighted to work with the committee to suggest some changes around that.
And secondarily on that, I just wanted the issue that they get their 9% or their return on capital on investments, that we make sure we firewall in terms of that it's a deployment of their shareholder equity and not of ratepayers in terms of those capital investments. I'm not adverse to the model of them building, but I just don't want to be funding it out of our taxpayer.
Thanks for that clarification. I would agree. And I think when the utilities are competing as developers into clean energy procurements, such as through our grid scale procurements or the offshore wind procurements that we've run, they are doing that through affiliates. So they do not have recourse on a cost of service basis at their distribution system ROE for how they're compensated for those projects. They are recovering that on the through their affiliate involvement. So I completely agree that is a much preferable to having them be able to rate base this and return to some of the old cost of service model that I think we have left behind for good reason. So your second question was with respect to whether it would make sense to fund some of our renewable programs or other public policy programs through the general fund, if I understand your question correctly, as opposed to through distribution rates. And I would submit, so Representative, this is I think a very, very important question. First, I would recognize that our programs, the programs that are funded through distribution rates, reflect a kind of a variety of different public policy goals. And they include policy goals around ensuring that our energy supply is met by an increasing share of emission-free or renewable resources. That is one of the clear goals that is driving many of the programs that have been authorized by the legislature and that are being and the costs of which are being recovered through distribution rates. In addition, I think that there are some of the programs that have been legislatively authorized, again, recovered through distribution rates, are focused on the public policies associated with increasing fuel diversity, because we know the benefits. If you look at the geopolitical situations going on at the moment affecting energy costs, we don't want to have, there are reasons to not put all of our eggs into one basket in terms of fuels that could expose consumers to price swings, particularly for fossil fuel commodity price swings. Thirdly, I think that there are other public policy goals around increasing and enhancing reliability when you think about providing for more generation closer to where the energy is consumed, providing for on microgrids and on-site generation, and now most recently with the energy storage program that was authorized by the legislature last year. I think we have many public policies that are programs collected through distribution rates, funded through distribution rates that are helping to advance reliability. Fourth, I think another would be economic development. And I think that we have, for example, last year, the legislature authorized a bill to support what will now we estimate be about $500 million of investment in fuel cells, which we know are important from an economic development perspective for the state. I think there's also interest in workforce development programs that are also embedded in some of our public policy programs. I would suggest to you that the first three of those, public policies that I mentioned, we hope that with pursuing more reforms to the ICE in New England, that we can ensure that more of those policy aims are being supported, and achieved through the wholesale market that we chose to rely on 20 years ago when we deregulated, and we're, working very hard at DEEP and with PURA and OCC and other AAG and others to try to advocate for market reform so that we don't have to resort to distribution rates and legislatively authorized programs to be able to achieve those public policy objectives, and that we can achieve more of that through the market. I think when it comes to economic development objectives, it's a question about whether some of those might be, more equitably funded through DECD related programs or through tax incentives or some of those other tools. Finally, I would also note that there's the possibility of, taking a harder look at how our electric rates are structured. And whether they should be structured on a more equitable basis. And certainly PURA has over the last, 18 months or so, I think, been, assessing or 12 months or so, assessing the possibility of a low income discount rate, for example. As we know that the low income customers are paying a very significant share of their monthly income on electricity. It's a public necessity. Everyone, has to have affordable electricity as a basic public need. And so I think that's one area to think about in terms of how to more equitably distribute those distribution costs. There's some other examples of ways that we could try to address some of those, equity issues in rate design. But it's certainly, it's certainly a very important question and deserves, more discussion and dialogue.
Perfect. I know I appreciate that. Just as a follow-up and a comment and observation, I don't think I have issues with the policies. So it's not a question of supporting the policies. My view in the terms of, although some of the dialogue would lead us to believe that the income tax is not progressive, the income tax is in fact progressive because the lower wage earners are not paying income taxes. It's a sales tax. And so I think the energy tax could be looked at as relatively a regressive tax. And so if we move it into the general fund, I don't know if it becomes a more progressive way, in addition to being a spur of further economic development with lower distribution costs. So that's kind of where I'm sitting theoretically, is that I'm hoping for that.
And there's one last piece I might offer, is that another solution will be to maximize the use of federal funds to offset and reduce some of the ratepayer costs associated, investments needed associated with these important public policies. So like you, I support these policies. I think they're very important, but finding ways to reduce the cost and to more equitably share and distribute the cost, and of course, make sure that we're getting more of what we want through the wholesale markets where that's appropriate, are all important strategies.
And thank you for all you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you about the caps on solar growth. Is your main concern with raising the caps financial impact on other ratepayers, or is it a technical issue with how much we can solar we can load on the grid at once, or some of each?
It's not really the latter. I think that, I think that there are certainly there's certainly plenty of remaining capacity to be able to integrate more solar onto the grid. I think that the issues are more around ensuring, looking at the cost of the programs, calculating what the rate impacts are, ensuring that there's equitable participation in these programs. That, I applaud the committee's approach to ensuring that environmental justice communities or low-income customers, or customers who don't have suitable, live in multifamily homes, or don't, have shady roofs or what have you, who can't really participate in our sort of, the classic net metering, programs, that they are able to equitably share in the direct benefits of these programs. So I think, to the extent that the committee is looking at the shared clean energy facility program as a place to expand, I think that is I think that's great, and we applaud that, because that is a program that ensures that there could be more equitable participation in the direct benefits of the program. So I think that's I think we had a few, comments in our written comments about ensuring that there's or hoping that there could be a focus more on opening up or providing greater certainty for minimum participation levels for some of those types of customers who can't site solar on their roof, and who do have some of the highest energy burden, which is different from creating mandatory minimums or directives around ensuring that the facilities themselves physically are sited in environmental justice communities, for example. I think that the former will have a more equitable benefit for communities than the latter, but that's really what our focus is. And then, I think that as we look at the complement, there's a complement of different programs and resources that we're going to need in order to meet a heavily decarbonized grid, and behind the meter programs provide a lot of benefit, but we're also going to need to build out grid scale, projects, retain our existing nuclear resources, and integrate more hydro and transmission, build out. So I think, to the extent that we're talking about, what's the right recipe and how far to turn the dial and how many megawatts of which program and so on and so forth, it's really our perspectives on that at DEEP are really coming from, that consideration of what's the cost of these various resources, what's the rate impact of these various resources, and what's the right blend of resources in this portfolio that we need to meet our ambitious decarbonization goals.
Okay, and I just have a plea to you to work with the Department of Housing to try to prioritize low-income housing units and elderly housing units for large-scale solar service to these units. It'll help them with their bills, and it'll help reduce the cost of housing, and also we can include more carbon-free energy on the grid. So I'm just making a plea to you, if you aren't already working with the Department of Housing, if you could do that.
Representative Mushinski, I think I can jump in here and assure you that we are. And that, due to SB 356 that was passed last year by you all, we have created an affordable housing energy retrofit office within DEEP. And that office is working hard on a variety of initiatives, including implementing the ARPA funding that we received last year, which had two programs, the first of which is mitigating barriers, health and safety barriers to participation in energy efficiency programs. And we have completed an RFP for a program administrator for that, and are in the final contracting phase, and we'll have an announcement soon on that. Really excited about getting that program rolling. And we're looking at how to braid the funding from ARPA with existing programs to facilitate comprehensive energy retrofits in affordable housing, both public housing and other forms of affordable housing. And we're working with DOH and the Green Bank and others within a PURA proceeding to also implement the part of that bill that brought multi-unit dwellings with more than 4 units into the residential solar program. And within that proceeding, PURA is investigating how to define what constitutes affordable housing, and the agencies are pulling together to coordinate on our input to PURA in that proceeding, which is ongoing. So there's a lot of really exciting work going on there, and happy to talk to you more about that offline as well.
No, that is good work. That is good work. And I did not know you were getting ready to do an RFP on that. So I would have said, thanks for doing that if I had known. But it's great. It's great news. I'm very happy to hear it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rep. Stomberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Good to see you, Commissioner. Following up on the conversation that Representative Mushinski started, we could probably spend all day talking broadly about how we're going to achieve our clean energy goals, and we're all eager to see the next version of the CES go forward. But I do remain concerned. You've talked about the fact that we do have additional capacity. There are plans in place for more grid scale projects. But if we compare ourselves to other states, frankly, we seem to have lost a fair bit of momentum. And I am concerned about achieving our zero carbon goals at the rate at which we're progressing. If we're going to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and natural gas, as you yourself have said, is ultimately where we need to be, what are we really doing to accelerate the rate of renewables and storage? In this context, that we could actually say that we're going to regain some of the momentum that we had early on when it was easy and everything was low-hanging fruit. I know it's harder now, and particularly when we get to grid-scale projects, but many of us are very concerned that we're not doing enough on the commercial side, that we're not doing enough to really assure co-located storage. I just want to give you an opportunity to put it all in context for us.
Well, thank you for that, Representative. I feel like one of my kids, at T-ball, because I think you put the ball right there on the tee for me. So just to be brief, we are hard at work on working on that. In addition to having the pleasure to weigh in here on the committee's consideration of increasing the caps for the STEP program, we also are very focused on, I'll just tick through them. On the offshore wind front, we've identified in our latest integrated resources plan that we need to increase investment in transmission if we're going to be able to unlock the potential for procurements of additional offshore wind, which I will note for the committee's interest in hydrogen could be a potential generation source, incremental generation source to support green hydrogen. But transmission is needed because of the bottlenecks and the lack of interconnection points and the lack of, we need a more proactively planned grid to integrate that offshore wind in a way that doesn't create bottlenecks or even unintended consequences of curtailments of renewables that are onshore, depending on where the offshore wind is integrated. So we are in dialogue with some of the other states in New England about issuing a request for information or request for interest that could potentially lead to a request for proposals for transmission projects for offshore wind integration on a regional basis, timed hopefully to be able to take advantage of significant federal funding that is available through the infrastructure bill and through DOE for their transmission facilitation program and some of their grid resilience programs that could help lessen the the New England ratepayer costs associated with that build out. So transmission is number one. The integrated resources plan also identified a need for investment in resources like grid scale storage we know that will be helpful to maintain grid reliability from emission-free resources when the wind isn't blowing, when the sun isn't shining. I think this committee took a very important step in that direction last year with setting a storage goal of 1,000 megawatts. PURA has advanced the program for the behind the meter, the customer-sided storage. We have, and the committee also, or the legislature also authorized DEEP to conduct procurements for grid scale storage. I will note that we have Senate Bill 90 that is before the committee this year. We believe that there's a technical fix that's needed to that authority that was granted to DEEP to enable us to move forward with the grid scale storage procurement that we initiated last fall. So that's one. In addition, I'll note that our IRP, we're focused on retention of existing nuclear resources. We're following and engaging with the Department of Energy on their nuclear, civilian nuclear credit program to ensure that there are long-term signals for supporting the continuing operation of nuclear, or possibly the attraction of more hydropower in our state and in our region. Another critical emission-free resource, we're advancing the 3-year plan decision, which will be coming soon for the state's utility administered energy efficiency programs. Energy efficiency, as we know, another critical resource for us to meet our decarbonization goals and help lower customers' bills at the same time. And then lastly, I'll note that we have a number of grid scale solar projects that have been contracted over the years through the various procurements that DEEP has issued. And some of those projects have not reached fruition, about 130 megawatts subject to check. So whether they've run into, siting considerations or financing or, what have you. So we are actively considering a new procurement using the existing authority that the legislature has granted for grid scale procurements to be able to replenish some of those grid scale emission-free renewable projects that have not made it to the finish line. All of this is we're summarizing in a procurement plan that will be issued this month. It's something that the legislature directed us to do in the integrated resources plan, to set a schedule for offshore wind procurements, and we're including in that an update on some of these other procurement and resource procurement steps that we're undertaking as a kind of follow-up from the integrated resources plan that we issued at the end of last year.
Well, it sounds like, to use a internal combustion engine analogy, we're firing on all cylinders, which is exactly what we need to be doing at the current time, and I appreciate that. One more question for you. As you raised the subject of infrastructure, and reading your recently submitted testimony with regard to 5199, my interpretation of your testimony is that you're not supportive and that the utilities should be taking the lead in making these requests. Given their track record, particularly one particular utility with instituting AMI, why should we have any confidence that the utilities are going to take the lead in securing those funds?
Right. Well, thank you for that question and opportunity to clarify our position on this. We are absolutely supportive of both AMI deployment, carefully, scrutinized and overseen by PURA, as well as maximizing the use of federal funds to lower the ratepayer costs associated with that AMI deployment. AMI deployment is critical for us to unlock a lot of value, both in terms of demand response, getting more value out of our distributed solar and distributed storage resources that are going onto the grid. This is an important building block of a modern grid, and I applaud all of the hard work and careful consideration that PURA is leading in their docket. We're very glad to be participating in that. Our key concern with this bill is that as it's currently drafted, I'm not sure that it would achieve the objective, as I understand it, or assume that what the committee's objective is, which is to maximize the use of federal funds for AMI. There's a program that's been authorized in the infrastructure bill for $3 billion of federal investment for smart grid or advanced metering infrastructure. It's the utilities that are the entities that are eligible to apply for those funds, not DEEP in our read of the infrastructure bill. And so for that reason, we asked PURA, I believe we filed recently in their AMI docket to request PURA to direct the utilities to apply for those funds, because I share your view that we should, trust but verify. Trust that they're going to be equally motivated, but obviously a directive from their regulator or from the legislature, would be certainly something that we'd welcome. So I think we support the intent of this bill, but I think it needs to be rewritten to focus on a directive to the utilities. And I don't think this was the intent of the bill, but if it were to pass as written, as drafted, I think it would have a really significant unintended consequence of challenging DEEP's ability to access federal funds across the infrastructure bill. You know, we are tracking 95 different programs across our broad array of environment, natural resource, and energy programs that DEEP will be engaging on the infrastructure bill for, from the Clean Water Fund to the Long Island Sound study to a whole bunch of things. So this bill, as drafted, I think would hamper our ability to secure or participate in all, infrastructure bill programs. And I think the program that is most appropriate for AMI federal funding is the one that the utilities are the eligible entity to apply for. So I think we'd be happy to work with the committee on any amendments considered for this bill that would, ensure that the directive is to the utilities, and that might, give us all, be able to sleep well at night knowing that they will be, actively pursuing those funds. And I think that could, help to buy down some of the cost of AMI deployment in the state.
Well, thank you, Madam Commissioner. Of course, legislators always introduce legislation with the best of intentions, but sometimes we do need your collaboration if we're going to make this work. And I'm sure the chairs would agree that getting your timely input to make this bill actually have the impact we want would be greatly appreciated. And I'd be certainly glad to work with you if any further drill down is required. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's it for me. Thank you, Commissioner.
Rep. Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. It's always good to have a conversation with you and to have your input and your expertise in our committee, in our public hearings, as well as committee meetings. My question for you is on the overall and a little bit big picture, and then I can get to the specific bill I want to talk about, is basically, we are now at 23 cents for, most of our rate base or most ratepayers. And it looks like with natural gas increases, which look kind of already there, as well as with the wind, which is coming, will be at 25 to 30 cents in a short period of time. And that's really very, very painful for our communities, and my colleague referred to this as a regressive tax. Do you share with our constituents, do you really see that as a major problem to address, that this 30 cent a kilowatt, and I'm talking about middle class, there's the light heat there are programs which help some constituents, but that's far and few. It's just a 5 or 10% number. Do you see that some of these decisions that have been made in the past and are being made now really are really creating huge pain, and we need to address them? Is there the sense of urgency which I find when I speak to my constituents? Do we share that?
Absolutely. I think we are in, kind of some uncharted territory here in terms of the level of, obviously, let's just speak to the macro challenges, right? A global pandemic, right, that has, caused a lot of volatility in the production of some of the fuels like natural gas and oil that, our grid of today is reliant on, and where our prices are exposed to, curtailed production during the pandemic that then spiked up has now begun, we've seen that impacting prices for energy commodities headed into, a winter that's been on average a little more mild, but in practice in the last few weeks, some pretty bitter cold weather. We know, that at the same time we have a lot of businesses and residential customers across our state who've been economically disrupted by the pandemic, and that's led to a significant level of arrearages and unpaid balances that the utilities are carrying. That's just some of the macro background of what's been going on in terms of affecting, energy costs. But in addition, we have this transition that we need to make towards a more decarbonized grid, and there are costs associated with overhauling, our grid to meet the decarbonization needs and the reliability needs of the present day and the future to come. In addition, we are dealing with more extreme weather events, which we saw with Tropical Storm Isaias, and the increased frequency of storms like that. Any one storm could cause $250–300 million worth of storm damage costs that are getting that affect customer rates. And so with the increased frequency of extreme weather events, that's also driving costs onto the bill. So I don't have to tell you, because I know I know that legislators, whether you're at the ball game or in the grocery store, you're hearing it directly, that the pain that your constituents are feeling. I think more directly than most, about what this is meaning for folks, in their daily lives. And I would just point to, I think there's been some really good work that's been done tracking energy affordability in the state. I think that there are, we've been very, we know that, some of our residents, about 400,000 residents in the state, are paying bills that would be considered unaffordable by national benchmarks, which means that if you're paying more than 6% of your monthly income in energy costs, then that would be deemed unaffordable. And about 400,000 households in our state are paying above 6%. So that's a major challenge that we have to tackle. We have, of course, been glad to work with many of our partners, including the Department of Social Services, the community action agencies, Operation Fuel, working with housing and others on helping to get energy assistance to many of those customers in need. It's very important. I think PURA has done a great job in making sure that the utilities are making this a priority, and that they're motivated to try to improve the marketing and engagement of customers and enrollment of customers into those energy assistance programs. I mentioned the low-income rate as something that was authorized in the Take Back the Grid Act. And I know PURA is actively considering whether a low-income discount rate would be appropriate. Here in Connecticut, many other jurisdictions around us have adopted low-income discount rates as a way to, balance those equities and help to make bills more affordable. At the same time, I think there's, questions around small businesses on the commercial side, and making sure that we have affordable and attractive economic or rates for businesses as well. But there's not one silver bullet. I think that there are many different strategies that we need in order to address this affordability challenge. But I think that we are in a moment where that challenge is even more pronounced and more acute than we've ever seen. So a focus on, thinking carefully about consumer and ratepayer impacts of every new, piece of infrastructure or program that's being authorized is really warranted. Maximizing the use of federal funds while we have this infrastructure bill moving forward is very important. Our advocacy at the ICE New England to make sure that consumers aren't being burdened with unnecessary costs and high costs for those markets. I would mention that as well, but it's not a silver bullet. It's multiple strategies, and I applaud the leadership from the legislature and at PURA on working on this, and we are working hard to be a partner in all the ways that we can at DEEP as well.
Madam Commissioner, thank you for all the details. I really appreciate those. But I would like to just focus and keep it kind of pretty straightforward, simple here. That relative some of the macro impacts which you're talking about are faced by all of the states and many other areas, and we know that we are the highest. And by the way, I'm talking about the long term, not a short term gyration. The long term here looks really much worse than even what we have now, because the wind is going to add up. I don't know how, when I do a off envelope or back of the envelope calculation, that's another penny or two. there's another, and natural gas at $3 where it was last year was just a historic, that's like thinking about crude oil at $18. That's not gonna, that was unsustainable. And right now we are at $5, which is crude oil is $30. The 6 number is used quite often in the industry to equate the two. A fair number would be $50 or $60 crude that is a $10 gas, and that wouldn't be. We do have additional gas, but that's a fair long-term price in many people's view, a $50 crude and an $8 natural gas. So we have a lot of pain ahead of us. We could double the way because despite all of the things we have done, we're still basically 70, 60%, 50%, 55% natural gas, 35%, 30% nuclear, and 10% everything else. And that everything else is everything else, right? So there's a lot of pain coming here if we do not focus on this. And that's the question I'm asking you, is really, can we focus on saying that 20 cents is, or this, we're not going to let this go to 30 or 40 or 50 cents, and the move between subsections of the market by have some people pay less and other people pay more is like a zero-sum game. And again, we can obviously have to do some of it, but my question really is, are you supportive? So we have come up with an idea as a legislator to ask PURA that, listen, give us ideas where we can piece out some of this and try to reduce the bill. We really want to do that. We really, it's just a demand from our constituents. And so are you supportive of, I'm going to get the bill number right, 5203, which is basically us asking PURA to really figure out certain parts of the bill which can be taken out, which can be separately, there were discussions about advertisements and there were discussion about some efficiency measures. There were certain which can be separately funded by the General Assembly with a separate kind of accountability, because one of the things we are hearing is by putting all of these what you called the elements of public policy inside the ratepayer bill, we're not getting enough accountability on those individual items. If they were separately, $80 million, we were appropriating $170 million, we would be on them, right? They're here, the ratepayer paying, somebody, nobody's asking, it's at $250 from every single person every single month. So are you supportive of 5203, which we believe, or at least our leadership believes, or we all do believe, is going to make some steps to get this big problem, a massive problem, under control?
I think we are supportive of the that intention behind 5203, and I think more transparency is helpful in the RAM process and so forth. I think careful consideration around rate impacts of new programs is really important to ensure people are informed at the beginning when those programs are authorized. But then certainly, we're supportive of some of the intentions in 5203, to try to ensure that the PURA process is allowing for greater scrutiny around those whether ratepayers are actually getting the benefits of some of those mechanisms in practice. I think you may note in our comments, I think that we had some more detailed or technical concerns with respect to certain aspects of 5203. I will just say, as if you do read through our testimony there, I think it's more to the point of to the extent that some of the provisions in the bill are opening up greater latitude and discretion for PURA. I know Chairman Gillette is been a tremendous leader in terms of looking in detail and giving great detailed scrutiny to what the utilities are doing. But we have to always think about the chair after Chairman Gillette, or how this discretion would be exercised just more broadly, and so or into the future. And so I think some of our comments are motivated around opportunities we see in the bill where the legislature, if you're conferring that broader discretion to PURA, could at the same time articulate a little bit more of what the legislature's intention or what the objectives or the goals are of how PURA should exercise that discretion to ensure that in the actual implementation of these provisions in the bill that the parties in the PURA process and PURA as well would be delivering on the legislature's intent, which is not entirely clear in, as spelled out in the text itself. So I just offer that as some context for our comments, and we'd be happy to work with the committee on that.
No, that's great. One thing I would say is that we've been lucky with our PURA chairs. We had you for a while, and then we have, and hopefully we'll continue with that good luck. But I really agree and appreciate that input, because one of the comments I had earlier when the PURA chair was also talking about this is perhaps expand that as a recommendation to us, rather than something they go do and go and execute. Find us 10 ways to reduce the bill back to under 20 cents. Whether it's by unbundling, we don't care how. It obviously has to be done, keeping the security of the grid and the system to work, and come back to us with ways to bring it back down, right? Because we can't, it's a system, we can't really figure that out as a legislator. We can kind of try ideas, we are not subject matter experts. So one of the things perhaps to do is not to give them this kind of open authority to do things, but perhaps say, okay, it is the legislator's desire to get that rate back down below 20, or to back down 20%. We have gone up 35% over the last 3 or 4 years. It looks like we're going to go up another 35% in the next 3 or 4 years. So what we want to do is basically, let's get it back down and give us the ideas, whether it is maybe taking certain policy goals out of it, whether it be other technical ideas. We want to work on all and each and every idea. And I think pretty much I do believe we'll have unanimity in our committee towards that goal. So maybe that would be a good idea. You'd support. And I'll take this offline, because I know this is a long meeting and you've been very generous with your time. But I'm hoping maybe perhaps there are other ideas we have had to really kind of put in our energy policy, the twin idea, or I would say the three ideas of affordability, reliability, and sustainability together, and perhaps continue the discussion offline, so that the public has, we don't kind of, we give the public more time and everybody else more time. So, but thank you very much for your input, and I would any comments on the idea of making it open-ended, and I will end there.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And Commissioner, I want to thank you for your time. Again, I want to applaud you for all your work with ISO and trying to make our regional grid operator at least a little more accountable, and figure out a way for all the member states to have a louder say in what the public policy side is and how they have created the market. I have a couple of very specific questions. One is a technical question, and I don't know if it should have been to you or to the chairperson, Chairwoman Gillette. These AMI grants, they're not recoverable if the utility gets them, are they? Is it?
I would think that they would.
I haven't read the federal statute, so I don't know.
Yeah. I think that they would, I would assume, and I think PURA would have the discretion to make sure that this is the case, is that any federal funds that would be applied towards the, overall capital investment for AMI deployment would, essentially would offset what would be recovered from distribution ratepayers for those investments.
Okay, that technical question, I appreciate that, and I will check with the chairwoman. Based on your experience, and we are uniquely situated with the coastline being so close, with as the CEO of Eversource has said, the best launch point for wind energy from Maine to Virginia, and our field is so close that we would want to take great advantage, the area allocated to us, take great advantage for the 2,000 megawatt, maximum procurement that we initially did. The question that I have is, has DEEP or anybody estimated what the total solar capacity of the state is? Should we really build out as much grid scale and reasonable amount of, rooftop solar, be it industrial, commercial, or residential, do we have a number in mind? Is it more or less than the 2,000 megawatts?
I don't believe that we have, so we have done analysis in the integrated resources plan when we analyze different pathways and different combinations of like quantities of resources that could add up to meet the 2040 zero emission target that we were analyzing the IRP, and that identified different like kind of a range of quantity of grid scale solar that could be procured in order to meet that target. Of course, we don't necessarily need to build all of that within Connecticut's borders because we, operate within a regional grid. So that's just one clarification. But I don't believe that we have analyzed sort of the technical capacity or the maximum quantity of solar that could be grid scale solar that could be built out in the state of Connecticut. But as I know I had the chance to have a little Q&A with Representative Gresco at the last hearing, we are working to get our steps for solar process moving forward. We've had a few retirements and departures in the team that was working on this, so we're eager to get it moving. But that will help us better identify and clarify the siting and the positive practices around solar development, complementing and not conflicting with agriculture and natural resource policies that would help us identify that.
Okay, great. So we don't really know what the maximum capacity is, but you're right. We buy our credits from all over the country to get to our 100% carbon-free, our carbon-free goals. And I hope that we meet those goals. The SCEP program, which we're talking about, we're doing what I consider to be, or let me say not what I consider to be, but what the advocates consider to be a minimal increase in SCEP, right? Obviously, we're all getting bombarded with emails from advocates saying that we should raise the cap, we should eliminate the cap. First of all, what do you think are the problems with eliminating the cap?
So I think that, it comes down to just a calculation of looking at what the rate impact, the cost would be of eliminating the caps for the program. I think certainly the program provides great benefits in terms of for the customers who subscribe to the programs. And it provides great benefits in terms of, utilizing rooftops, utilizing locations, for smaller systems that can hopefully try to mitigate some of those siting impacts. But to the theme, I think that has been prominent in this hearing. The kind of installed cost of those projects. When you look at what the ratepayer dollars are going to support or to support those investments, it's higher on $1 per megawatt hour or $1 per megawatt installed cost than for other types of emission-free resources that can be deployed to meet our goals. That's not to say we're supportive of this bill from DEEP's perspective, but I think it's coming from that perspective of balancing those benefits and those real costs.
Okay, so I'm going to take that to mean you don't think that we should eliminate the cap, which we don't either. Do you have any opposition if we raise the cap a little bit more to allow for some more opportunity projects in there? I mean, of course, the devil's in the details, but another 10 megawatts or another 15 megawatts, you think that would be a problem?
I think we'd be happy to, have further dialogue with the committee to understand what the proposal is. We could certainly help with a cost analysis and looking at the ratepayer impact. We'd also be very interested to have further discussion with the committee about how to ensure that the benefits of the expansion are equitably shared with subscribers. And I think that to the extent that the program would be expanded, it becomes even more important to ensure that those customers who are the most, having have the greatest challenges in terms of energy affordability or limited access to other types of renewable programs would be prioritized, since they would be, they're carrying or paying a significant share of these behind the meter program costs.
So, and I tend to agree with you, which is again the impetus behind what I would like to see be, low income, low and moderate income rates that are not overwhelming those folks as we move forward, as well as very, very small businesses who the whole rate structure with demand. I had a friend who owns a dry cleaner. It's a whole group of an association of dry cleaners. During the middle of the pandemic, they were using like $3 worth of generation, and their bills were $300 because of their line-in charge as well as their demand charges, which were set whenever they turned their one dry cleaning machine on, for 1 hour or an hour and a half, maybe once a day. So I think that it's part of our job to instruct PURA to make rates that are equitable to people, because we share the goals about more renewable, less carbon. Segues into my next question to you. What is the real likelihood of getting significant hydropower into Connecticut? I mean, we know that there have been lawsuits in every state through which we've tried to get it. Do we think that there's any chance that over the next decade, Hydro-Quebec could be a major impact in Connecticut? I know you'd like it to be. We'd all like it to be.
Yeah, I think, again, I'll point to our integrated resources plan, where we, I think hydropower, again, as we tested like different recipes and different quantities of hydro, nuclear, solar, storage, wind, and so on, that could contribute to meeting 100% zero carbon goal. Hydropower, we found, was a pretty important dial, right, to turn. So because it's modeled as a fairly low cost, emission-free resource. As we know, a lot of that resource is in Canada and requires transmission to be able to bring that to the region. It doesn't necessarily have to be delivered to Connecticut, but delivered into the ICE New England grid. I think folks may be familiar, obviously, with the transmission project that Massachusetts had sponsored to cross Maine, and that was greeted with a referendum and a lot of vocal opposition, funded by the region's one of the region's nuclear generation owners, which invested, I believe, about $60 million in opposing that project. This is by way of maybe a backwards, or a subtle pitch and amplification for the committee's efforts to look closer at or more scrutinized ratepayer funding of utility advocacy programs. But in any event, there are other pathways for hydro to be imported into the region. Vermont, there's projects that could transit Vermont, for example. I think that clearly this is a low-cost resource, but we have to find ways to get regional support and northern New England support for a siteable transmission project. And there's a number of different policies or regulatory steps that I think might increase the likelihood of that occurring, which we'd be happy to follow up offline in the interest of time. But yeah.
Well, all three of the states north of Massachusetts were engaged in lawsuits to prevent it. So that's why I'm saying, is it realistic to think that we're going to ever win? It's a speculative question, so don't worry about it. Somebody much smarter than me a while ago said that energy independence obviously is very important, and any energy source that we can get to that is carbon free, that does not require an input fuel, whether we dig it, drill it, import it, or generate it locally, is going to be better all the way around. It may not be the cheapest source, depending on the market for all those other possible input fuels. But if it's the sun and the wind and the water, right? We don't have to pay for any of those things, generally speaking. And as soon as we get to that point, I see prices in our country and our state stabilizing. In response to what Representative Aurora said, bill is pretty well impacted already, and unpacked already. And I was shocked when I got my bill out of New York, because it was 50% more than the Connecticut bill. I've asked for a copy of the Con Ed bill, but because it's an apartment building, I was not given that. But we are facing an unprecedented series of incidents right now that I don't think, God hope, are not long-term. And our situation at the end of pipelines, our inability to build more pipelines because the other states don't allow them, creates inherent problems for us, even if we thought that more natural gas was a short-term solution to the long-term problem of getting energy independent and mitigating climate change. So
I think you're very, very modest in making those comments, Senator Needleman. You're always, every time I appear before the committee, you're always very effusive about, others, being more expert than you. But I think that, frankly, I mean, you as a business owner, I think you have a perspective and a kind of front row seat to, this problem of affordability, how it impacts economic competitiveness in the region, and how that price volatility impacts customers. And so that expertise, I think, is incredibly valuable for this committee, and certainly something I learn from all the time. So, and I would agree with you that, the renewable portfolio standard, that was launched 20 years ago, obviously had a primary objective of deploying more clean energy and reducing emissions, but also advancing fuel diversity. Right. And to the extent that you have more renewable resources where the fuel is free, that are supplying our energy costs, that provides a hedge against the swings in fossil fuel commodity prices, which have caused a lot of pain in our markets over the years and continue to do so today. So
right, and all I would say is the only aspect of that we need to figure out a way to deal with, which is what you're working on, is not having all of these deployed fossil fuel plants that are not running except 1% of the time, 2% of the time, and watching their last megawatt cost go from most of the cost to operate the plant to an insignificant cost, and the capacity market costs exploding. And I just want you to say I appreciate the compliment. I can only regurgitate what I've heard and synthesize it. I'm not knowledgeable about this area, but I'm learning. And I do know that this state is not the cheapest state to operate in. And as long as we are thoughtful and careful about what we do with regard to those communities and those small businesses that we want to incentivize, we have made great strides in moving into the future and being an example. Can always do better. We need to continue to try, unpacking the bill a little bit, giving the consumers more transparency, fixing rate structures as much as we can. We would do, but one of the lowest cost states for energy was Texas, and they sit on a natural gas, the Permian Basin there, and they ran out of power and killed people because they hadn't spent the money that they needed to build a grid the right way. So with that, I want to thank you. I'm not sure if any of the other deep folks are there. I don't know if my co-chair has any closing remarks. No, so we're going to just move on, and thank you so much.
thank you.
Next up is Mayor Bronin from the city of Hartford. Mayor Bronin, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Needleman. Thank you very much. And thank you, Representative Arconti, and to the ranking members and all the members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I am here to provide testimony on SB 176, Act Concerning Shared Clean Energy Facilities. And I fully support the provisions of this legislation and the goal of expanding access and opportunities for development of renewable energy. As you know, the state's existing shared energy program allows individuals who rent their property rather than own it to participate in the green energy revolution by securing part of a shared solar facility or other renewable energy generation. And in a city like Hartford, where a substantial portion of our community rents their home or apartment, shared clean energy allows a much broader participation in renewables than would otherwise be possible. The bill raises the total megawatt cap on the shared clean energy program. It expands the portion of the program that's set aside for low-income customers and low-income service organizations. And it also requires that 40% of the shared clean energy facilities be located within environmental justice communities, generally distressed municipalities. I strongly support all three elements of the bill, as well as the broad goal. I would also respectfully suggest to the committee that the bill's aims and its benefits could be magnified by a similar expansion of the state's virtual net metering cap. Essentially lifting the VNM program cap would extend to entire communities, the type of benefit that is intended to be provided to individuals and families through the expansion of the shared solar program, shared clean energy program. I think as members of the committee are well aware, Connecticut's virtual net metering program has been capped and fully subscribed for many years. My understanding is that the current waiting list is larger than the entirety of the projects that have already been accepted into the program. I think there are 75 megawatts of projects currently in the program and 85 megawatts of projects sitting on the waiting list. Among those projects on the waiting list is the expansion of the solar field that sits atop the old capped landfill in the north end of Hartford. A perfect example of converting what was an example of environmental injustice to an opportunity to allow a community to participate in renewable energy generation, while at the same time providing benefits to the municipality through shared energy savings that are reflected in the municipal budget. So I respectfully urge the committee both to support the provisions of SB 176 concerning shared clean energy facilities and to dramatically expand or eliminate the cap on virtual net metering. Thank you very much again to all the committee members for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mayor Bronin. It's good to see you. And I'm going to circle back at the end, but Representative Steinberg has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor Bronin, for your testimony today. I could not agree with you more. I am and have been greatly frustrated, having talked to municipal leaders across the state, that we continue to keep them from doing what they want to do on our behalf and contributing to addressing climate change by taking on projects, and that they are unable to do so because of our arbitrary decision to cap these projects and leave them in limbo. It keeps us from actually generating jobs here in the state of Connecticut, because these projects would ostensibly use a lot of in-state expertise, and it keeps us from achieving our net zero carbon goals. I had asked at a variety of junctures for someone to generate a list of projects in queue, but also, most importantly, projects that don't even get into the queue because, frankly, they've given up. That there seems to be no point to get in line, particularly if your project is not large or doesn't fit very easily into the existing criteria, that we're basically missing opportunities left and right, and we don't even know the full magnitude of opportunity to build projects out there, because our track record, our policy over the past number of years basically suggests that the caps are more important than actually facilitating these projects. I really don't have a question for you other than thank you for offering me an opportunity to vent my frustration with the fact that the caps are keeping us from achieving our goals. And in my mind, if they should not be greatly increased, they should be eliminated altogether. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, although there wasn't a question, may I respond briefly?
Sure.
Thanks, Representative Steinberg. I just wanted to echo two of those points. The first is, although I am here as mayor of the city of Hartford, I'm also here in my capacity as president of the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Expanding or eliminating the virtual net metering cap is a priority on the CCM legislative agenda, and it reflects a desire among numerous communities of all sizes to pursue these kinds of renewable generation projects. And I think your point is really important, that what is on the waiting list or even in the process of development does not come anywhere near representing the full potential for renewable generation in the community level, because communities are deterred from even considering or investing resources in planning for those projects because the prospects of getting one approved under the current program are so slim. I think that's a very important point, and I appreciate it.
That's it for me, Chair.
I just want to be clear. I am unmuted. Virtual net metering as a program ended when the tariff changed. The solar industry knew that as they were going out and adding municipalities to the queue of a program that no longer exists. There is a new tariff, there is a new program. The reason that program ended was that it appeared to be an extraordinary cost to the ratepayers, although a great benefit, one, to the towns, and two, to the solar companies who were making a lot of money on it. The attempt was, and I was not here when this happened, in SB 9 in 2017, was to make it a more equitable tariff for the ratepayers and the municipalities, while still providing enough incentive for both municipalities and solar companies to operate here. We have been, as you heard from the commissioner, and I asked that question very specifically about removing caps altogether and allowing solar to just grow. There are a lot of problems with that. We have to be circumspect in terms of ratepayer impact. Much as I would like to see it happen, we also have to be circumspect about adding more and more and more intermittent renewables onto the grid. In the best of all worlds, you have over the course of a year, 12 hours worth of daylight and 12 hours worth of darkness. Take out weather conditions, and you probably have a substantial amount less available time for solar to be operating and valuable. It is still important to put it onto the grid, but uncontrolled addition of solar will only mean that those fossil fuel plants will be sitting around waiting to burn. And this year, as we found out, more oil than they've burned in a long time, because there wasn't enough natural gas for them to burn. So we have been working hard to be circumspect about how to do this correctly, managing the interests of the towns and the individuals and the advocates and the ratepayers, as well as continuing to try to mitigate climate change and not impact reliability. I don't know that I can say that any more frequently than I have, but I will keep reiterating it as best as I can. And frankly, it's not helpful from my point of view when we wanted to increase a program by 10 or 15 or 20 megawatts, and then we get lobbied to the point where we're told just remove all the caps, and we're going to have floor fights over a bill like that. I'm sorry, there's a rational approach to this, but being lobbied in an unending way just makes you not want to have that argument on the floor, because you know that there's a limited amount of bills that can withstand that kind of a fight on the floor. We have to have an agreement as we go into this that we are doing the best we can. And anyway, Representative Steinberg, you have your hand up. And then if we don't have anybody else for the mayor, we're gonna just move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not my intent to get you so exercised. I just want to clarify my point is that I do not believe that caps are necessarily the only means by which we can regulate and create good projects. The caps are arbitrary and artificial. And I think that sometimes the advocates wax ecstatic about eliminating caps when all they want to see is us follow through on our previous promises to actually raise some of these caps. I believe very strongly that we can put other regulations into the RFP structure and the like that would assure that they're not built. I take your point about ratepayers, but I'm not so sure the climate can wait for us to be so deliberate as you described. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I briefly respond to your?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Very briefly, Senator. I certainly agree with you that it is the burden of legislature and General Assembly to strike the balance and to weigh competing interests. And I think municipalities and CCM would love to be at the table working with you to try to achieve the appropriate balance here. I think what we would suggest is that the current state does not strike that right balance, that there are too many valuable projects that are not getting built at present and too many potential projects that are not being planned because in the absence of a program that adequately incentivizes these programs, these projects, they don't happen. I undertake your point that the tariff change was intended to try to address that, but I think the facts on the ground suggest that it has not fully succeeded.
And I do appreciate that, Mayor. I think that it's relatively recent change and I would give it a little bit of time. That said, when you and I spoke about this a while ago, it was clear that there wasn't any room left, and yet people went out and continued to sell municipalities. I cannot tell you, remember, I mean, I don't run Hartford, but I run a municipality. And I cannot tell you how many unrequested solicitations I received about the great state program. I was dumbfounded that the industry just kept selling and selling and selling, knowing that there was more in the queue, whatever that queue was at that moment, and there's more in the queue now. They knew full well that that program, any attempt to try to accommodate and extend and do whatever we could was defeated by that unrelenting desire to keep selling against a program that was a panacea for the industry. To be quite honest with you, it did not help the cause. Last year, when we wanted to do a small increase, we were trying to be mindful of the towns that were in there, a few towns that we knew, like Hartford and a couple of the other cities where there's an environmental justice component, but they kept selling. And so I still get calls. I don't think they know that I'm the senator who's the chair of the Energy Committee, as they call me as First Selectman Needleman. So it's not helpful to have that happen when we're trying to mediate. And, I asked the commissioner that question quite deliberately because she understands as much as anybody the difficulty of not managing this properly. Point well taken. Nothing would make me happier than to see a great solar array on that landfill in Hartford that for decades I sent my waste for my business up to, and Hartford generously accepted it. So, but again, we need to be circumspect about how we do that, and the industry needs to understand that also. So,
thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to question. So next up is Mike Trahan from Connecticut Solar and Storage.
Senator, good morning, members of the committee. Mike Trahan. It's a timely appearance before the committee, Senator.
Yes, it is, Mike.
So let me just say first, here to testify in Senate Bill 176, and also say that a little later this afternoon, At the number 24 slot and the number 31 slot, you're going to hear from developers who are among the most frequent developers of SCEF projects and of virtual net metering projects. So I'm sure that they'd be happy to speak to you about some details about those programs. But real quickly, so the bits and pieces of 176 that we support, we think the idea of bumping the project size to 5 megawatts is a good idea. We'd like to see some sort of preference if possible, like there have been in the original SCEF pilot for in-state contractors of these projects. Removing the size load restrictions so that rooftops can be maxed out with solar. That doesn't do much for growing the pie, although it does make better use of roof space. I know we've talked to the committee in the past about a uniform capacity tax that I think would be helpful in making those projects run more smoothly. I've submitted some language that was approved by the committee, I believe, a couple of years back at the tail end of my written testimony. And as far as allocating unallocated megawatts of SCEF, we'd like to see those megawatts be pushed back into either utilities territory, regardless of which one is undersubscribed or oversubscribed. As far as opposition, we've testified regularly against bills that would allow the utilities to own solar power generation. For the same reasons that the bill failed in committee a couple of years back. We heard from DEEP about the competitive advantage that the utilities would have and the utilities' possession of confidential financial information that's submitted each year on the ZREC program that would provide an unbalanced playing field there. So, and any requirement, there was a language in the bill that would carve out a percentage of the additional SCEF based on geography instead of lowest bid. We think that lowest bid should prevail. And then there's language that would exclude zero emission technologies from solar from going head to head with low emission technologies in future SCEF or commercial solar projects. We think competition works. We compete every day. We'd like to see competition in those buckets as well. Most importantly, Senator, there's a lot of cliches, I think, in terms of the additional SCEF megawatts that have been proposed. Every little bit counts. More is better than less. I think when you talk about the 10 megawatts that's been proposed, that's going to directly impact about 1,000 ratepayers, 1,000 homeowners, 1,000 households. That's really when you do the math, especially when you consider that a decent chunk of that SCEF power is going to be farmed out to commercial businesses. So when other states are talking about impacting low and moderate income households by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, by the hundreds of thousands, and they're talking about putting up SCEF projects and other solar commercial projects in the tens of megawatts, hundreds of megawatts, and thousands of megawatts. I know those numbers seem enormous, but
seconds remaining.
That's really what needs to be done in order to meet the goal. I understand the fix that the committee is in. We get it. There's certainly no reason to pass language in this bill that would uncap SCEF, virtual net metering, and the new commercial program because of the potential impact on ratepayers. We get that. That's why a couple of years ago we proposed a ratepayer impact study be done by any bill before it's voted by the House and Senate. Any bill that gets out of committee is a cost-benefit analysis. The cost-benefit analysis is supposed to have been done since 2018 on bills that impact the ratepayer. As far as I know, no ratepayer impact study has been done on any of the bills that impact ratepayer bills. We'd like to see that impact study be done on legislation that gets out of the committee. There really is no risk to the committee to pass legislation this year to uncap these three programs because that bill would then go to OFA to determine what the impact on ratepayer bills would be. If the impact,
sorry, that's time.
I would just wrap and say the committee could then decide whether or not they want to move forward with them or decide that the impact on ratepayers is a pass on it. So we just like to see the out.
I appreciate that, Mike. Representative Arcante has his hand up.
Thanks, Senator. Mike, I missed your comments on the competing in the LREC successor program. I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought over the summer, Pure did allow the zero emissions to compete in that 10 megawatt little bucket. Am I right or wrong on that? I'm just not sure.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman. So in the early, sorry, I don't have it. I thought there was something in the bill.
Hey, Mike, there's something going on with your transmission. Every other word is being lost, just so you know that.
Okay, this a little better. Well, to answer your question, Representative Arconti, I thought that there was language in the bill that would exclude zero emission technologies from competing against low emission technologies for some of the SCEF. If that's not there, then I'm in error. But I thought that was there. Obviously, we'd like to see, competition for all buckets, whether it's.
Yeah, I don't remember off memory either. I'll have to go reread it, but thanks for that. And I think, I think there is a will. There's a will, I think, to look at the NRES program, this session, looking out into future cap years. It's just, I'm hoping everyone can kind of row in the same boat on it.
I agree. And, it's very difficult, from your position to make decisions on these bills without knowing ratepayer impact. I certainly get that, but people, and I know OFA hasn't done this, so sort of kind of drop this in their lap seems a little unreasonable, but PURA has done cost benefit analysis. Green Bank has done cost benefit analysis. If you were to say, to take these caps off and then require PURA or the Green Bank to do those analyses, and if they come back that, man, we're really going to whack the ratepayers with this stuff, then you could say, sorry, fellas, come back next year. That would be understandable. But we haven't got to that step in the process yet. Sort of like these requests sort of they stop in the Energy Committee and don't move further. So we just, respectfully ask to just let the process play out.
Yeah, I think that's why we introduced 176, this year to look at that program in particular and to have, the conversations about, have exactly the conversations we're having today on the other programs. So thanks, Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure I see anybody else's hand up. I have the light in my background, so I apologize, but I'm not seeing anybody. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Aaron Good.
I don't believe they're with us today, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Will. If they come back, you can let me know. But we're going to move on to both Frank Reynolds and Dan Canavan from UIL. I'm assuming they want to come on together.
I don't think Frank's with us today. I think it's just
Dan. Okay,
yes.
Great.
Good afternoon. Frank Reynolds cannot be here today. He sends his apologies, given some scheduling commitments.
Well, then we don't want to talk to you, Dan. I'm only kidding.
Fair enough. So Mr. Reynolds is not here. He does send his best. I will provide some commentary on his behalf. Good morning or good afternoon, Senators Needleman and Formica, Representatives Arconti and Ferraro, and other members of the Energy and Technology Committees. I'm Dan Canavan. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for UI Holdings Corporation, the parent company of the United Illuminating Company, the Southern Connecticut Gas Company, and the Connecticut Natural Gas Companies, all of which are wholly owned subsidiaries of Avangrid. We're going to provide some testimony on a number of bills this afternoon. We're going to lead off here with House Bill 5200, the act establishing a task force to study hydrogen power. Avangrid and UIL are very supportive of the bill and the task force. We believe that hydrogen can play a very important role in Connecticut's energy future. We're pleased to see this bill on the agenda today and being debated this session. We believe that clean hydrogen will help decarbonize the state's manufacturing, transportation, and energy sectors. And we look forward to being an active part of this task force going forward. With regard to Senate Bill 176, we offered a number of technical thoughts on that bill. We generally support it. We think that there is some room for an improvement, especially when SCEF, an improved SCEF program applies to UI. I'm not going to go through all those technical amendments, but we're happy to work with the committee to improve that bill to support a very robust and successful SCEF program here in Connecticut. With regard to House Bill 5199, and this is the funding of advanced metering infrastructure, we support the further development of AMI, most certainly. In fact, from UI's perspective, we have deployed 80% of our AMI meters. And the remaining 20% will be completed through year end 2024. To the extent that there are federal funds that can relieve the costs on ratepayers to support that program, we would be very willing to work with DEEP or any other state agency to secure that funding. We are very proud of our AMI rollout to date and look forward to continuing it over the next couple of years. We do have some concerns about House Bill 5203, as you may guess. Section 1, we generally think that a modern rate-making rate plan should include some form of a decoupling mechanism. We believe the decoupling mechanisms protect both ratepayers and utilities from both over and under collections of revenues. In our experience over the last 5 years, we've had our decoupling mechanisms roll both in favor of customers and roll in favor of the utilities. So take for Connecticut Natural Gas, for instance, our RDM, our revenue decoupling mechanism, has flowed to customers each of the last 5 years. Conversely, on Southern Connecticut Gas, it has rolled in favor of the company for the last 5 years. With regard to UI, we do have experience with flowing our RDM back to UI customers as well. So we have some very real experience where the RDM does support both the utility and the customer, and that the utility does not recover more than its allowed revenue requirement as set by PURA, no more and no less.
I wasn't sure if you were done, Dan. Thank you for that. What other states do you operate in? Just remind me again.
Well, Avangrid operates in Connecticut, as you know, as well as Maine in New York, from a operating company perspective.
You find the decoupling more or less onerous in those states, better, worse, and not in terms of for the company, but for the ratepayer and the company?
Well, that is a good question. I do not have visibility personally into how those decoupling mechanisms work in other states. But as I just described how it works for our companies here in Connecticut, we think it does work very well. We appreciate that there might be an interest in opening the hood and taking a look and make sure it continues to operate as intended. That exercise probably hasn't happened for a while in Connecticut, and we're willing to engage PURA in those discussions. But we do feel that there is a place for a decoupling mechanism here in Connecticut. And I'd be happy to do more research in the other states and report back to you, Senator.
Offline, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. I see Senator Haskell has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to cede to the co-chair if you'd like to go first.
I leave it up to you, Representative Arconte, if you want to bring us out or if you want Senator Haskell to go first.
Senator Haskell has the floor.
Thank you so much to both of the chairs. And Dan, thank you so much for being with us today. I want to dig into what I believe is Section 2 of 5203, having to do with what happens in a scenario where there is excess profit, and that is currently distributed, I believe, 50% to shareholders and then 50% to ratepayers. This bill would obviously change that and move that threshold to 80% recovery by ratepayers. One piece of testimony from you that I didn't understand is that, at least in the written portion from UIL, you say that the 50% break helps to incentivize greater efficiency on the part of the company. It would strike me that, in fact, allowing 50% of the excess profits to go to shareholders would incentivize just the opposite. So I'm hoping you could clarify that for me.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question, Senator Haskell. I think the intent of the comments is that the 50-50 split actually works as somewhat of a rudimentary PBR mechanism, performance-based regulation, which this body has charged PURA with implementing over the next couple of years, in the sense that if the company operates more efficiently and earnings are driven up, that the company will share in that excess earnings with customers. And if we change that scenario, which PURA has changed over, historically, it's been different scenarios. Right now, and the trend has been in Connect to be 50-50. That it is what it is. It's a 50-50 split. And the company understands that if it becomes more efficient and drives earnings higher, that they will be rewarded for doing so, and so will customers. And we think that's an important part. And again, functions somewhat like a performance-based regulation, or at least an early form of it.
Thank you for that answer. And if I may, Mr. Chair, does that incentivize when you go before PURA every 2 years as a part of the rate making process? Does it incentivize a company like UI or Eversource to, seek higher rates?
Is that a question directed at me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. No, in the sense that the 50-50 share is based on in excess of whatever PURA approves. So if we go into a rate case for PURA and PURA responds and provides our rate years and our rate methodology, then the earnings sharing would be applied on top of that. So it wouldn't necessarily incentivize higher rates. It's working within the approved revenue requirements and the approved rate plan that PURA has given us. How does the company is incentivized to perform as best as it can under those conditions?
Understood. I think we may not see eye to eye on section 2, but I do appreciate your time and your testimony today.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative Arcante.
Just to pick off where Senator Haskell left off, where do over earnings come from?
Over earnings, with earnings sharing, that could be.
Where do your earnings come from?
Our earnings come from an efficient operation of the distribution system. So as you know, we deliver electricity and gas to customers, and we recover our revenue requirements through volumetric charges collected from those customers.
So
to the extent.
Yep. So the earnings come from ratepayers. So I think just what we're getting at here, right, with this concept is, since earnings and over earnings, are generated, by ratepayers, I think the ratio could benefit a little bit more skewed to the ratepayer, since the over earnings come from them, and I think Avangrid pays a dividend to its shareholders. I don't know what type of increases it's seen over the last couple quarters, but I just wanted to make note of that shareholders have that benefit as well. And then just on decoupling, I appreciate your comments for sure, and I think we're a little bit aligned just on in your comments. I heard getting under the hood, and I know section 1, it doesn't eliminate full revenue decoupling. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, it kind of aligns with how you described it, right? It gets under the hood, gives PURA the chance to get under the hood. And as you know, we delegate a lot of our authority over to the regulators because we just don't have the staff or the ability to do that here. And giving PURA the authority to look at the timing and methodology of decoupling with you guys, in a docket, going through all the numbers and getting under the hood, like you said, I think could be beneficial to ratepayers and the utilities, and those who operate the energy efficiency programs going forward. So appreciate those comments. Just wanted to get that on the record. So thanks, and thanks, Senator Needham.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see anybody else with their hand up. Thank you so much, and say hi to Frank, Dan. I appreciate it. And next person on the list is Gannon Long from Operation Fuel. Gannon.
Hi, sorry about that, Senator. I was just
oh, there you
online.
Go. Great. Nice to see you, Gannon.
Great. Thank you so much for having us. Chairs Needleman and Arcante, ranking members Formica and Ferraro, and honorable committee members. We appreciate the opportunity to testify in favor of HB 5203 today. Operation Fuel has submitted written testimony on this bill, as well as the SB 176, also supporting the bill on shared clean energy facilities. So we'll refer you to those, and I'll just take this opportunity to outline our support for HB 5203, which would reduce utility costs for electric customers in Connecticut. While this bill doesn't solve the energy affordability crisis overnight, I know that's what we all would love to happen, but it does take concrete steps to do what ratepayers in the state have been asking of policymakers for years, to lower our electricity costs. As you all know, they are among the highest in the nation. To give some background, Operation Fuel provides energy and utility bill assistance to low and moderate income ratepayers in our state. Anyone struggling to pay a gas, electricity, oil, water, or other utility bill in Connecticut can visit operationfuel.org/gethelp to apply online 24/7. Throughout the course of the pandemic, we have seen drastic impacts of people who are not able to pay their electricity bills. It causes health stress, it causes economic insecurity, can lead to homelessness. And the energy burden causes real harm for families. We recognize also, and just want to remind the public and the committee, that when people can't pay their bills, the companies still profit. The shareholders do not lose any money. They do not pay anything extra. The companies simply socialize the cost of unpaid bills to all ratepayers. This week, the CT Examiner reported on Eversource's profits, noting that the median salary at Eversource is $140,000. This is almost twice the state median income. And in a community like mine, it's several times that. I'm from Hartford. So we support all of the sections of the bill. We're glad to go into more details if folks have questions. I just want to make a couple of top line points. One is that since I joined Operation Fuel in May 2020, we've been following PURA dockets. It seems clear that PURA is the foremost authority and expert on rate making in our state. Chair Gillette is a treasurer. She's a nationally recognized expert. She was recruited by Governor Lamont to come here specifically to address this problem. And we applaud Chair Gillette for her testimony, as well as the committee for taking this issue up and being, again, it's 1,000 cuts, right? But we have to start making some of them. So I hope after today, it'll be more like 997 cuts maybe instead of 1,000. PURA needs more time and flexibility to analyze the rates. This bill is directly informed by efforts that they've made to rebalance the shareholder ratepayer cost and benefit analysis. And this is the solutions that they've come up with based on their intensive investigation into these issues. I saw testimony from Deep saying that they thought PURA already had the authority to do a few of these things. I think if they did, they'd be doing them. I think that's what we've seen in docket after docket of grid modernization, arrearage forgiveness programs, the shutoff moratorium. These are all things that PURA is doing the best that they can on, and they need more support and they need more authority from you. Very importantly, advertising and lobbying costs are usually a cost that a company, a private business takes on for themselves. We have a problem paying for those, and Operation Fuel doesn't think that that's appropriate for customers to take on those costs. But at the very least, they should be transparent and they should be reported. I saw UI was saying that there would be some administrative challenges to reporting that. I think any company that's doing a substantial marketing effort has a lot of this data already. They know how long they're going to be spending. They know who they're marketing towards. They know what the key messages are. And there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to report that once a year to PURA.
30 seconds remaining.
So just thanks so much. And in summary, I just want to say we support all of these sections. I think it's important that we start bringing down energy costs for ratepayers. We need to be getting that, we don't want to be creating incentives for the companies to overcharge ratepayers and then collect half of the over earnings. That's not what's in people's best interests. And we ask you to support HB 5203. I'd be glad to take questions if anybody has one. Thank you so much for your work for our state.
Thank you again, and I really appreciate your testimony, and I know how challenging a time it is for Operation Fuel. My social service director interacts with you guys, and it's a heavy lift right now because between the cost of gasoline, electric, and home heating, people are being bombarded, and working families and lower income folks have taken a real hit on the chin, a lot of which is out of our control right now. So your organization and the support of the state and the advocates is really, really important. for everybody. So thank you. I see Representative Kavros-DeGraw.
Thank you so much, Chairman Needleman. And thank you so much, Gannon, for being here today. I have to tell you that both last year, my first year, and then this sort of my 1B year, the number one thing that I hear when I survey my constituents is the concern over rising utility costs. In fact, just this morning, I sent a constituent to Operation Fuel because of their difficulty paying their bill. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit just about you spoke about transparency, specifically about the advertising piece, but is there other transparency that we could see on the bill that would be helpful? And, and in terms of do you think that transparency would then lead to the rates coming down?
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for your comments, and thank you, Rep. Kavros-DeGraw. You've been a great partner. And I should just say we did an energy forum for your district a few weeks ago, and that offer, if that's helpful for other people, I know all of you have constituents struggling with your bills, and if that's helpful for any of you, we'd be glad to join you and dig in a little bit more onto what your district is facing. So as far as some of these costs and bringing down the bill, I think there's a few sections. I'm not a rate making expert. I don't know what the education system for utility rates is in Connecticut. I think there's a class at Southern I may look into, but I just give that caveat. One part of it is the ESI. This is about vegetation management. And I think Chair Gillette did a really good job explaining earlier today how Connecticut has a separate fund for these costs. Most states do this as part of the rate making process. In Connecticut, we have through a settlement that, in 2018, it was decided that we'd have a special fund for that. And I would refer folks, I can find this link, but I would refer folks to Chair Gillette's dissent last year when PURA did attempt to implement a lower income, a interim rate decrease for customers. And that was in their decision, but then it was later changed because there was a settlement that was reached. And instead of lowering the profit margin of the company, it was instead decided that people should get a one-time bill credit. So, that's an example of when we're taking things out of the public realm or out of a public contested docket and people aren't sure, it's not clear. First of all, not everybody, it's very complicated to follow PURA dockets and find where the information is. It's not a very searchable site. But when you're doing things with that extra level of not public scrutiny, it doesn't promote really cost-effective spending and centering the ratepayers. And I think two of the areas, so that's about the ESI charge, about the vegetation management and how we're funding that. But I think the other parts are Section 4 and then Section 7. Section 4 outlines how ratepayers are paying for advertising costs, for the utilities. I don't know that we should be doing that, but I do think it's reasonable that they should be reporting what those are. And having worked with, with folks in the utilities and Operation Fuel partners with UI, we partner with Eversource. We do a lot of great things together on behalf of our shared customers. But I think this is a section where, the companies are promoting the companies when they're advertising. And so if they're using ratepayer dollars, that should be really clear, and we should be really clear about what we want them to be using that money for. Most companies just pay that expense. They don't ask for a special fund for it. And then Section 7 is about lobbying. Chair Gillette, again, I was listening to her earlier today, and she was describing how, these lobbying associations, these are a way for the organization, for the companies to get access and to be lobbying things that are not necessarily in the consumer interest, right? She was describing how they were lobbying against virtual net metering, which would be helping people. So I think that's important that, if they want to lobby for whatever their shareholders' interests are, they do have that right as a company. But I don't think it's right that Connecticut ratepayers should be paying for them to be doing that and making our costs in some cases more expensive.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot with how rates are formed or whatever, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you again so much, Gannon. I appreciate your time. We're trying to deal with it as best as we can. And,
we appreciate your leadership.
Well, I do want to talk about that settlement for a minute. We did not think that all aspects of that settlement were in the best interest of the ratepayers. I think that it was incumbent on the state and the utility to try to settle, but settlements are imply that everybody is settling. And I think we've generally operated under the philosophy that it's not always in the best interest of the state of Connecticut to settle. By settling, we have avoided a serious rate case in a long, long time, because the settlement keeps kicking the can down the road and it stops anything from happening for another few years. And I think that, you know, I have to say, I think that by and large, Eversource does a good job. I do believe, and so does UI, but I do believe that for-profit public corporations that are specifically geared towards return on investment for shareholders do not necessarily by nature have the public interest at heart as much as regulated utilities that operated the way they used to did. That said, what is required is an extremely strong regulatory body overseeing them, an even stronger body. And we share the support of Commissioner Gillette. I think everybody involved here has been trying to do their best, but it's a very complicated subject, and trying to unpack it for the best interest of the exact people that you serve. And I don't want to forget that the people you serve represent a slice of the pie of income earners that's very, very low. But there's a group just above that that gets no services and no help, that bears the cost of everything 100%, whether it's health insurance or utility rates, that does not get any kind of public support. And in my opinion, they're people that we need to be looking out for also. You know, low and middle income working families have taken it on the chin right now, and they don't get any help. So with that, I want to thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks so much for the chance, and we really appreciate the committee hearing this bill. We look forward to seeing it go through, and we appreciate your partnership always. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Amy McLean is up next from the Acadia Center.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chairpersons Arconti and Needleman, Vice Chairpersons Winfield and Ali Brennan, Ranking Members Formica and Ferraro, and for all of you who serve on this committee. Acadia Center, I'm Amy McLean. I'm the Connecticut Director and Senior Policy Advocate for Acadia Center, which is a nonprofit that has been doing advocacy and research and committed to the advancing of a clean energy future. We advocate for clean energy future in Connecticut, tackling regulatory and legislative, energy policy, transportation, energy efficiency, beneficial electrification, utility innovation, and renewable energy. So, you know, basically anything that you guys deal with, we deal with too. So I appreciate all the time that you've spent talking about these important bills. I'm here to talk in support of both 5203, but I'm not going to go into detail because I also work closely with Gannon, and she covered a lot of the same pieces that I was going to cover today. I am going to start a little bit, sort of zoom out for a second and say that, you know, Acadia Center understands that unless states implement new regulatory changes, electric and gas distribution system planning processes we won't be able to decarbonize at the scale needed to address the climate crisis. The Northeast states have made important steps directionally consistent with mounting challenges. The recent acceleration of observable and predictable impacts of climate change, including storms and near-term impacts on human life and electrical reliability, irreversible global changes, and disproportionate impacts on human life and electrical reliability, irreversible global changes and disproportionate impacts on communities of color and rural communities. This is what we're facing. And this is not going to solve, this bill's not going to solve it, but it absolutely is the way that we need to start thinking going forward. So the dockets that are happening right now at PURA, the performance-based regulation docket, that's going to be having a public hearing on March 16th of this month at 6:30 p.m. I urge you all to attend it, because all of us have to start learning how to understand what's ahead of us. This is one piece. I agree that I think the focal point of this bill is the advertising that's paid for through ratepayers, the memberships that are being paid for through ratepayers for the organizations that are receiving them. And I feel as though we need to do a better job. So thank you for bringing this up. The second bill I wanted to testify on is raised bill 5200, which is the task force for hydrogen power. We cannot support this presently. One of the reasons is that today, to understand that 95% of hydrogen is produced through a process right now of steam methane reformation. This hydrogen is known as gray hydrogen, and it's not green by any definition. On a per energy unit basis, production of 1 unit of gray hydrogen releases 45% more emissions than a combustible 1 unit of natural gas. Now, I do realize this is a task force, it's an effort to study it. That is really the way to go. But there's, in my testimony, my colleague was able to put in there a lot of good ideas for maybe how we should be thinking about it. So some of the studies show that this is a good thing going forward, but other studies, we have to have concluded that hydrogen in homes, in businesses, and cars is not a cost-effective path to economy-wide decarbonization, and here for several reasons. One, it's much more efficient to use renewable energy, electricity to directly electrify buildings. Two, green hydrogen is and will continue to be extremely expensive to produce. Green hydrogen will continue to be a supply-constrained resource, and we will need to be used in decarbonizing the hardest to electrify sectors. And I believe that hydrogen in homes and businesses of a light industry, states like Connecticut, directly makes it harder for industry-heavy states to decarbonize their economies. So the last thing I'll say is blending hydrogen into existing natural gas distribution system is problematic, and there are a number of reasons for that. But I'll leave it at that, and just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Amy. And I see Representative Steinberg has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Amy, for testifying today. We look to the Acadia Center to give us good guidance on the broader subject of how we can effectively decarbonize. And I take your point that there's much more that we need to do. In that, Acadia operates more broadly than just Connecticut. I'm hoping you can just give us a quick perspective on why is it that Massachusetts, which shares ice in New England with us, and obviously has some of the same cost pressures, seems to be able to do so much more with regard to decarbonization initiatives than we do here in the state of Connecticut.
Well, it comes down to a question of investment. How much are you willing to invest? They actually spend a lot more money on energy efficiency than we do. And so it's definitely population based, right? Because it's a larger population and larger budget. But they have made they've made decisions that have been very hard to make. And they've made a commitment to electrification and heat pump installment and development. So I think I'm not going to go on and on, but there are some reasons. I don't know all of the reasons off the top of my head. I do know that we are going to be doing ourselves a favor as in the CES right now, they've asked what studies, what do we want to look at as we're going forward in Connecticut? In other words, should we reinvent the wheel and figure it out just for ourselves? Or should we look around to our neighbors and say, what are they doing well? And is it going to be completely applicable to Connecticut? Completely? No. But are we going to be able to learn from that? Yes. So I would say I don't have all of the answers as to why they might be doing it better. I think that we're doing okay, but I think we have a lot of room for growth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think that we have an opportunity to learn from our surrounding states, particularly Massachusetts and New York, because we seem to be lagging behind other states, whereas a period of some years ago, that was not the case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Arconte.
Thanks, Senator. Thanks, Amy. I'm sorry for your testimony today. Just to touch on the hydrogen task force, we included environmental groups, as membership to make sure that that voice was heard, on the task force for important reasons like you outlined. I'm just a little cautious now, just kind of hearing the testimony. I mean, is there willingness for a group like yours to serve on the task force and to be a participating member still? I know with the cost estimates, I look back at, I look back at the IRP and look at costs of even solar and wind a decade, 12, 15 years ago, and it has come down so much. And that is the drive behind green hydrogen too in the next decade, 15 years, for it to come down to that price point, that it is affordable. And it requires us to do some of the stuff like we're doing and what Secretary Granholm has laid out in the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
So I focused a little bit more on the negative, but in the testimony, there is some positive comment. So there are viable pathways to truly producing green energy, green hydrogen, most notably by using 100% renewable electricity to produce hydrogen in a process known as electrolysis. A lot of studies analyzing pathways to economy-wide decarbonization include the Massachusetts 2050 Decarb Roadmap, one of those documents that I think we could learn from. So I would say that, as a matter of fact, yes, we would love to be a part of the thinking of how best to use hydrogen in the future, because there is a role for it, and we're not saying there isn't. How we do it in Connecticut, however, is very tricky. And I've learned just this much, but there is this much for us to be able to really continue to look at. So to the blunt question of would we be interested in being helpful on a task force, the answer is yes.
Great, I appreciate that. And I think we all, I know I especially feel the same in regards to just learning about it, and there's so much more to learn. And, I do think Connecticut is extremely well positioned with our fuel cell manufacturers via electrolysis and, Millstone, offshore wind, and our solar array, our ability to generate solar here. And I'm looking forward to that work being done. And then just a quick comment on the Massachusetts and New York, and I'll kind of echo some sentiments from Rep. De La Cruz and Wilson on opening day, is I think Connecticut would really benefit from being a full-time legislature. Massachusetts and New York are both full-time legislatures. They get to work on these issues all year. And for us here in Connecticut, I know I find it extremely frustrating that even if a bill passes one chamber the previous session, we have to start from scratch the next year, reintroducing the bill, redrafting. The draft doesn't even say the same. We have to redraft everything. And especially in this year, a short session, it really doesn't do us any favors of getting this work done. And, I know I, for one, would love to be able to work on this all year, as I know we could, I think, accomplish a whole lot and catch up real quick if we had that timeline.
Yeah, may I respond?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, I agree. And I think that it's a disservice to the people who are really trying to do some seriously hard work right now and you have like 3 or 4 months to do it in, and then you break. Massachusetts has a 2-year legislature. I mean, Rhode Island has something else. I mean, everyone's are very arcane in many ways, but in my opinion, time has come for Connecticut to have a full-time legislature for exactly the reasons that you just outlined.
Thanks. Thanks, Amy, for your testimony, and thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo that also. The legislature works 8 months out of 24. And people wonder why we're cautious, because mistakes can be big mistakes. Because of the situation, delegate a lot of our work, the work that we should be doing as a co-equal branch of government, to agencies that work 24 months a year, 24 months every 2 years, 12 months a year. And it's too easy to make a mistake in this area. We know that, and it's hard to undo those mistakes. So I lend my voice as somebody who takes no salary, no benefits, no nothing from the state of Connecticut. Legislators should be paid correctly and should be working as though this was a real job. You want to put term limits in, you want to do other things, give people the tools necessary to do this job right, and a lot more would get done, and would get done better and more in balance with one of the three co-equal branches of government in the state of Connecticut. I'm going to leave it at that because I could talk about this forever. But thank you for all your hard work, Amy. So I'm going to leave it up to Will now, our clerk, to tell me who from Eversource is speaking when, because we have a bunch of Eversource folks on and different groups, and I don't know who's meant to be speaking at the same time. So Will, why don't you jump on?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, next up we have some people from Eversource, and this group is going to include Douglas Horton, Jessica Kane, and Steve Sullivan.
Well, I can get started. Good afternoon, Chairman Arconti, Chairman Needleman, Ranking Member Formica, Ranking Member Ferraro, and other distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Steve Sullivan. I am President of Eversource Connecticut Electric Operations, and I want to thank you for providing me with this opportunity to appear before you today to offer Eversource's public comment on House Bill 5203, an act concerning utility company cost-sharing mechanisms. As the committee evaluates this bill, we know that the objective is to find ways to help customers who are struggling with their electric bills. This is an important goal that we share with you. Our customers look to us to provide a critical service at an affordable price, and there is never a moment that we forget this. We look forward to working with you on this bill, particularly in relation to the provisions in sections 3, 4, 5, and 7 of the bill. Our written testimony provides limited technical comments on those 4 sections of the bill, and we look forward to constructive dialogue on those sections. We do see a few areas of concern in relation to the changes proposed by sections 1, 2, and 6 of the bill. These provisions raise complex rate-making issues that have an exceedingly far reach in terms of their actual effect on customers and should not be implemented without more in-depth evaluation. We know that this bill is aimed at helping customers, but these changes are not likely to produce the desired impact because of the complexities involved. Our written testimony briefly explains that these 3 sections of the bill raise legal and rate-making issues that must be evaluated and resolved before moving forward. And given some of the testimony that we've heard today, we will submit supplemental written testimony to provide more specificity on those concerns. If our shared goal is to help customers who are struggling to pay their bills, then there are more effective methods that could be implemented in the near term to make that happen. Customers and this committee clearly worry about their rates, but our distribution costs, the main focus of this bill, are only roughly 25% of those rates. Half of the bill relates to the cost to generate the electricity, and the other 25% of our customer electricity bill relates to both transmission service and public policy programs, such as solar credits and other worthy public programs, such as Operation Fuel that was so passionately referred to earlier. So if we want to have an impact on customers, we need to look at initiatives that would make a tangible difference to those customers. Today, we have Jessica Kane, our Vice President of Customer Service, to answer any questions that you may have regarding some of the steps that could be taken to provide real relief to customers struggling the most, and to do it in an equitable way. In addition, moving the development of performance-based rate making along quicker would help in relation to enlightening our customers on our performance levels and what that means to them. Every day, Eversource's 3,800 Connecticut-based employees work tirelessly to live up to our commitments in the state. This means providing excellent service to our customers and investing in the electric systems. Customers receive consistent, reliable service, even when bad weather occurs.
30 seconds.
When outages do occur, customers want the lights on quickly. This also requires consistent investment. Since customers pay for that investment, they should know what that is buying them. And performance-based rate making will help provide this transparency to customers and hold us accountable for the expected service levels. PURA's pending docket to redesign the utility bill may also help customers develop an understanding of what they are paying for. For this bill, our concern is that some of the modifications proposed, particularly sections 2 and 6, will seriously undercut our ability to make investments in the Connecticut system, thereby falling short of providing customers with a tangible improvement.
I'm sorry, that's time.
For these reasons, we respectfully request that sections 2 and 6 be dropped from the bill, and we look forward to working with you on the rest of the provisions to find a way to achieve tangible benefits for our customers. So thank you for allowing me to testify today, and happy to answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Steve. I'm going to give Jessica a minute because you've used up all of the time for this group, and then we'll ask any questions that anybody has.
Got it.
And I can hold for questions if that's helpful.
Perfect. I think that would be much better. And thank you for understanding, Jessica. Senator Haskell, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Steve and Jessica, for your time and for your testimony today. I want to understand a little bit better how often it is that Eversource engages in overcharging and therefore seeks to rectify that through the process as is currently established with the 50-50 split. Does that happen regularly?
I can take that. And my name is Doug Horton. I'm Vice President of Distribution Rates and Regulatory Requirements here at Eversource. Thank you for the question, Senator. It doesn't happen regularly. We invest quite a lot in the state of Connecticut, in fact, more than our current rates allow us to do. And that gets to some of the prior comments that we make. But the effect of that is that we don't earn above our authorized ROE, and we find it very difficult to get even close to our authorized ROE, even though we pride ourselves greatly on managing and controlling our costs to whatever extent possible, which is also a direct benefit to our customers. So short answer is we don't exceed our authorized ROE. We try very hard to get to it and find it to be exceedingly difficult given the demands of the system and that of our customers. So.
Thank you so much for that answer, Mr. Horton. So am I to understand that this has never happened, that Eversource has never earned beyond the authorized ROE?
I don't know that it's never happened. It hasn't happened in recent history. I do know that for Yankee Gas Company, there was an over-earning situation probably 6 years ago, 5 years ago. But I wouldn't want to elaborate or speculate beyond that. It doesn't happen frequently because of the reasons I said. It's very difficult for us to control our costs or to even get to the authorized level of the return that we have based on the fact that we're dealing with inflationary pressures just like every other industry. Our workforce, which is predominantly a union-based workforce, has contract authorized wage increases annually. And plus, like I said, we deal with inflationary pressures just like every other industry. So we pride ourselves a great deal on controlling those costs, but it's a very difficult task.
Thanks so much for that answer. I guess my question then is section 2, which has been under discussion today concerning what percentage of the overcharging should go to ratepayers versus what percentage of it should go towards the shareholders of a company like Eversource, wouldn't really be relevant in the case if Eversource fails to earn above that ROE. So why the opposition today?
Well, there's two components of that bill that if I could react to. The first, and I was listening when Mr. Canavan was speaking before, and I agree with his sentiment, which is on the one hand, here in Connecticut, we're pushing, I think rightfully so, towards a performance-based rate-making model. And as it relates to the rate-making elements, and I agree with a lot of the other comments that this is inside baseball. But as it relates to the rate-making elements of a PBR framework, the idea is to continue to incentivize the utility as much as you can to strive to optimize efficiency and be good cost performers, because then when we get to those regular rate making intervals, customers benefit. Our rates are lower than they would otherwise be. So I agree with what Mr. Canavan said. It's appropriate to have an earning sharing mechanism in place, but when you reduce the incentive and when you reduce the incentive under a PBR, then it takes away some of that incentive for us to be controlling the cost, which is a direct benefit to customers. So although it doesn't happen, the incentive that's inherent in the model, which is trying to impose market forces on a rate-regulated utility, are important to continue to maintain. So that's one concern. The other concern that we have with the bill and was in our comments is is the changes it makes to when that rate review can be conducted. And there are protections in place today. There's a process in place today under which PURA can call us in to confirm that our rates are appropriate and just and reasonable. We have a requirement to have rate cases every 4 years in Connecticut, so there is not a long time lag between that determination is made. But if we do find ourselves in an over-earning situation, that PURA finds that there is a need to reduce our rates because we're over-earning, it has tools to do that today. And this bill would change that process and eliminate some of the necessary due process that exists today, in our view, at least in our reading of the bill as it stands, and take away some of that important process to ensure that there's not a mistake that's made, or that the driver of an over earnings isn't just a short-lived circumstance that would not warrant an adjustment to base rates in the context of a full rate case. So we do have some concerns with the way the bill is drafted in that regard.
Thank you for that answer. My understanding through you, Mr. Chair, of how the bill is drafted is that it reduces the threshold at which over earnings ought to be considered by PURA, but that there is still a discretionary process there. So it's not as though a small amount of over earnings, and when Eversource does something, I don't think it's ever small given the footprint that you have in Connecticut. So it's not as though 0.5%, which I think is what's stipulated in the bill, of over earnings would automatically increase, would automatically trigger that process, whereby ratepayers, but just as many shareholders see a benefit. I think that it just allows PURA to exercise that discretion. And we heard testimony from PURA this morning that they stand ready, that despite the fact they only have, I believe it's 80 authorized staff members under the budget, they stand ready to conduct that regulation. So I guess if I understand correctly, you're saying that Eversource objects to the fact that overcharging could be considered by regulators in a greater percentage of cases because the threshold of 1% would drop.
I mean, that's a piece of it, but my bigger concern is there's a piece of it, as I understand the drafting, which would allow PURA to call us in if they perceive that our authorized rate of return is too high. So what happens is in a rate case, our rates are set inclusive of all of our costs, and that does include a return on our investment in order for us to be able to attract capital to the state of Connecticut in service to our customers. If we earn more than that authorized rate of return today, this is to some of the earlier questions, because we're able to reduce our costs lower than they were in rates, there are protections built in for customers already. However, if the authorized rate of return changes between rate setting intervals, which happen every 4 years, the process today, rightfully so, requires a full review of our costs, of all of our costs, because that's just one component of our cost of service. This bill would allow the rates to be changed for a single issue outside of a full review of our cost of service. And that aspect lacks symmetry. If it were the other way around, if Eversource were to say, hey, our cost of equity has gone up because interest rates are going up, which is what's happening today, we would never be allowed to come in and request an increase to our rates for that single issue without PURA first reviewing our entire cost to serve our customers, to evaluate, did any of our other changes go down, or our costs go down to a level lower than what is in rates? And that's a key concern that we have. So we're not concerned that PURA has, or we're giving PURA the authority to ensure that our rates are just, adequate, and reasonable. I think they have that today, but if the legislature feels that that isn't sufficient, or PURA doesn't, certainly there could be improvements. But the way the bill is drafted, it goes beyond that in our view. And it would have consequences beyond what is intended if the intent is to try to help customers and present meaningful cost savings in their electric bills.
Understood. I know we have a lot of folks sign up to testify, so I appreciate your time, and I want to respect my colleagues who may have their hands raised. So I'm just going to ask two very brief final questions. And one is that it was mentioned by Mr. Sullivan that this legislation would have an impact on ratepayers. Am I correct in assuming that although Eversource doesn't typically engage in overcharging, it doesn't usually make this mistake, if it were to make this mistake, the impact on ratepayers would be that they would have lower bills?
Well, Senator, what I was referring to is, the intent of the bill is to lower the customer's bills. And who could argue with that? I mean, I certainly would like to pay lower costs on all of my bills. And as I said before, Eversource employs 3,800 people that live in Connecticut, and I'm sure they would all love to pay lower bills across the board. But when I think about what we're trying to do here in Connecticut, we are striving to be at the forefront of the country, if not the world, in decarbonizing the electric sector. The electric system is not currently designed and built to enable that reliably. So if we want to decarbonize the sector while improving reliability and resiliency, then we need to transform the distribution system to an extent that we haven't seen in decades. That will require significant investment. And the provisions of the bill that Doug was just talking about, to me, run directly counter to that. They will lower our ability to hire employees to transform the system. It will lower our ability to access capital for investment. And the capital that we can access will come at a higher interest rate. So more money will be going to interest payments as opposed to system improvements. So that's really what I was referring to when I said it will have a counter effect for our customers.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sullivan, and I understand those concerns. But my concern is that we've seen Eversource rates, rates of employees working on the ground here in Connecticut at Eversource declining. So I guess I lack the confidence that those capital investments are going towards grid hardening and resilience and all of the important initiatives that you and I probably agree would help to overall lower the cost for customers. I'll just wrap up with one final question, which is that customers who are, although this doesn't happen very often, it sounds like with Eversource, customers who are overcharged, we're dealing with a pretty nuts and bolts issue. We're deep in the weeds here, but do you think that generally speaking, they would be surprised to know that the overcharge goes, that they don't get that money back when Eversource earns beyond their guaranteed rate of return? Do you think they'd be surprised to find out that 50% of that overcharged money out of their pockets goes to the shareholders?
I think, as we talked about before, especially in regards to redesigning the entire bill design so the customers better understand their bill, that's very important, because to your question, I don't think customers understand the rates really at all. But if I could, just on a couple of issues, we have top decile reliability here in Connecticut, and that is because of the system improvements that we are making on a regular basis. That is all we focus on in electric operations: maintaining the system, connecting up our new customers, building the system out, rebuilding the system, and restoring our customers when they do experience outages. And just in regards to our employees, we have a program with Capital Community College, and we're expanding that to other community colleges, where we're clearly hiring at least 40 line workers per year and putting them into an apprentice program. So I appreciate your comments, and I can understand some of the thoughts that you have, but in regards to hiring employees, we're doing that on a regular basis.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I hope we see continued progress so that excess capital goes, not just to shareholders, but in fact into improving our grid here in Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and for the indulgence of multiple questions.
Real quick,
Senator Haskell.
Hold on, Senator. Doug, did you want to have a chance to just respond to Senator Haskell's last part of that second question? I saw you were going to try to chime in there. I just want to give you the opportunity.
No, I really appreciate that. No, I think I'll let Steve's response stand. Thank you, though.
Okay.
Thanks, David. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and for your testimony and for your time. And thank you, Mr. Horton, as well. My question is basically twofold here. Number one, are you supportive, or I don't know whether you really had in your prepared testimony referred to this. Are you supportive of 5203, and do you believe that is going to help us identify enough ways to get the, not just the transparency, that's a great thing, but to reduce the bill? Because the trajectory at which we are on, is just too dangerous. It's a regressive tax, it's a tax on the industry. We are hearing a lot. We need to reverse that. And each time I've come up and we have come up with ideas, they really have gone nowhere. And all we've seen in the last several years, as a matter of fact, we have the highest cost state, when at the same time we have Millstone, which is really some of the most depreciated assets. And so my question to you is, do you support and do you believe that 5203 would help us reduce the bill or the rates our consumers pay?
Thank you for the question. If I could just briefly start, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Kane to fill it out. I think so. A couple of things. First, in terms of the bill, as we outlined, we do have some serious concerns with some of the pieces here, but it really gets down to your second question, which is that as constituted, we don't think it's going to do the intent. If the intent of this bill is to, be able to tell our customers or constituents that, we've sort of solved the problem. Eversource's bills will now be materially lower. This is not going to achieve that objective. And like Steve said, it will make it much more challenging for us to be able to do the other things our customers want, to serve them safely and reliably. We have to remember that, and it's been said, our delivery portion of the bill, what we're talking about and what this bill focuses on, is 25% of the bill. The 75% of the bill, which is half of which is the cost of the electricity that's generated, the bill doesn't touch that. The 25% of the bill that deals with the transmission cost recovery or the public policy cost recovery, this bill doesn't touch that. So it's focusing on 25% of the bill, which is certainly significant, and it's our portion of the bill that we control, but it's nibbling around the edges within that in terms of some things that could be evaluated and may modestly reduce rates, but it will not, in our view, help customers in a way that we think they need to. Well, it will make it much more difficult for us to be able to attract the capital that we need. But I'm going to let Ms. Kane speak to the opportunities we see.
Thanks, Doug. So I'm Jess Kane, Vice President of Customer Operations across our 3 states. Representative Aurora, I've been waiting for your question. I captured it a few hours ago. At Eversource, and here within my home state of Connecticut, from Bolton up there in the Styx area, we share a goal to increase energy affordability for our customers. I also proudly, living here in Connecticut, have lived in other states like Atlanta, Georgia, where when you fly in, you're flying through that pollution that is not supported with the same types of policies that we have up here in New England with the green energy. But I want to directly address the question that Representative Aurora captured so well earlier today. How can we substantially bring down energy bills to provide real relief? And straight talking, will this do it? So I'm going to share 2 policy changes outside of these bills that are the biggest needle movers to do that. First is the public utilities should be authorized to receive the financial hardship information that the state already has, so we can most efficiently and effectively provide the best programs and service protections for them. Specifically, General Statute 17B90 authorizes a list of a dozen organizations already to receive this information from the state about financial hardship households. So those who Senator Needleman was speaking to as low and moderate income, we're asking to add public utilities to that list of a dozen entities. And why this matters is today, without that list, we're hearing a lot about 1,000 or 1 million cuts. Several among those million would include the material costs that are incurred today in Connecticut to do customer outreach, paid marketing, paid media that our other states don't need, because we get the list from Massachusetts, for example, that says here's who the low-income customers are. We automatically protect them. We automatically put them on a low-income discount rate. So these are avoidable costs, and we can make a difference most quickly, efficiently, and effectively. And to get back to that bang for the buck, again, that Senator Needleman mentioned earlier today, what we're doing today does not have a good bang for the buck. We are not being efficient in the state of Connecticut like other states, and Michigan as well as gaining on that. In addition, this data sharing, so this is data sharing where the state would give you public utilities the list of who the low-income customers are. This worked so well with Unite CT's success. I heard the Department of Housing on earlier today. Eversource partnered with the thought leaders at the Connecticut Department of Housing in the last half of last year, and we identified and proactively pre-qualified all the low-income renters in the state of Connecticut. And we brought in $22 million of federal emergency rental assistance program into the state of Connecticut. So not Connecticut money, federal money into the state of Connecticut to 20,000 Connecticut households. We want more of this, and it was a model across the nation for data sharing. And it was, as Chairman Dykes stated earlier, maximizing federal funding into our states to assist our Connecticut customers is absolutely a goal. And partnerships like this, like what we had with the Department of Housing and United CT, is a perfect example of how we can do that best together. So the state knows who the low-income customers are. We're just asking to please authorize the sharing of it. With your legislative support in the future, we can reduce costs and the burden on our customers by efficiently and effectively providing them the best programs and protection. So that's one. That's the main one in legislative area. There's a great bang for the buck. The second one we've heard about a few times today too. It's a discount rate. We need a discount rate in Connecticut, like Massachusetts, like New Hampshire, like many of the states in the United States have. We've been advocating for this within regulatory proceedings for over a year. And as we compare it to neighboring states, New Hampshire does this best. They have a tiered low-income discount rate that will flex up to a total bill discount of 76% of the total bill. So yes, there are initial reaction as, wow, that comes at a cost. Yes, there are costs to offer that discount, but some of that is offset and avoided on collectibles. The lower the bill, the higher the propensity for customers to be able to pay. We don't hear these same complaints in the other states about high bills yet, and those states are the ones that have a discount rate. So while many policies contribute to uncollectibles, our New Hampshire customers have the lowest arrears. So to summarize, the two best things that we can do, and all of this other set of policies is not going to move the needle for our lowest income customers and moderate income customers without a discount rate, and share with the public utilities who the known low income customers are today, so they don't have to, we can achieve the Chairman Gillette's goal of no wrong door for customers, to provide them the best low income programs and protections. So those are the two answer keys that I've got, and I'll probably come back each year and try to keep plugging them until we get support, because I do love our state of Connecticut and I think we can do a lot better together.
Thank you. I appreciate your response, but I really am a little bit surprised because what you're saying is basically what I call redistributing the cost. So let's assume for a moment that you spend, and I'll give some rough numbers here. The overall energy cost, if you talk about 20 million megawatt hours or 20 billion kilowatt hours, 20 cents a kilowatt hour, $4 billion or so on and so forth. By getting the information about some folks who are having a tough time paying it is not going to change your cost or your expectation of return. And we're talking about basically you're spending $4 billion and you were spending $3 billion 4 years ago. Our rates have gone up by 30% overall on an average, right? Something of that sort. And we're thinking some of the trajectory which is showing us you'll be spending $6 billion in 2027 with the and when I say not just you, meaning the consumers in Connecticut. So what you're suggesting is good for maybe $5 million or $20 million. And I really appreciate you basically looking at that. But there is something big going on here. There's something big going on here that you basically, and I'm sure I could look up the revenues and costs on your balance, on your income statement, and that's gone up by a few $100 million over, or $1 billion or $2 billion over the last 5 years from Connecticut. That's just a major challenge here. And the question which I am asking is, give us something material and substantive to be able to, if we peel off some of these efficiency programs because they benefit few people, what the challenge which we have is, we're just not attacking the big problem. We're just saying, okay, let's just take the person who's making $80,000 because he can pay another $50 a month. That's $600 a year. And the person who's making 120, maybe we can stuff them another 100 a month. And then the folks who are really struggling will help them. And I think I understand that. That should be actually the general fund's responsibility. That everybody should have. If somebody goes to get bread, right, or basic staple, and I think energy is a basic staple. It's not that the person who makes a lot, the supermarket decides, oh, you are very, it's hard for you to afford, I give it to you cheap. What the way it works is that we would provide some amount of, as a General Assembly, as the legislator, some transfer payments. And some of it comes as SNAP program. Some of it comes in other programs. That's our job, to do the distribution, to do the distributive thing, to help our more struggling constituents. But what our ask of you is to reduce the overall cost for everyone by 20%, by 10%, by material amount, by making investments which are sharp and which are very good for our community, for our state. We don't see you do that, it looks like. And so what we are asking you is, or maybe what some we hear is, that our public policy goals are really being stuffed into the bill. And some of those public policy goals may reduce affordability, and people are very upset about it. You know, we may have bought solar energy. One person told me that we bought all of our solar energy at a couple of $100 million higher a year. Out of the $5 billion, I'm saying we're paying $200 million more a year than where you could buy today, because we wanted to buy 3 years ago, right? That's one thing I heard. One thing I heard was that the wind at $100 a megawatt hour, because it's only off peak, is going to be disaster, because we're like, you know, $200 a megawatt hour compared to 5 cents a megawatt hour in Millstone. So we're really in a bad spot. Both of them are zero carbon sources of energy. So what I'm saying is, point us in the right direction, and we are asking Pura to do that. And they're saying, well, we'll give you a set of ideas, but we want you are still a subject matter expert. Work with us. I know there's a little conflict you have, because, you know, the higher bill in some ways helps you. But, you know, help us out, because it's, in the long run, your customers, our constituents are the same people. And so if number 8, if there's something we could add to 5203 to be able to identify material ways to reduce the cost for all the customers, I'd really like your help there. We'd like your help to amend that bill, so that we can, you know, the purpose has to be genuine, that we can't go to 30 cents. We really cannot. Right now, you know that this natural gas at $3, everybody was losing money. This is going to $7 or $8 or $10 at some point. That's the average price over the history of long periods of time. You know, that means at $8 gas, I think we're going to be looking at 30 to 35 cents a kilowatt. You know, it's not going to work. So once again, I'll stop there, not ramble here. But, you know, I do think that the essence is important. You know, I know that there's a lot of narratives, but our constituents, Connecticut does not want narrative. They want us to ask you good questions, because we actually like you, because you are providing what we really need. And so there may be people say, oh, Eversource and this utility. I'm not there to basically say anything to anyone. You're doing a good job keeping the lights on. But affordability is something which has to be in the mix.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. There are other people that have their hand raised, and I appreciate your passion about this issue. We all feel the same way. I would like to give other people.
Senator Needleman, I really need to push back here, because, you know, I have only asked a couple of questions here, and I'm happy to keep it. I can't interrupt the folks who are testifying. You know, there was a long description on the solution offered. Can I ask a question on something more substantive they may offer?
Of course you can, but what I'm hearing is speech making here for the third time, and I appreciate the passion, but there are several people still left to testify. If you have a question, certainly ask it. I am the first to be told about my pontificating. All right, I do it all the time, and I get yelled at for it at home, at work, from my kids, from people in the legislature. I'm just asking to be respectful of other people's time, and let's just wrap it up if we can, because there are a lot of other people to testify, and I believe the questions were answered, but if you have another one, feel free.
Let me stick to one-line questions, and hopefully I'll get good answers there. My question is, do you have, sir, and to Mr. Horton, do you have any ideas where we could add here to 5203, which will help us cut costs?
Absolutely. I think you did say a lot there, and to react to some of that, I mean, I actually don't think we're conflicted. It's been said a number of times here that, Eversource and UI, are conflicted in trying to reduce our customers' bills and solve this problem, and we're not. We, like you, want to be able to reduce our customers' bills and serve them effectively. So I really would appreciate that sentiment that if we could try to work together, I think we'd be in a we'd be in a better spot in the service to our customers. The issue we see is exactly what you said. If it say the cost goes to 33 cents or whatever it may go to, we're focusing with this bill on a very small portion of it, 25%, that by and large isn't going to change over at least the next couple of years, because as the settlement that's been referenced, it bars us from coming in for a full rate case in that interim. There are some details on things that will change that are also being or attempting to be addressed within the bill, but we're nibbling around the edges. And that's our fundamental concern. If our shared goal is to try to find ways to help our customers reduce the overall costs of energy to our customers, or at least to be able to better explain to them the value they're getting, which we also think is a noble initiative and one we support. We think PBR will help us all do that better. We think there's better ways for us to do that. And this bill,
will you give us any language out here to change it that will help us do it?
I'd absolutely be working with you.
Thank you. We'd really appreciate that. So keeping to one line question, do you think on the solar side there is a concern that when you actually get solar energy from developers or outside suppliers, that you really put it in the bill and do not give the net cost, because you may save upgrades or have certain other benefits of it, that you are not really taking that and passing on the entire solar cost in the bill? Is that a question is that a concern which can be addressed?
I mean, if I understand the question, I don't think I agree with the underlying sentiment of it. So perhaps that's something we could take offline just to make sure, given the time constraints. I mean, from the Eversource bill perspective, the costs that are reflected for solar are the costs that Eversource incurs in order to support that solar investment that's, made possible under the public policy.
Okay, I will take that separately, because the question was about net cost versus gross cost. Well, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Senator Needleman, for indulging in me here, and I'll take it to heart and keep my questions one-liners in the future. Thank you, and thank you to you for testifying. Back to you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Lesser, up next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say at the outset that I, for one, and I don't think any of my Senate colleagues would ever object to your pontificating, Mr. Chair. We appreciate it every step of the way. No, but I want to sort of echo some of the comments earlier. Just a question though about affordability, and I appreciate the comments that I heard about making a low-income rate available. But I feel like identifying low-income customers is really a challenge. And I know that the Unite CT program is one way to do that, but I'm worried about people falling through the cracks, and just wanted to know if the folks testifying had other ideas about how we can make sure that we're identifying the population most in need. I see complexity as a barrier to people really getting the assistance that they're looking for.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. So with our Unite CT partnership, I think there was the interest on both sides to proactively identify customers. What we did there is we used data that we've historically used for marketing purposes within our energy efficiency programs. And we proactively identified customers who are highly likely to be low income. And those with the Department of Housing and federal government's approval, they considered them as, yes, that's sufficient enough. If they're 90% probability of financial hardship, treat them that way. And then customers did not need to provide any additional supplemental documentation to prove that. That's an additional option that we have proposed in regulatory proceedings as well. If the state does not provide the list directly to us, but it all would be less precise than customers, at least those who the state knows are already receiving, SNAP assistance or SSI. I think there's a low-hanging fruit opportunity there that we are seeing other states take advantage of.
And would that also enable identification of low is that a population that you're able to identify and target through that metric?
That's exactly the population we're aiming to identify. So it's the customers in Connecticut who make 60% or less than the state median income. And the state of Connecticut knows exactly who those customers are. Massachusetts has known that. And for 2 decades, they've given that exact list every month to all the utilities in Massachusetts. And what we do as one of the utilities in Massachusetts, we put them on a low income discount rate. They don't even call us. They don't have to, they've already signed up with the state. We protect their service from disconnect all winter. And if they build a past due balance, we give them automatically the best arrears forgiveness programs that we've got for them. So it's exactly that population we're aiming for.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and pontificate away.
I'll be brief. Now, I think Representative Arconte has his hand up next.
No pontificating. Thanks, Senator, and thanks, Jessica. I really appreciate your testimony on both of the points you were chatting with Senator Lesser about. One, the low income rate, and really happy you guys are participating in that docket. That glad to hear you guys speak positively about one section of the Take Back Our Grid Act, which that docket came from. So always happy to hear that. And then on the data sharing, so I know that PURA has been attempting to work with DSS on the exact issue you're outlining. And DSS has been very hesitant to accommodate those requests. So I would be, interested in working on language statute that would really force, the hand of that data sharing to happen, because it does sound like it could lead to positive outcomes for whatever decision is enacted out of that low income docket. So I would be, very willing to work with you guys if you wanted to work on language.
We would be thrilled to follow up on that. That is very, very exciting. We're not quite sure where the resistance is, but we made it pretty far down the path within our regulatory proceedings and the support of DEEP and some PURA staff last year, and then it got off the rails again, and we weren't quite sure why, but lock us in, make it be for exclusive use of putting our low-income customers on the best programs and protections for them. Just, lock it in, and we can make this happen.
Great, appreciate that. And then, I do appreciate Steve and Doug's comments on, this bill is, nipping at the edges, 25% of a customer's bill. And I don't disagree, but it's really the only recourse, we have. In regards to the generation side of the bill after dereg, there's nothing I can do, or this committee as legislators, policymakers can really do to effectuate change there. I've been on record numerous times, most recently at our take the system reliability hearing we had a month ago on the benefits of, what I see as vertical integration, where we have the ability, our regulators have the ability to do this type of in-depth under the hood, as Dan put it earlier, rate making principles on things, and transmission, even more out of our bailiwick, or that under FERC's jurisdiction. So when our constituents ask, us to do something, and we try to, right, we can only go after or promote policy changes around the things that we have the ability to do. And if it's around the edges, then if that's the case, then that's the case. But just wanted to, Steve and Doug can chime in too, just zero in on the investments needed to make in regards to decarbonization and transition. So is the electric system improvement, I don't want to call it tracker, whatever you want to call it, component on the bill, are those dollars used for these types of investments?
Absolutely. Those dollars, and there's been a lot of mention of that mechanism, but those are our core capital investment dollars. I think it's been said, but we spend between 350 million, 400 plus million to $500 million a year every year on the state of Connecticut. In traditional rate making, the cost of that is reflected in base rates. Without getting too inside baseball here, the ESI came about as a result of the last rate case to give us recovery of some, but not all of that investment. So we recover now in the current state of things with the last settlement, we get to recover only the costs associated with the first 300 million investment. All of the investments above that we make in Connecticut, and we do by significant margin, those won't be recovered or reviewed until our next rate case. But that the investments that flow through that mechanism are exactly that, Representative Arconti, which is it's our core capital investment in the system to serve the state of Connecticut.
So, and that goes, I know, Doug, we don't need to rehash like there. We always talk about traditional rate making and, what's better to go in base rates versus how you're investing now with the electric system improvement component. And I guess just to focus a little bit on the prudency review or the transparency review, I think a lot of, to Senator Haskell's point, I think a lot of people would be surprised to hear about the ESI and what it does. And I just think if there were more transparency maybe around it, and what type of investments are being made out of those ratepayer dollars, I think it would go a really long way. Because I do echo a lot of my colleagues' sentiments here. The utility is charged with a big task. Like, you have to reliably deliver electricity, and both utilities in the state do a good job at it. But there is a disconnect between profits and the job you're tasked to do, and what our investments or what our constituents' investments go towards getting to that end product that we have in regards to our distribution system.
And
Yeah,
I
if I
agree.
could-
Go ahead, please, Steve.
No, I would echo back what you had said earlier, Doug. To me, there is no conflict between serving our customers and delivering for shareholders. There is a natural tension there, just like there is for every other investor-owned company, between customer service and a financial margin. But we clearly have an obligation to serve. I'm in operations. My people are not spending their time and effort every day thinking about rates. We're thinking about our obligation to serve our customers. And as I said earlier, we do that through maintaining the system, connecting up new customers, restoring the customers quickly if they do experience an outage, and building and rebuilding the system through those capital improvements. And on the ROE side, I recognize we're a regulated company, but some of the issues on the bills that we've talked about before, these were not all imposed unilaterally by Eversource or any other utility. They were part of a regulated process. PURA has a very strong chair. They have a very knowledgeable staff. I'm sure they're quite capable of determining the prudency of our investments. And we would prefer to be very transparent about them. We're very proud of the investments that we make. And as I said earlier, they're delivering top decile performance for our customers. Top decile performance, that's what our investments are doing, but they need to be made on a continuous basis.
I appreciate the comments there, Steve, on prudency and transparency. I think it would behoove all of us, to have those prudency reviews. Maybe there's potentially some common ground we could talk about in regards to prudency reviews. And I don't know. I know the timelines. I know it's inside baseball, but I know the timelines there are difficult and small. But I would appreciate some thought around that, because I think our constituents would appreciate it. And just one last question for me, in regards to your other three territories in Mass and New Hampshire, is the cost sharing split the same as Connecticut's current split, 50-50, or is it different threshold?
That's a good question. It's a different threshold. There are different, rate making constructs in place in each jurisdiction. It would probably be easier if I could just get you a summary, because there are nuances to each, but there are differences in each jurisdiction.
Okay. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. And I want to thank all three of you for testifying. I have one quick question for Doug, and that is, when was the last full rate case in Connecticut?
Well, the last rate case was in 2017. That was the result of a settlement.
That's not what I mean. When was there a full rate case that was not the result of a settlement?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but even in a settlement, I see Vincent's popped up, so he can answer that. I mean, I would just say, even in a settlement, the rigor is the same. The review by Pura. I'm sorry, what was that?
It was not his turn yet, but no, he can answer.
The Pura still goes through the process of ensuring that the rates that come out of it, and I think by law they have to, are just, reasonable, and adequate. So, although issues may be settled and negotiated, there is still a full proceeding to evaluate the costs. It isn't like we're just horse trading without the background in the full analysis and investigation. There's thousands of data requests that we submit answers to under oath, under pains and penalties of perjury. We go before Pura for hearings. So, I mean, I understand the sentiment, but there's still quite a lot of rigor that goes into a settlement. But Vincent, if you could answer the direct question.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And good afternoon, Senator Needleman. The last fully litigated rate case for Eversource Electric that did not result in a settlement was in 2014 in docket 140506. But just to respond to the comment made by Mr. Horton, even though there was a settlement agreement in the 2017-2018 Eversource Electric rate case, that was docket 171046, it was a fully litigated proceeding in the sense of pre-filed testimony, discovery, and hearings. And recall also that the original settlement was rejected by the authority, and the parties had to go back and submit a new amendment, which was then approved in the final settlement issued in the April 2018 decision. So it was a fully transparent process with plenty of discovery and hearings and due process. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Vincent. And I'm not sure because the chairperson of Pure is not on this call right now, that she would necessarily agree or disagree. When is the next, because we just did another settlement, when is the next full rate case that is not based on a settlement?
The settlement that we have bars us from filing a rate case for rates to take effect prior to January 1st of 2024.
So basically, we will have gone for a decade without a full normal operation rate case. And I can't speak to the in-depth nature of the settlement, rate cases, but they're settlements and they're not the same thing, whether they're as in-depth or not. A secondary, what is the normal time frame? Is it 3 or 4 years?
We're required to have a rate review every 4 years in Connecticut.
Okay, so we'll be a decade. Look, I want to be clear here. I'm not here to pick on you guys. I know what section of the bill you're really responsible for. And, with the exception of some of my arguments about storm response that I believe that the company is now trying to address, I can't necessarily sit here and fault the company for a lot of the situation we're in. Tree trimming, vegetation management, top of the list kind of thing. We know what it takes to make a more reliable grid. The more dependent we are on electricity, the more inputs there will be into this grid, the more complicated it's going to be. I don't think anybody understands. I've had conversations in Berlin about the fact that long gone are the days when there were 20 power plants as inputs and 2 million outputs, meaning services to customers. You may end up with a grid that has 1.5 million inputs and 2 million outputs. That is something that has become way more complicated. So much as I want to drive rates down as much as possible, I just want where we are in the cost of delivering electricity to the residents and the businesses of the state of Connecticut to be transparent and clear and explainable and as efficient as possible. I have other issues with the model of this sort of, public stock corporation that's multi-platform, multi-jurisdiction, where the company itself, the parent company, is not really regulated by any one entity, but by many entities, and each one has a different approach. I'm not sure that model works. And as Representative Arconti said, in learning what we've learned, I'm not sure that we were not better off with a more vertical model, which I'm not sure that everybody at the company would rather see or nobody would like to see. But we've certainly complicated it even further because nobody blames, the power plant at the end of the street for their higher rates. They blame you and they blame us. But it's not about blame. It's about being transparent and doing the best we can for the ratepayers and helping those that are underserved. I just want to respond to one thing Senator Lesser said. When we did take back our grid, the issue of reimbursement to ratepayers who has experienced extended outages, which ended up being in statute, we searched high and low to figure out a way to make sure that that was more targeted. But nobody could come up with a way to do that, actually. That we ended up with a blanket, 96 hour, 120 hour, whatever the real timeline is. But we really wanted that to go to the people who lost food and medicine, who couldn't afford it. So there is a challenge out there, as Jessica said, with targeting the right people. And if this state can figure out how to do that better, we should do that better. I'm not sure about the 60% of the median income, because as I said, I think the people that are above that, between 60% and maybe 120%, are the ones who get no support, and they're the ones who are feeling all the pain right now. So again, all the public sentiment about how I feel about the company notwithstanding, I respect everybody that works there, and I think that you're all trying to do the best job you can. The dynamic tension as you put between shareholder value and return and value for the residents and the ratepayers of the state of Connecticut requires a strong regulator. Right? This does not work without a strong regulator. This model is a model meant to be gamed by people who have the resources, by businesses that have the resources to game it and strong arm it when they don't have. I was thinking 92 people, but that was with the broadband extra people that they were supposed to get. So it is 80 people. And you may have 80 people on this call right now. I'm only kidding. So to advocate for a strong regulatory body, because it's the only way to protect the ratepayers. They need to be able to unpack your rates. I'd be interested in Chairwoman Gillette's, opinion on doing full rate cases versus doing settlements. But I don't like the idea of settlement, kick the can down the road. I think sometimes I get the impression as a marginally informed legislator responsible for this work, I get the impression that we're not getting the best bang for our buck. But that's an opinion, not a fact. So with that, I'm going to let you guys go unless anybody else has any questions. You've all been great to work with. I will say that. I haven't met Steve yet. I'm looking forward to it. As I said, if he comes to my office with a Yankee t-shirt on, I'll probably like him a little bit more, but.
Thank you, Senator. I don't know if I can help you there.
Okay. Well, let's just say there will be no baseball for a while and we're going to all suffer. So anyway, thank you for your time. Up next is Derek Phelps.
I'm sorry, Senator. It's actually Vincent, isn't it?
Oh, Vincent, I'm sorry. I did not mean to forget you, Vincent.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Arconti and Chairman Needleman, Ranking Member Formica, Ranking Member Ferraro, and other members of this distinguished committee. My name is Vincent Pace. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for Eversource, and thank you very much for the chance to appear here very briefly to offer comments on 3 bills. The details appear in our written testimony, but very briefly, the first bill is Senate Bill 176, an act concerning shared clean energy facilities, which modifies the current caps for shared clean energy facilities, allows EDCs to seek permission to own solar, and allows commercial and industrial consumers to use their entire rooftop space for generation. We support this bill because it encourages renewables. And we agree with United Illuminating in their written testimony. We look forward to working with this committee and other stakeholders to address some very limited technical comments that were identified during testimony today and also in the written testimony. The next bill, very briefly, is House Bill 5199, an act concerning the funding of advanced metering infrastructure, which directs DEEP to use any funds they obtain under federal law and federal programs to offset the cost of advanced metering infrastructure for our customers. And of course, we support this bill. And after hearing DEEP's testimony today, we fully support and share the goal of accessing federal dollars to offset this important investment to help our customers. We're already working on our filing to DOE. And if this committee chooses to codify that obligation in law, we're happy to see that happen. It's our obligation to support our customers, to look for funds that can offset what customers pay here in Connecticut. And we will be proceeding to submit those types of applications to Department of Energy to see if we can leverage federal dollars. The final bill is House Bill 5200, an act establishing a task force to study hydrogen. And that sets up a terrific task force to look at hydrogen-fueled energy in the state's economy and our infrastructure. And we support the state's leadership. We applaud you for taking this step, and we look forward to working constructively with all the task force participants to study this important technology and submit recommendations to this committee. So with that, that concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you again.
Great. Thanks, Vincent, for your testimony. I don't see anybody with a hand up. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Derek Phelps. You're on mute, Derek.
Oh, beg your pardon, I thought I was unmuted. Thank you, Representative Arcani, Senator Needleman. My name is Derek Phelps. I'm Director of Government Relations at Fuel Cell Energy, Inc. I'd like to offer some brief comments on two bills being considered here today. Senate Bill 177, which involves a study of grid resiliency, and House Bill 5200, which will create a task force to study hydrogen power resources. First, Fuel Cell Energy wishes to convey its strong, enthusiastic support for Senate Bill 177. Indeed, we welcome the opportunity that this proposal will facilitate to fully explain and articulate the many ways stationary fuel cell resources contribute to grid resiliency and reliability. Fuel Cell Energy also wishes to convey both its gratitude and unambiguous support for House Bill number 5200, which will establish a task force to study the enormous potential of hydrogen as an energy carrier for power production and as a transportation fuel, a repowering fuel, and a high temperature heat source. That said, we have two important recommendations that we would respectfully like to put forward to further improve the potential around such a task force. Section 1 of the proposed bill details 6 excellent tasks that will be assigned to the task force, ranging from a review of regulations needed to spur investments in the hydrogen sector to policy recommendations that would facilitate hydrogen production in concert with offshore wind resources. Of particular importance, we believe, is that the task force will also be assigned the charge of examining, quote, how to position the state to take advantage of incentives and programs created by the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the Infrastructure Bill. However, as written, all such findings and recommendations of this task force must be submitted to this committee not later than January 15th of 23. While admittedly a short lead time, FCE suggests that calling for a preliminary report relating to infrastructure bill programs specific to the hydrogen industry by, say, July 15th would seem appropriate and beneficial to the state's interests, and FCE stands ready to assist in facilitating such a report. Finally, we would also respectfully point out that given Connecticut's role as host of multiple companies who manufacture various products in the hydrogen space, including stationary fuel cells, it would be a missed opportunity to assemble a task force of this nature without expressly providing one or more seats for a manufacturing company. We thank you for your consideration of these proposals, and as always, your important leadership on behalf of our state's hydrogen fuel cell industry. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Derek. Appreciate the testimony. I'll definitely be reviewing it too. Those recommendations, I take them in good faith on adding the manufacturing seats to the task force. And in regards to the hydrogen hub, I know the members of the committee, myself, and we've been talking with you and others around timing with this task force and the reports and the quick timing on the other hydrogen hub proposal that I know you and others, and possibly partnering with New York, are working on. I don't know if you wanted to give a quick update, on that and how, you see maybe a report or something this task force can do to help in that regard, right? Because we have two objectives here, right? The short term.
Yes, sir.
Connecticut, position Connecticut as best it can for the DOE proposal, and then long term, the task force second priority is long term. Come up with this with these recommendations for the committee to undertake next session to go down for the next 10 years.
Yes, sir. So thank you. We are encouraged by what appears to be a spirit of collaboration and cooperation among many disparate groups in Connecticut. Doosan, others are all working and talking with one another. The Connecticut Hydrogen Fuel Cell Coalition is kind of in the middle of all that. And we're encouraged by reports that, the governor's office and UConn are all working together. It appears that there is a effort afoot by our friends next door in New York, particularly through NYSERDA, to put together a collaborative effort that might involve other states, including us. I don't want to get ahead of what might be a forthcoming announcement in that area, but it's our impression that there may be some news coming soon about a team coming together to work on all of this. Coming back to what you just asked about, I do believe that some early effort coming out of the task force where we are where the task force is assembling concrete proposals for how Connecticut in particular can be, and its many resources here with the industry, and I think history reflects that we're the center of the universe or the birthplace of the fuel cell industry, can be particularly well positioned to make a compelling application for the Northeast Hydrogen Hub. We've got a lot of potential here in the coming years with investments in renewable resources, offshore wind, and our nuclear facility that we already have, to maybe deliver something that is particularly, I'll say, kind of punchy and really puts Connecticut above kind of the center point in being able to, kind of showcase what the state has done in recent years and really equipped the industry to be very well positioned with all of these infrastructure investments that are coming out. There are indications that there will perhaps be more than 4 hubs. There's some conversation going on right now through an RFI that is asking the question, should there be just 4 and have them be very large, or should there be several, say 6 or more, maybe as many as 10 or 12, in the interest of trying to cultivate technology? We think there will be more than 4, but we also think that there will be a Northeast hydrogen hub that will be kind of putting its arms around multiple states. Am I responding to your question?
Yep. Yeah. No, I appreciate that answer. I think it's good for the committee to hear too what's been going on within the industry behind the scenes around this historic bipartisan infrastructure bill from the federal level, and how Connecticut truly can play a really big role in it.
Yeah, it's exciting. We think Connecticut is really well positioned. Just speaking it kind of extemporaneously for a moment, it's not often that New York, kind of accepts that they might need the support of their neighbors. But it's interesting to see New York say, "Hey, Connecticut, let's talk to you and let's get conversations going between our states." And that seems to be happening right now. And it's because when it comes to discussions about hydrogen, you know, we've got more than our fair share of skill and history on our side. We make a regional application stronger based on so much history in the hydrogen stationary fuel cell space. And, you know, no doubt about it, Connecticut's legislature has played a strong role in helping to make that happen.
Thanks for that, Derek. Thanks for your answers. I don't see any other committee member with their hand up, so I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Will Herschel.
Hello, everyone. Chairman Needleman, Chairman Arconti, the rest of the Energy and Technology Committee, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm Will Herschel, CEO of Verigy, a Hartford-based solar and storage development company. We focus on commercial industrial installations, behind the meter installations, and grid-tied distribution level installations of solar projects. So this testimony is going to be on Senate Bill 176. We support that bill with certain amendments, specifically with regard to section number 1 and the section 16244Z subsection G portion of section 4. We support the increase in the size from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts. We feel that's the appropriate size for these types of installations. Technically, they are load reducers from an ISO level perspective. So we think it's an effective and appropriate sizing for these individual projects. Number 2, we accept and support the removal of the size to load restrictions for individual projects in the NRES programs that are going to be located on individual rooftops. We would ask to amend the bill to expand that to include canopies adjacent to individual rooftop solar installations that would be in excess of the on-site load on an annual basis, as well as contiguous parcels of land that are adjacent to those individual installations. We think that serves the same purpose and allows us to go forward and work with individual customers to maximize the potential of their desirable locations for solar installation. One important thing to mention in terms of the size to load restrictions and removing that requirement from the NRES program is to recognize that once you do that, you're taking that individual installation and removing it from the existing tax exemptions that are available to solar projects here in the state. And so one thing that we've been advocating for a period of time that we'd like to re-advocate for would be for a standardization of taxation for projects that exceed on-site load. This would apply to SCEF projects. This would also apply to the new NRES projects that exceed the on-site load for individual location. And if that individual issue isn't addressed appropriately, I think this legislation it could create some significant problems going forward for all of the programs here. I know for a period of time, there was a number of bills that were proposed. I think SB 993 last year in terms of a uniform capacity tax was proposed. We're in favor of that bill or a bill that accommodates all the individual requests around standardization of taxation for these types of projects. Want to make sure that all of the constituent parts, whether it be assessors or the municipalities themselves, are aware of what that's going to be to make sure it's a fair and equitable charge. But the industry specifically, especially with removing this individual size to load restriction, is going to need some understanding of what to expect as we develop those individual projects. Section 2, we definitely support the increase in the percentage of the credits allocated to low to moderate income customers for the SCEF program. We also would like to say that we oppose the EJCs getting located directly in EJCs on a 40% basis for SCEF, not because we don't want to increase benefits to those communities, but the best way to do that would be allocate credits from the SCEF program as opposed to directing individual installations into those communities. The real benefit of the SCEF program is allocating the bill credits that are available through the SCEF program.
30 seconds remaining.
So I'll go quickly to probably section 3 here, just expanding the individual caps of the program. 25 to 35 is great. We think it would be very helpful for the industry to go larger for a number of reasons, our carbon emission goals, et cetera, many other things that have been mentioned previously today. And then the last thing, I think it's been said by a number of testifiers here today, but we do not think it's appropriate for the EDCs to be administering and participating in the SCEF auctions. There's a significant conflict of interest with them serving in both those capacities, not to mention the general prohibition for them to own generation assets that's been in place since deregulation. Thank you very much for your time today, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thanks, Will. In just regard to the uniform tax proposal, do we know if CCM and cost have, signed off on that compromise this year. It'd certainly go a long way if those two organizations were okay with that.
Yeah, so just to answer your question, I don't believe that they have signed off on particular language, but I've had a number of conversations with them. And I think other industry participants have had a number of conversations with them about the proposal. And I believe that subject to a few tweaks, languages could be agreed to. So I don't think specific language, like language from last year, SB 993, has been approved, but there is a construct there that is in agreement.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful for me. I definitely need to circle up with the folks at CCM and costs, on this, and hopefully we can get. I would like it to get rectified too. It's been in front of the committee for a couple of years now, and we always get kind of stuck at one point in the process with it. So I think if we could all come to an agreement and get it done this year, I know I would greatly support that. So I see Rep. Aurora has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will, as I mentioned earlier, be short on my questions. Thank you for Mr. Herschel for your testimony. My first question is that if we allow utilities to come in, would they have an unfair advantage over developers like yourself?
I believe that they would. They essentially control a number of things associated with the program. If they're administering the program, they get to interpret the rules that are approved essentially by PURA. They produce the rules that are approved by PURA. And I've experienced a number of times where their interpretations maybe do not square with the rest of the community's interpretations of those individual guidelines that they're interpreting, which they also drafted. In addition to that, they control many of the levers that we look at in terms of understanding what a bid price is going to be for a particular project, specifically interconnection. So if we're going to interconnect an individual project or bid a project into this program, we have to understand the costs associated with that project. And the utility company or Eversource, the EDCs, are going to be the ones that are going to dictate to us what the cost of those upgrades will be, those costs being borne by the developer. And if they were allowed to participate, in addition to being the kind of arbiter of who's going to win these individual projects, they would in some ways be able to control what those interconnection costs would be for their individual projects, which would put us at an unfair disadvantage, to be clear.
So to some extent, it's already a very small market in Connecticut in terms of megawatts. You think that could really push the developers right out of Connecticut in some sense?
I think that the EDCs would have a significant control over which projects are going to be successful and which projects are not. Yes.
Thank you. Another quick question. Do you think this idea of constraining certain facilities to certain income customers is counterproductive? In a sense, there's a fungibility of megawatts and a fungibility of emissions and a fungibility of costs. If we have less emissions in Stamford versus Norwalk, it doesn't matter. It's less emissions. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even matter if there are less emissions in China, for that matter, because it's one Earth when we're talking about. So, do you think it's counterproductive, and it would be a better idea not to put such constraints?
I do. I think what we've strived to do with this program is to install a certain number of megawatts of clean energy at the best cost available for those types of technological solutions. And what constraining us to a particular geographic area would do would take the ability of us to go to better locations, whether it be from a topographic perspective or other siting reason, whether it be for an interconnection cost perspective, and locate them in areas and not actually provide real benefit to those areas. Because as I mentioned previously, the real benefit of this program is the ability to allocate those credits to people who need them most.
Thank you. And finally, do you have any ideas or suggestions, whether it be by scale, by increasing scale, or whether it be by other regulatory relief, that we could reduce the cost of solar and make you more competitive, so that at the same price as other fuel sets, we could increase the size of your your participation, or we could increase the amount of solar we have. Right now, it's still quite small. As I said, 90% of all our energy generated comes from nuclear or natural gas, or 88%, some very large number. Do you have any suggestions for improving the cost basis for your developments, for not just yours, but for the industry?
Yeah, so I mean, costs have come down over a period of time for the cost of installation. If you were to look at a levelized cost of electricity analysis for solar, utility scale solar, distributed solar, utility scale wind versus traditional resources, renewables are going to be more cost effective. The trouble is usually you're comparing those costs versus already established and fully depreciated operational assets. But for Connecticut specifically, there's more than enough appetite to develop more solar here in the state, more solar plus storage here in the state. Every year we've been hitting the individual caps associated with whatever program we're participating in, whether it be LREC, ZREC, whether it be the SCEF program, or whether it be the upcoming NRES program. So there's more than enough desire, there's more than enough ability, and more than enough willing property owners, businesses, et cetera, that are looking to participate in these programs. And we're really just restrained by the size of the programs that we're allocating here in the state. Costs continue to go down. It's a technology, it's not a commodity. Our fuel is free. So we're subject to certain large scale inflationary actions, just like everybody else, as well as geopolitical situations in terms of like the increase of cost of certain component parts, steel, et cetera. But outside of that, we expect over the long period of time, the cost will continue to go down. And again, our fuel is free.
Thank you. I really appreciate your input. We do hope that at some point, you are going to be what to call, competitive at at our energy price, which is 9, or these days it's 10 cents. Our standard offer is 10 cents really right now this year, I think. So, or 9 or 10 cents. And I'm hoping, you might be competitive at that price itself. So really, you are really looking for no subsidy. All you're looking for a long-term commitment for that price.
That is correct. I mean, if you look at the SCEF auction results from the previous 2 years, I believe the highest price that was awarded in Eversource territory last year was around $88 a megawatt hour. So if that's your ballpark, we're already there.
So you think at 88, if we did it at $88, we could get much more participation? We could increase volume at $88?
Specifically at $88 for last year in the auction, that was the highest price that was awarded, considering the circumstances. Yep.
Great. No, that's really good to hear. Thank you very much for your testimony, and we hope to more conversations in the committee on this subject to increase the, maybe benchmark it to some number, the standard offer, and offer much more megawattage. Thank you again, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised, so thanks, Will, for testifying.
Thank you.
Next up is Don McKay. No, Dawn will?
No, she's here. She's just
okay.
Muted. We may be having some technical difficulties. So Lori Brown is here.
Yeah, we'll go to Lori and we'll circle back to Dawn as soon as she's able to join.
Okay.
You're
Good
up, Lori.
afternoon. Great, thanks. Good afternoon, Representative Arconti, Senator Needleman, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on Senate Bill 176. CTLCV appreciates the committee's effort to update our community solar program. However, we feel that the modest changes to the solar development caps contained in 176 are not quite enough. The annual cap should be doubled from 25 megawatts to 50 megawatts to really have a significant impact, especially with respect to increasing access to clean energy and energy equity. Furthermore, the cap on our state's commercial solar program is an unnecessary impediment and should be doubled from 50 megawatts to 100 megawatts. And the result of these constraints, the majority of proposed commercial and community solar projects get stranded or are undersized vis-a-vis their potential. And so I fully agree with Representative Steinberg, who said that, you know, our state's ability to increase our solar energy production is critical to reaching our clean energy goals under the Global Warming Solutions Act. The success of our solar programs really hinges on removing the barriers to both commercial and community solar. And I think Vicki Hackett stated that increasing the cap would increase solar and that they would be able to address the rates and any associated cost increase. These arbitrary constraints were placed on the programs by the legislature, and so now it's time to update the law and allow these programs to grow. The Energy and Technology Committee should fix these programs as soon as possible to unleash the full potential of solar in our state. Also, according to calculations presented by the Coalition for Sensible Solar Regulation, the ratepayer impact of the recommended increases in program caps would really be negligible. And you'll be hearing more from Mark Scully later today. He's speaker number 43 from the Solar Regulation Coalition. But we also agree with Mike Trahan's request to let the process play out and get the information needed on the cost-benefit analysis, particularly looking in the long term. Certainly, there are huge benefits to commercial solar, which allow small, medium, and large businesses to put solar arrays on their own premises on a roof or parking lot, which lowers their electric costs and reduces the need to take up forests and farmland. I guess essentially Connecticut really should be ramping up its incentives for clean, renewable energy sources available to all communities, while at the same time reducing our reliance on large, centralized, and out-of-state resources. So we're asking that you add provisions to SB 176 that would remove the outdated barriers to solar power by increasing the commercial solar caps to 100 meg and increasing the community solar caps to 50 megawatts. So finally, I don't profess to be an expert in energy and technology, but I do see the need to do more to address climate change, and this committee is central to making that happen. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Rep. Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Lori, good to see you. Thank you for testifying today. Just to pick up on your comments with regard to the caps, we've been around and around and around when it comes to the cost-benefit analysis, particularly of solar, as it applies here in the state of Connecticut. And I find it to be just an ongoing obstacle for us making good, if tough, decisions about how to expand our renewables presence in the state. What do you think it's going to take for us ever to get the kind of analysis that you described that will allow us to really weigh the costs against the benefits, which always seem to be left out of the equation?
Well, the benefits of renewable over the long haul, absolutely. I mean, the benefits of solar, that study, I think there are experts who you're going to hear from. There's at least 9 more experts, much more versed in this than I am, that's still waiting to speak. And I think they'll answer some of those questions. We certainly need the willpower to do more. I think Mike Trahan also had said, let this process play out, get the cost benefit analysis long term. I think over the long haul that, renewables certainly, and even now are producing huge benefits to our state. And we can't keep thinking about how we can't do this. We've got to find ways to do it and make it beneficial for all residents across Connecticut. I mean, we all, renewables are competitive in the generation piece. It's really the infrastructure and the transmission that they become out, that people keep claiming that renewables are so expensive. We need to fix that, and we need to get some real evaluation in the long-term cost benefits and move our state in that direction.
Thank you. And I will hit up the experts that you are telling us are coming down the pike. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Laurie, for your testimony. I come from the same point of view that we really need to make a concerted effort to reduce emissions. And, in a discussion last time, we really agreed with our Commissioner FG that most of the reduction in emissions has come from replacing other fuels, coal and oil, by natural gas. And that is basically all the 5-year or the 10-year decade, whatever as benefits we've gotten, 90% comes from that, or it's a large proportion comes from that. So would you be supportive of a natural gas pipe to bring more gas into our state so that we don't have to buy Russian gas, which is going to be all bloodstained and is create a lot of challenges? Would you be supportive of that to help reduce emissions?
We absolutely have to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. That's what keeps us on this roller coaster of never being able to predict what we're going to have coming down the pike. If we really invest seriously in renewables, we need to get started on that so that we don't have to build new pipelines. We don't have to put new gas power plants in our state that often are sited in communities that are already overburdened by fossil fuel infrastructure. We absolutely have to end our reliance on gas. And so that, I think, broadly is the position that I think a lot of people, especially young people today, are just banging their heads against the wall, trying to figure out why we keep going back to fossil fuels as our backup. It's just not working for us.
Do I interpret that you say, no, you're not supportive of a gas pipeline from Marcellus?
I am not supportive of any new gas pipeline, especially with all the leaks that are happening and the methane and everything is. There are lots of problems with gas pipelines, just as there are with siting new fossil fuel infrastructure in our state. That's not the way we should go.
We already have the gas plant. We don't need any more. The reason I'm saying is because, we will be forced sooner or later on a cold winter to get Russian gas. And that would be a tragedy. That is really, it's going to kill people. It's going to kill people, and they're killing people. And two choices have to be made. And on the long term, obviously, everything's going to come from renewable. But I appreciate we share similar mission, reduced emissions. But I think the path forward is just first from step by step, from coal to oil, oil to gas, gas to all renewables. But it has to be a stepwise. If not, we'll just kill people. But thank you very much for your input, and I appreciate your time. And you can comment if you'd like, and after that, I'll get back to Mr. Chair.
I would just have one response to that, and frankly, I think we're past seeing gas as a bridge fuel. It is a fossil fuel. And that's been stated for quite clearly, I think, by our DEP several years ago. And we have to move more quickly. The IPCC report that came out has even lessened the amount of time that we have to act. And the longer it takes us to act to reduce our emissions, the harder the climb is going to be to get there. And we're already missing all of our targets. We're not on track to reduce our emissions. We've got to get serious, make tough decisions, take significant actions, and make something happen. And there's time to do it.
Rep. Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick clarification. I just want to make it clear for all those who are watching out there. Connecticut uses no Russian gas. None. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further hands up, Rep. Aurora.
Yes, I just want to clarify that on the cold day when Everett imports gas, and it happens on cold days, I wouldn't take any names as to whom I'm correcting, but on days which are very cold in the past, we have imported Russian gas, and it will happen again if we don't prepare for our pipe which is 80 miles or 100 miles away. And that's just a fact of the matter. And I can pull up exact days over the last decade, how many times we've done that. Used to happen all the time, and now it happens every now and then because it's not as cold as much anymore. And it comes through mass, and from mass it comes to us. Now you may say, well, we don't get it directly because we don't have a liquefaction terminal ourselves, but that's true. So I'm corrected, but it comes through the Everett terminal in mass, and then it comes to us. Thank you. Just a point which I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, thanks, Lori, for your testimony.
Thank you.
I see Dawn is with us.
Can you hear me? I'm not sure if.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I have some technical issues, so I appreciate your patience. And thanking you for allowing me to testify today. Senator Needleman, Representative Arconti, Senator Formica, Representative Ferraro, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Dawn McKay. I'm a resident of Suffield and an environmental analyst for the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I'm also a member of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 23,000 state, municipal, Board of Education, active and retired public and private sector workers, including our state information technology professionals and the environmental engineers and scientists that work at DEEP. I offer the following testimony on House Bill 5198, an act requiring the study of use of technology in the state. The tools offered by advances in technology, whether they're computer, software, hardware, the use of new and innovative equipment or diagnostic machines is remarkable. And frontline workers at DEEP and throughout the state utilize a wide range of technologies. And this bill isn't specific as to what type of technology should be considered for studies, but what's clear is that the state employees, very likely myself and other people who I work with, could be impacted by its findings. And because of the experience and skills of DEEP employees, any study that did not include our expertise would be incomplete. If this bill moves forward, we ask that it includes a requirement that the commissioner consult and seek comment from frontline in-house DEEP employees as part of the study. Additionally, to ensure that this committee, the General Assembly, and the members of the public receive the best information, frontline workers should be able to review the study and offer suggestions for improvement prior to it being reported back to this committee. Frontline state employees are one of Connecticut's greatest resources. We're residents, taxpayers, policy experts, dedicated workers, and ready to deliver exceptional service for the people of our great state. And we encourage you to make use of this resource. We'll not let you down. I'd just like to thank you for hearing my testimony. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dawn. I don't see anyone with questions. So thanks for your testimony.
Thank you. If someone could remove me from the meeting because I'm having technical difficulties, I can't get out now.
I'll take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate it. Okay, take care. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your work. All right, I see we have our next presenter.
Yes, they're ready to go.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Distinguished members of the committee, my name is Uğur Paşaoğulları. I'm a professor of mechanical engineering and the director of Center for Clean Energy Engineering at the University of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the University of Connecticut in support of the House Bill 5200, aiming to establish a task force to study hydrogen in Connecticut. Not only do we support the bill, but we also believe that the task force will be strengthened by adding the president of the university or her representative as an official member. We support this bill because we believe hydrogen is a way to secure Connecticut's decarbonized energy future. The task force will study hydrogen's role in transitioning into a carbon-free future and will help define the necessary framework for wide-scale implementation in Connecticut. Hydrogen is now widely accepted as a significant component of the next generation energy infrastructure. Connecticut has a price history in hydrogen fuel cells, and we at UConn are proud to have been a part of it. At UConn, we not only conduct research and develop technologies related to hydrogen, but we also train the workforce. So many of our alumni are part of the hydrogen and fuel cells workforce, not only in the state and the country, but across the world. UConn has extensive expertise in clean energy, with over 100 faculty working in the field. The center I lead was founded 21 years ago to develop fuel cell and hydrogen technologies. We work with all the hydrogen and fuel cell technologies in the state and with many others worldwide, as well as many national laboratories and universities. We have most recently started a global hydrogen alliance with our university partners in Germany, Italy, Israel, and Japan. We are ready to serve the task force to make sure that we clearly understand the benefits of hydrogen and develop the required components to ensure a rapid and effective transition in Connecticut. As mentioned earlier today, efforts are building across the country, including the Northeast, to establish regional partnerships to take advantage of large federal initiatives in hydrogen. This is one opportunity that we cannot miss. Our state has made large investments and commitments in renewable and nuclear energy. We believe all of this will be strengthened by incorporating hydrogen into the energy infrastructure. We will not use hydrogen only for making electricity when needed, but we will also use it as transportation fuel. We will use it to replace diesel locomotives, even as aviation fuel. The study will help determine the pathways Connecticut needs to follow and make sure that we do not fall behind our neighbor states in establishing the legislative and policy framework to make hydrogen part of Connecticut's carbon-free future. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. It's great to hear all the work the Center for Clean Energy is doing at UConn around this subject matter. Rep. Aurora?
Yeah, sorry, just on mute there. A quick question. Thank you for your testimony. And when you're thinking about hydrogen as for decarbonizing, are you thinking industrial, transportation, or electricity? I know you mentioned all three, but it looks to me that these things are a little far away. At this point, it's much more. The batteries are still the way to go. But can you kind of touch on that?
Representative Arora, thank you for the question. And the answer to your question is all of the above. So some of these technologies are closer than some of the others. We know that we can make electricity today using hydrogen. And our companies in the state have technologies ready to go to market today, and some of them are actually on the market. We know that we have fuel cell cars and buses and trucks that can be implemented right away. There are fuel cell hydrogen locomotives that you can replace some of the diesel locomotives that Connecticut Rail is running. Some of the industrial processes already use hydrogen at large scales, like making cement, making fertilizer. Even oil processing uses larger amounts of hydrogen. So while these are all at different time scales, they are all part of the hydrogen future. Industrial decarbonization, transportation, and electricity will all be part of hydrogen future.
The point is that you create the green hydrogen from electricity itself. So that's a circular argument. It's just a storage, right? It's a storage, and batteries are supposedly better storage. So, I'll leave it there. But, that's always, it confuses many people. But the reality is you start from electricity, you produce hydrogen, and then you're going to use the hydrogen to produce electricity back. So typically it's much more effective use for heavy transportation, like heavy trucks where, batteries don't work, or industrial processes like cement, or just what you mentioned, or steel, or fertilizers, where really, you really can't do anything else. But my other question, again, I want to keep it short because I got yelled at for not being short, is don't you think study like this should be done at a federal level? Because why Connecticut do it? It should be the federal government, a DOE, which should basically get experts like you from all around the country and say, okay, we're not not as much industrial state as others. Even if, especially for to be used for fertilizers and cement. I doubt if you have one cement plant in the state of Connecticut. So my question for you is it not more appropriate for the federal government to do this one study for everyone and maybe spend 5 times the amount of money rather than us doing a piecemeal study here in Connecticut?
It's not. Unfortunately, it's not, because Connecticut is different than New York. New York is different than New Jersey. We are all different than California or Gulf states. Connecticut has made huge investments in renewable energy compared to our neighbors, which allows us to actually get right in front of the the ball in here. So that makes a big difference. We are one of the only few New England states that are still committed to nuclear. The other New England states are not interested in incorporating nuclear into their hydrogen future. So we have to consider the differences. We have to consider the unique case in Connecticut in making the analysis and understanding what's the right way for Connecticut to go forward. The federal studies will look at the country in general. They will not really look at the differences. They will not consider the unique implementation in Connecticut. Connecticut, that's why it needs its own study, like many of our neighbors are doing currently. New York is doing this right now. Massachusetts is doing this right now. Many states in the nation are doing their own hydrogen pathways or hydrogen studies.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your point of view. I still beg to differ, but that's just my point of view. That a federal program with representatives from all states so that you can include, because the base is the same. But anyways, I think that's how good policy is made, by taking all points of view. Thank you very much for your input. I appreciate that. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with any questions. So thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Diane, I see you're up, you're on, and you're ready to go.
Thank you very much. I know it's been a long day for everyone, including myself. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator Needleman and Representative Arconti, Vice Chairs Winfield and Ali Brennan, Ranking Members Formica and Ferraro, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I thank you for everything you're trying to achieve here this time. My name is Diane Lauricella, and I am an environmental management professional, a member of Connecticut Green Building Council and the wonderful Connecticut Energy Network. Today, I am speaking as an individual. Thanks for the opportunity to submit this verbal testimony. While most of my testimony is related to Senate Bill 176, I just wanted to say that I am in support of House Bill 5203 and the testimony by groups like Operation Fuel and Acadia Center about reducing consumer utility costs. I feel that we should reduce any utility's ability to charge ratepayers for certain private business expenses like unrelated ads and lobbying. And I just want to say, as an Eversource customer, it was very hard for me to listen to some of the testimony given by Eversource just recently in what they were professing about utility costs versus what is really happening because of the way they handle some of their work. In relation to Senate Bill 176, I wish that we could find a way to remove all solar caps under discussion. Mike Trahan's mention about the need to include ratepayer impact study has merit. In lieu of that, I am in support of Senate Bill 176, but only with the changes that I implore you to consider. I appreciate this committee's effort to update our outdated community solar program, but the changes to the solar development caps contained in this bill are just not enough. The annual cap on community solar should be increased from 25 megawatts to at least 50 megawatts. I think 100 would be much more fair in order to have a significant impact and help the state reach its decarbonization goals. With so many residential buildings that don't qualify to use solar panels due to various reasons like too much shade, poor orientation, roof quality, etc., further limiting the ability of your constituents to participate in community solar programs is just not fair and equitable. It's unintended consequences with these caps. In addition, the current cap on our state's commercial solar program is a continued barrier that almost put the solar industry out of business several years ago in Connecticut and should not be, it should be at least doubled from 50 megawatts to at least 100 megawatts. Again, I say go bigger. Go bolder. As a result of these past legislative regulatory barriers, many proposed commercial and community solar projects are often undersized, and then they miss the potential for a generation of cleaner, cheaper electricity and miss the potential for making a bigger impact on our state's goals. Expanded community solar would allow more small and medium and large businesses to install these solar arrays on their own premises, including roofs, parking canopies, and parking lots. That would in turn lower their energy costs and keep their businesses in business. Expanded commercial and community solar projects are also an effective tool for increased energy equity. These programs help bring clean energy, low and moderate income communities. Remember, Senate Bill 176 could also be viewed as impacting workforce and economic development. Our state's ability to include our solar energy production is critical to reaching our clean energy goals and creating well-paying green jobs. I have many friends in the field that left Connecticut over the years because there's just too many barriers. They're in New Jersey, they're in New York and
30
Massachusetts.
seconds remaining.
In closing, the pandemic has taught us life is short. As incidents of extreme storms and droughts and heat affect every quarter of the earth, climate crisis is now. Read the latest IPCC report. While I want to thank this current committee for attempting to fix old committee's problems with this bill, it just doesn't go far enough. Now is the time to be bolder and update the law to allow these programs to grow and release the full potential for solar in our state. Thank you so much for considering my testimony.
And Rep. Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Diane. Yes, life is short, but 3 minutes is even shorter. It's hard to get all that in. I appreciate your efforts. I take your point about lifting the limits on residential solar capacity, but are you at all concerned about the grid's ability to handle a significant increase in the residential solar short of upgrading the grid itself?
Well, like some previous speakers, I will not profess to be a grid specialist. I have been skeptical about whether this fear given to us by those utilities and the ISO people is truly a fear that cannot be fixed through our unique abilities to be creative thinkers and engineers. So I've been skeptical about these fears that I've heard about. I am not an expert, but there are experts that can help you with your very good question, Representative Steinberg.
Well, thank you for complimenting the question. And I will reserve it to ask it of someone, perhaps we can find such an expert. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with their hand up, so thanks, Diane, for your testimony. Kate Donnelly.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to testify before your committee. My comments are also regarding SB 176. My name is Kate Donnelly. I'm the chair of Hampton's Green Energy Committee. We're a very small town in northeastern Connecticut, and our committee was established 12 years ago with the mission to reduce our town's energy usage and also to install as much renewable energy as possible in our town. We have been very successful in our efforts to curb energy use and have installed solar on all of our town buildings. We would like to continue expanding solar in Hampton, but caps put on municipal and commercial solar projects prevent us from doing so. Your committee, along with the state legislature, can fix this problem by amending SB 176 to increase the cap on commercial solar from 50 to 100 megawatts and the cap on shared clean energy facilities from 25 to 50 megawatts. Hampton is just down the road from where the proposed Killingly frac gas plant was supposed to be. People in Killingly and our surrounding communities have been fighting this for over 5 years. We are cautiously optimistic that the Killingly Energy Center will not be built. We believe that this is a proper outcome if we're truly going to reach Connecticut's climate goals and slow down the climate crisis that is already affecting all of us. But in order to meet its clean energy and greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, Connecticut must deploy large amounts of solar and storage. As you know, economically disadvantaged towns and cities bear the burden of toxic facilities. Local solar is a powerful tool to advance energy equity without the dangers and pollution of increasing methane gas. Expanding the caps on shared solar can allow underserved populations to share in the benefits of renewable energy, both financially and health-wise. We know that former landfills, commercial properties, and parking lots are perfect places for solar. Increasing the caps for shared solar can help poorer communities share in the benefits and savings from solar. There are not many ways that our towns and personal budgets can attain savings in this economy. As the former first selectman of my town, I'm really well aware of this, as cost increase every year, from insurance to plowing our roads. Increasing caps is a no-brainer. It will allow our towns and residents to save money, help Connecticut meet its climate goals, and help prevent further environmental devastations for future generations. Please pass SB 176, but when you do, increase the caps on commercial solar from 50 to 100 and the cap on shared energy facilities from 25 to 50. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk today.
Thank you, Kate. I don't see any members with questions, so thank you so much for your testimony. Jeffrey Maisel, up next.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Needleman and Arconti, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and other esteemed members. Our mission is of critical importance. Thank you for all you do for us and for your continued service. My name is Jeff Maisel. I am a co-founder and managing director of Lodestar Energy. Lodestar is one of Connecticut's most established and successful commercial developers. We're headquartered in Avon, and over the past 8 years, we've developed, constructed, and now own and operate about 100 megawatts of solar facilities, 25 megawatts of which are located here in Connecticut. We also own and operate facilities in Massachusetts and New York. We've worked with the Biden administration, Massachusetts, Connecticut's PURA, DEEP, and the Green Bank. We've also worked with New Jersey, Delaware, New York, and Rhode Island in the development and rollout of their solar programs. We heard very insightful testimony today from Chair Gillette, Commissioner Dykes, the EDCs, Mayor Bronin, and other important members of our stakeholders. We are here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 176. Specifically, we want to echo many of the comments that Will Herschel made several minutes ago. Most importantly, we wanted to note Senator Needleman's concept that this is a balancing act. This is not just a self-serving request from the solar industry, but we take into account the environment, stakeholder benefits, environmental justice communities in making all of our comments. One of the proposals which we support fervently is the increasing of the caps, but we understand that doing so requires that balancing. Increasing SCEF and the NRES programs, we need to balance all of the competing interests. Most importantly, ratepayer impact. In order to do so, we need to get the accounting correct, and we suggest empowering PURA to fine-tune its RIM model would be an excellent step in that direction. Also of equal importance is creating a uniform capacity tax for all solar projects across the state. This is only on personal property. This is something that was raised last year in Senate Bill 993. By the end of last session, a compromise was reached on 993, which would create a $5 per kilowatt of solar installed. That compromise is of great importance because the siting of these solar facilities is greatly impacted by the taxes that could be charged to such facility. And if we want to get to distressed municipalities and build solar in places that will benefit disproportionately impacted communities, those tax rates tend to be higher. And so the taxes for a solar facility built in those communities shouldn't be 4 times what they would be to build in another community. So creating a capacity tax would be one way to solve this problem. In addition to that, utility ownership of solar has been something that's been raised today. Connecticut was deregulated in 1998, 24 years ago. We don't oppose utility ownership outright, but we think if that were to be done, a thoughtful and engaging process with all stakeholders should be undertaken and done very thoughtfully. Thank you for all your time this afternoon. And if we can be of any other assistance in answering questions, please let us know.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Got some common questions here for you. But first, in regards to the compromise on the capacity tax, definitely think that's great. I don't know if CCM or cost is listening, but if anyone can relate to them, I think the chairs and the rankings would greatly appreciate hearing, from them on the compromise. I think it'd make it a lot easier for us to get this bill across the finish line, so to speak. And then I also appreciate your comments on utility ownership. And I do agree that it needs to be a more thoughtful process. Really, for drafting purposes of the bill, just wanted to throw it in to spur these exact conversations and feedback on it. I think if it were to go forward, it would be definitely rewritten with folks like your input, Pure and Deeps, in regards to being a little bit more thoughtful and putting some guardrails up, so to speak, around that to make sure it's not anti-competitive. So we definitely appreciate your comments on that. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to go back to that one comment about the compromise that was reached last year. That was not a compromise. The proposal was $5 a megawatt for solar arrays that are not currently taxed in the municipalities that tax them, that were more than either 4 or 5 megawatts, because there were municipalities that were receiving no property tax when a developer or more than one developer bought a piece of land, divided it into multiple pieces, and put like 2 megawatt arrays on each piece. There are many towns. So the compromise there was for arrays that were less than the threshold at which they were charged property tax. They would be assessed a flat rate so that those municipalities got something. Larger arrays are a negotiation between the municipality and the developer, and that's the way it should stay, in my opinion. I raised that bill. The intent was to help. It was actually Senator Austin's bill because it was her towns that were negatively impacted on the property tax front. It got convoluted by lobbyists beginning to talk about this broader scale flat tax. And I was bombarded with people who said that they were collecting more than $5 and they would lose money if we did that. So I'm not really necessarily in favor of that. I would like to go back at some point to just helping those municipalities that are collecting nothing for these smaller arrays, and make sure that they get some revenue at the municipal level, especially when those arrays are placed in their towns, and other municipalities that are in wealthier towns, for example, get the benefit of the renewable energy credit. And that seems very unfair. So the way I would do it is anything not currently subject to property tax that is on a roof or on a site that is generating more, materially more than is used on that site, they should be taxed at a flat tax rate. Anything beyond that should be a negotiation between the municipality and the solar provider. I just wanted to clarify that and be very clear that the discussion last year got convoluted, and that's why it was not approved. So why we didn't move forward. Thank you.
Sure. So my only comment on that is that 128157D, which is the provision, exempts all SAM projects under virtual net metering and its successor program. So we're proposing this despite the fact that there is a blanket tax exemption right now. And we've built 6 of these facilities, and we've successfully negotiated no property tax on 5 of them, and are in discussions on the last one, and have received a favorable ruling from a court on it. So we prefer to have this, I think, done legislatively. It's a fair rate for both the towns and us, and it saves us the aggravation of having to work through either a contentious process with the town or having to go to a court to get it arbitrated.
I understand, and VNM doesn't really exist as it was before, so this was not necessarily for VNM projects, is my understanding. And municipalities do get more money. I don't know if Senator Formica's on, but there was an issue with East Lyme that collects more than the $5, and I was getting called from Windsor about how much money they were going to pay and how much money they would lose if we did that. So there are municipal solar projects which are probably exempt because they're municipal, and they should be exempt because they are municipal. And if they're on municipal or brownfield, it's one thing, but if they're commercial solar arrays, they're a power plant.
Well, I respectfully disagree. The explicit language of 128157 is that it has to be commercial or industrial in nature. So it actually is not municipal.
Okay.
Rep. Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jeff, thank you for your insights on this thorny topic today. A quick question for you. Does the existing statute allowing cost recovery for renewables through the non-bypassable charge reflect the benefits utilities gain for renewables? And if it does, shouldn't it? Or if it doesn't, shouldn't it?
So it does not. And I don't want to steal the thunder of my other co-founder who's speaking, two people after me who will speak in depth about this. So I think Jamie Smith is slotted too behind me and can probably offer more context with regard to that specific accounting issue.
Well, he's also a constituent, so I'll have to ask him a question. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Rep. Aurora.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeff, for your testimony and your insights. I have a few questions. I'll keep them short here on my end. First one is, can you confirm your position on the utility ownership and whether that would be detrimental to the solar industry and the development of the solar facilities?
Sure. So I will first say I think Will Herschel covered it well, but I'll in shorthand I will say we are not blanketly opposed to it. That being said, it would take some discussion in order to come up with what we think would be a fair process. Utility interconnection is one area that they have probably more insights than anyone. And in fact, they don't share all the information they have. So it would be an area where we would be putting the fox in charge of the hen house to look at this issue. The utilities also own a significant amount of property immediately adjacent to substations that would put them at a competitive advantage and put everyone else at a competitive disadvantage. That land ownership is like owning, a Boardwalk and Park Place and opening, a French fry factory. So that's a little bit of the challenge that we have here, is that they do have some implicit competitive advantages. So giving them the right to own, it creates a number of issues. And I think interconnection and land ownership would be two of them. The final one would be that they are the administrator of this program. So when we bid these programs, they are the ones who actually administer the programs and the awards. So, I pose the question back to you: how would we enable them to participate in this? They would be the applicant and also the awarder. So we would need to create some third party that would review their applications and somehow look at them on the same playing field.
No, point well taken. I think all your 3 points are very well taken, of land ownership, of connectivity, and the administration. And I'm sure all committee members will really appreciate those perspectives. The second question I have is that in the SCEF, the auction, we heard that the maximum price was 8.8 cents or $88 a megawatt hour. Did you participate in that auction, and did you think that those are the kind of prices where you could do more, or if there were more than 25 or 50 or 100 megawatt offered, that it would not really ramp up the price, or so as to say?
So great question. We did participate. We did win an award underneath of that number. We think that we can be competitive there. COVID and supply chain have affected pricing a little bit for this year, but all other things being equal, we think if that were the price signal that were sent to the market, it would give developers the ability to really drive their costs down and say, this is our goal. And I think that you would see 100 megawatts a year that would get bid into that program.
Now, let me ask you a question. If we said, well, hey, there is a last auction plus 10% is the price cap, and we want to be unlimited quantity, right? In a sense that, let's say $88, but we can't give that number because we know everything will get to that number. But do you think that we could accelerate in a meaningful way? And I don't mean 25 to 35 or 35 to 45. That's all. I know everybody, for the industry, it's a great move. But can we go from 50 to 500 if we set unlimited at the last year's cap or something like that?
I'm confident that if interconnection weren't a barrier, yes, you would get that much participation. You would be able to accelerate at that speed.
Oh, that's really exciting. Thank you very much. Because, I heard from many of the folks who are, very conservation oriented that we want more, and then the industry wants more. Then the pricing is there, $88, because as I said, we're spending 10 cents, but I'm not supposed to, pontificate. Let me continue with the questions. Slope requirements and other restrictions. Are there things which we can change? Or I thought we had a question earlier of limitations as to where you have to build in communities or brownfield. Can we take all of that off and say we want 500 megs, 1,000 megs a year done? We want to go emission-free at market prices, right? But what do you think, what kind of restrictions do you think if we remove will help us drive down or increase participation at attractive prices?
Sure. It's a great question. The challenge from the developer's perspective is cost. And if we develop a flat, clear field, that tends to be a farm field. There are some prohibitions about using prime agricultural soils or prime farmland. And it's a little ironic because we go out and find a tobacco field, and is that a farm where, is that farmland that we find prime and important? It's tobacco. But if we build solar there, that could be prohibited. But that's where we find lower costs on a flat, clear field. This is the balancing that DEEP has a challenge with, which is environment and energy. And it's a hard balancing act. I feel for them in trying to balance those two things. But from the developer's perspective, if we want to avoid large, in high slopes, 15, 20 degree slopes, which gives deep concern rightly so, from a stormwater perspective, the areas we're going to find, if we're not going to cut down trees, are going to be farm fields or other areas like that. So I would say that loosening the farm requirements, because a lot of the farmland in Connecticut, is usable for solar, or you have a farmer who's got 200 acres who could use 15 of it or 20 of it for solar and continue his dairy operation. That's a good balancing act. You're in that sense, you're enabling the underlying land and business, and also greening up the energy that gets used at that farm. So
finally, is that a major detriment to the ecosystem, or to use 1% or 5%, just as you said, 10% of land, which may not be actively being used for agriculture? Because if it's actively used, obviously you're not going to get it. Is it a big detriment, or is it much more of a historic situation where we were not so focused on emission? 8 years ago or 5 years ago, if you asked me or my family about emissions, yeah, it was one problem. Today it's a different problem. So would you say that is something which can be improved upon and without a real conflict out there?
I think so. And I think the reticence to use farmland several years ago was that the urgency had not reached the fever pitch that it has now. And I think we need to understand that our emissions goals are probably moving into, our top 3 goals. And, if that means that we use, a certain amount of agricultural land to do that enables the underlying businesses, that's a good balancing act.
Well, thank you very much. I would ask you more questions, but we are running quite late. As you know, my preference is to, under a certain price, to remove all wattage restrictions and see if you can build us some real size, a few hundred megawatts as an industry at these $88, and even the current prices are very attractive. And I'm very worried that this may be a short window of opportunity, because we may see steel prices and Chinese or or imports of these cells price go up over the next few years. So we may have a window of opportunity. So will be very pressing and advocating for a removal under a certain price, like last year's auction, removal of all restrictions and all caps. We got to go big or go home, as they say. So, and I think we are fortunate to have yourself and other developers like our other folks who have testified, and we really want to leverage the Connecticut developers to build us some real mega size solar. Thank you very much, and thank you to you. You may comment if you'd like, and then back to Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I'm going to interject here. I think it's also important for us to remember we do operate in a deregulated wholesale market that is ISO New England. So we, in reality too, we're only as good as our fuel mix. So Jeff, on that note, what type of responsibility, does the developer have to, reliability after, the project can get built? I just don't want to forget about, right, the utilities responsibility that they have, interconnecting your projects and then managing the distribution system after we do all this great stuff too.
Sure. I mean, we are excited to see we have 2 energy facilities with storage right over the border. If you take 91 up to Amherst, we've got one there. If you take Route 7 right out of Canaan up to Great Barrington, we have another solar and energy storage facility. We have been waiting for the large scale storage market to open up. It was passed as part of 1935, but I guess at this point, they're waiting to really release the larger scale stuff. We think these solar arrays should all be coupled with energy storage. If they are, that kind of the questions that were raised by Senator Needleman earlier about intermittency go away. Our facilities are as good as a gas plant or as good as a nuclear plant or a peaking plant. They are 24/7 operations with firmed up capacity. So this is the future. And the sooner we get there, the better off we're going to be as ratepayers, as from a reliability perspective, and from stakeholders in this environmental kind of future we have.
And in order to get there, what has the industry done specifically around ISO reform, market reform? Commissioner Dykes has taken the lead on that in Connecticut, and we all thank her for that and commend her for always using her megaphone to talk about that issue. So what have you guys done in regards to FERC Order 2222?
As we call it, 2222. Yep. So we are participating in several proceedings right now.
Just for members who may not know, just FERC 2222 is FERC order to the ISOs to incorporate market designs for distributed energy resources, the exact type of projects that Jeff and others that will testify on do.
Yes, so we are participating in several dockets, one concerning DAF fees. The MOPR, M-O-P-R, is another area that there was a lengthy article written about it last year by, I believe it was Jan Spiegel in the Mirror, and quoting extensively Commissioner Dykes. And so we are all working to try to ensure that those charges aren't levied on the transmission lines that trickle down to our ratepayers. But as Chair Gillette pointed out this morning, each of these EDCs has a transmission arm, and the transmission arm of Eversource and the transmission arm of UI and Avangrid are taking positions that aren't necessarily consistent with, I would say, lower ratepayer or impacts. And they're claiming, well, that's not us, that's the transmission operator, but they are under the same holding company ownership. So I think that this issue deserves greater attention from this committee to understand which arm of the utilities is speaking. And it's great to say, not our problem. But if their affiliate transmission owner is advocating for those policies, it's having an adverse impact on the ratepayer.
And I would just say the last transmission project I'm aware of, Eversource, was the only bidder, and well, not the only bidder, they won the bid, but they were the lowest one. So I do think they do a good job around transmission, especially given their history running the transmission system in this region and other regions. Senator Needleman, I see you has his hand up.
I do, and thanks, David. Jeff, I'm not the expert here, but you made a statement about that a solar array with battery storage is the equivalent of baseload power, gas-fired plant. And I, more than anybody, wish that was the case. But in the winter, we have 8.5 hour long days, intermittent periods of sunshine at best. I know this past winter we went through 4 or 5 days of cloudy weather. If you had batteries, even if they were, best known quality batteries for storage today, how does that become the same as baseload power, which
Sure.
is 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year?
Sure.
How do you get there?
It's a great question. So we perform what are called P50 and P90 and P99 models. And those models predict to 50% certainty, to 90% certainty, and to 99% certainty how much energy will be available from that power plant at any given time. So it looks a lot like, if this is July, this is December, because as you know, the sun shines less, we generate less power, we store less power. It's about predictability. So while you can say, well, that solar facility in July, we can tell you the metrics. It's roughly 2x in a summer day than it is in a winter day. And we roughly generate it's about 2.5 probably precisely between the peak and the nadir. And so what we do is we bid that capacity, and we bid it into ISO New England. And when we bid it, we have to stand behind it. And if we don't deliver it, that's a problem for us. So what we essentially do is those P50, P90, and P99 models, depending on the financial surety that's required, if it's more flexible, we use a P50 model. If it's more stringent and we have a surety that's up, i.e. a letter of credit in order to deliver that capacity, we use a P99 model. So we are absolutely certain that that power will be there. And it just requires a little more modeling between a summer month and a winter month, and knowing that 3 megawatt power facility on December 21st, the shortest day of the year, is going to generate a lot less power on December 21st than it does on June 21st, which is the longest day of the year and gets the greatest insulation.
So, and I appreciate that. That's a statistical model. And, I suspect there are punitive implications built into that, that you have to pay if you can't supply. But when we're talking 3 megawatts and 5 megawatts and 10 megawatts, I get it. But we use, 13,000 to 20,000 megawatts in the winter months, typically. It will be more when we go to heat pumps. What percentage, do we want to base our grid on? Actually, somebody said to me when I talked about reliability, they said it all depends on how much reliability you want. I want reliability. I don't want to mince words on this.
Sure.
A grid built on statistical modeling that is dependent on the weather, right? Because solar is really dependent on the weather. That's why it's great in the desert Southwest. The further south you go, the closer to 12-hour days you get all year round. If you had equatorial solar and large scale, you'd be pretty certain where you were. But how much can the grid withstand and still be called reliable? Even if individual companies, if you fail, you go bankrupt, right? I get that.
Sure. I mean, the simple question
is to build the grid, to oversee a grid that actually works 24/7, 365 days a year. That's the challenge that I think that I struggle with in this. And solar plays a critical role. The balancing, the winter summer issues between solar and wind are important because they sort of play off of each other in some regard. But again, we're basing it on statistical models as opposed to firing up a plant, or a nuclear plant that you never really fire up, that just runs and you can throttle it a little bit. It's very different. And I think that the public on some measure has to be prepared to accept how much reliability, right? Otherwise, my fear is, as I've said 100 times, we end up with a grid that is based on intermittent renewables with arguably, hopefully better and better and cheaper battery storage, less expensive, not cheaper. It'll be high quality, hopefully American made, but we end up having all these fossil fuel plants sitting there collecting money, as you know, for the opportunity costs to run, more and more cost than the capacity market, less and less cost for the energy that they generate. So they're going to just pay it. I wish that I had thought of that. I wish I would have a job where people paid me to sit around and wait. And if they needed me, I'll work, anyway.
Yeah. So you raised some good points. I'm not suggesting that we go all solar. I think that is something that we will require an energy mix. But as you know, I'm old enough to remember the first thing I worked on as a young lawyer out of law school in New York was the ice storm that shut down all of Hydro Quebec. And so guess what? Hydro couldn't deliver power to New York City in 1999. And that was a huge issue. And there was millions of dollars of litigation over it. So hydro's unreliable. And I lived through the freezing up of the Delaware Chesapeake Canal so that ships couldn't get to Baltimore for the power plant. So therefore, gas peaker plants and oil burning plants, they weren't reliable. I mean, at some point, all of this has a failure point, and we need a resilient, and we need to have a redundant grid. And that's where the EDCs do a great job working with the ISO and working with DEEP in order to ensure reliability and make sure that if power is not coming from generator X, it's coming from generator Y. And we saw it happen in ERCOT, and we're working to avoid that happening in New England. This is where distributed generation is very helpful because it doesn't require, if you have ice storms that knock down transmission lines, it is local, but it's limited. And we are not going to get 100% of our generation from solar or 100% of our electricity needs from solar in the future. So I think all your points are very good. And I think we just need to understand the limitations and how much we should rely on distributed generation. But there is a very healthy runway ahead of us that we can continue to grow distributed generation. And I think focusing on that and doing it in a cost-effective, environmentally conscious, and reliable way is the goal.
I think that the last points are all well taken, and I absolutely agree. And I hope that all the advocates for each of the renewable sources out there understand that that's exactly what we're trying to do, and be very thoughtful about it. Mediate between cost and reliability and resilience and climate change mitigation. There's a lot of ways that we think we can get there. We just have to be prudent. And I'm all about, at this point of my life, I'm all about being prudent. But this is, three-dimensional chess times 10, right? And it's the single largest effort humanity has ever undertaken. And we need to figure it out. But we all need to be thinking about the big picture here, or at least some of us need to be. So your job is to advocate for your piece of it, and I appreciate that. So thanks a lot, Jeff. Nice seeing you.
Representative Aurora.
Thank you for indulging with me second time. I will keep it short. Jeff, quick question. Maybe I'm missing something here. If you can clarify for me that you only generate during peak times in some sense, right? You don't generate at night. So in some sense, that's a very big positive in terms of a grid dynamics. Is that something I'm missing on that?
Correct. Our peak is coincident when the sun is shining, and that happens to be when the EDCs call it peak generation time. Right. That is correct.
Great, thank you. And the other thing which I want to say is that, when you compare your production to wind, which we heard earlier, we want to get more transmission for wind, which is more expensive. And wind was 10 cents is the benchmark there for around the clock and with predictability. So would you care to kind of make a comment on the predictive nature of wind, solar, and gas? Because I was told that solar is most predictable than gas because gas plant can be turned on and off, but gas supply can be frozen or a pipe situation can happen. So I was told that it's kind of paradoxical, but really the sun is the most predictable thing. And it looks like it's get cloudy and this and that, but reality is the capacity factors, which may be derated in the winter, as you mentioned, it's very predictable and more predictable than fossil. Is that right? Or would you care to comment on that?
So I can certainly agree with you from a, qualifying that. Quantifying that's a hard thing to do. And I don't have any data to support that. But I mean, I certainly can tell you, if you look at our solar production day in, day out, 24/7, 365, and really when the sun is shining, so just 365 days a year, we can show you within a confidence interval where our production will be. And we hit that every day within a 10 to 15% variable.
Right. Because what we're saying is that, there are times when you don't produce, but that just happens to a time when we always have excess anyways, which is midnight in January. Who cares? Because midnight in January, the nukes have enough, or our nuclear plant has enough capacity. And finally, one last question here is that when you come to costs, right, or pricing, right, especially with wind, so a 10-cent wind is like a 20 is really, on a apple to, like we were talking about 8.8 cents for you all, right? That's where the auction went. When I mean you all, the SCAF auction was 8.8 cents. And we know 10 cents is kind of our number for wind with additional transmission costs. And would you say that really your 8.8 cents is really 5 cents compared to that wind because you're producing more predictably than wind, and compared to wind, your solar is way more predictive, and the fact that you're producing in the peak hours?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the coincidence of our generation with the value to the grid puts it in a higher category for sure. The fact that we also don't require as much transmission to get it where it's going to be used also increases it. The actual value of that would take some, it would take some analysis to get there, but the concept.
We don't need to do that. All we're saying is that there is something at 10. Do we buy the next 1,000 megawatt at 10 cents or at 8.8 cents, which is better? You could say it's better by 20%. Somebody could say 40%, but we know it is better, right?
Agreed.
Would that be a fair point to say?
Agreed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate these input. This is really helping in analyzing this situation. Thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for giving me the second set of time.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Thanks, Jeff. Up next is Ed Levine.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Arcani, ranking members, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Edward Levine. I am CEO of Clean Peak Energy. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 176, an act concerning shared clean energy facilities. Exactly 1 year ago, the Energy and Technology Committee held an informational forum on shared clean energy facilities. This was well attended and from members on both sides of the aisle, including a notable amount of members who don't currently sit on the Energy Committee. I believe it's positive to see that this subject matter has garnered the widespread interest of the General Assembly. As it turns out, the forum was very productive in that it was able to vet out most of the important questions legislators have and are questioning today on how competition in this marketplace could work. The end result of the forum was a bipartisan amendment introduced by Representative Steinberg, Representative O'Day, and Representative Pettit. This amendment, which became the bill, was a study to be conducted by PURA, which would include the identification of the amount, if any, of ratepayer subsidy that was occurring during the process of helping to finance our solar and potentially wind. The bill passed the House 140 to 1. However, it did not come up for a vote in the Senate. In conclusion, based on the vote of 140 to 1, I believe it's fair to say that the addition of language of last year's bill onto Senate Bill 176 would be considered a friendly amendment and should likely to be moved forward. The comments that we've heard during the day, the cost of grid scale solar, according to Bloomberg NEF, has shown coming down to around 2 cents per kilowatt hour on a grid scale basis. So we're starting to see scenarios. If we were allowed to build at a grid scale at a level, we may be able to produce solar with no subsidy. We're also seeing, very important to include with those facilities, battery storage. So when we're thinking about our legislation, I'd like to not restrict to only being within the distribution center, distribution systems, but to allow for battery storage, grid scale in the transmission system. And we should also decide whether or not it has to be in Connecticut. But with those, I'll conclude and answer any questions that may be available.
Rep. Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ed, good to see you again. Yeah, I remember that informational forum, and we came very close last year. It's too bad the Senate didn't take up the bill. As you know, I'm a big proponent of really rationing up to grid scale if we're going to reduce, if not eliminate, our reliance on fossil fuels and not have to build natural gas pipelines. Just going back to what we learned last year, there were some key questions that came out of that forum. And as you mentioned, those questions were really the reason for the amendment that we're talking about today, which is pending it to 176. Could you just give me the top issues that were addressed in the study so we can really remind ourselves how important it is to get this study done?
Sure. So what are the benefits to our ratepayers, in our opinion, without risk to enhance or increase the amount of solar, include with that battery storage to include resiliency? And just to kind of add to that, Massachusetts sets the amount with which a facility would provide a transfer of the credits at 80% of the retail rate. Pennsylvania does it at energy only. Somewhere in between those two, I think, is a fair value for our ratepayers to help enhance our solar production in our region.
Well, you know, you brought up Massachusetts. I brought it up earlier. I keep scratching my head how they're getting it done. They're scaling up, and we're not. Even Pennsylvania, the home of oil and natural gas, they're getting it. They're figuring out they need to balance. I really hope that maybe we can find a way, Mr. Chair, to append this to 176 and get it through both chambers this year. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Rep. Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I want to ask you, when you said we can do at market prices if we give you a program for utility grade scale solar, or can you talk briefly about what you mean? Is it a 20 meg plant, a 100 meg plant? What are you asking for when you're saying you can do market-based pricing and compete with the existing fossil fuel stack without any subsidy if we allow you, or if you are given a program to do utility scale? Can you talk to me a little more detail, please?
Yes, please. Thank you. So the concept of a shared renewable energy facility would have in our amendment subscribers that subscribe to that facility and receive either a fixed price or some floating rate that they are actually credited onto their bill. The question that comes into play is how much should that credit be to be fair to balance all the issues? Should it be 100% of their generation rate, like if they put solar on their roof with the current net metering rules? Should it be less? Should it be 80% like they do in Massachusetts? Should it be only the energy like it's being proposed in Pennsylvania? In other parts of the country, we are able to build, or companies that are financed, capable, and willing, that are building solar facilities with battery storage without incentive to compete in the wholesale market.
And why would we not? What is the downside on that? If we are not if we give a program saying, listen, our standard offer is not 10 cents this year or $100 a megawatt hour, and we are happy to, instead of buying from we are happy for you to compete into that market. What is the downside of that? Because as I said, the predictability is pretty high because your solar does stay around. The sun does come out pretty much within minutes of the same time every day of the year, every year. So why are we not doing it? Especially if it is at a high price, we can. But you're saying you can do it for 8 cents or lower in a utility grade. And what is that utility? Do we have the land for it?
Well, that's a good question. So Connecticut is not a massive state. We don't have, immense farmland that we can share. I think there are restrictions on utilizing the prime farmland. However, if there's an interest in Connecticut to allow the farmers to share their land, to still farm their land and use the land to create solar, sometimes, as I heard previously, a dairy farmer can allow the cows to sit under the shade of the solar panels, and to restrict him from earning more revenue is only negative to the state. There are issues that there's some question whether if we build it anywhere in ISO New England and it's delivered to Connecticut customers through a relationship, does that benefit Connecticut as well? If there's no subsidy coming from Connecticut and all of New England is receiving more solar, I think that would be a positive.
But have other states allowed, especially, we are not as big an agricultural state. There are other states out there which are much bigger agricultural states than we are. Do you know of other states which have allowed such usage?
Certainly, I am not familiar with many states that prohibit the use of farmland. Like Pennsylvania is one I'm very familiar with. They allow a farmer to either sell or lease a part of the farm. If you have a 5,000 acre farm and you're starting to see a diminishment in productivity, it's sometimes useful for the land to not be farmed for 10 or 20 years and rotate the farming throughout the system. In Connecticut, we seem to be wanting to protect the farmland, and that, is an opinion that some people need to do. But our farmers, it's their land. They want to maximize revenue. And if the best product to produce on their land is electricity, asking them not to do that, I certainly can see their concern. Especially if we don't sell I understand also the idea that we have to produce food. But if we say you don't sell your land, you just lease it for a period of time, I think there might be an opportunity.
Great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that because, it is very insightful. I didn't know that other states did not prohibit because, I always think of us as less of an agricultural producer than a California or a Florida or Michigan. So, and maybe even Pennsylvania, although I don't know how much they produce in terms of agricultural produce. Oh, no, they're big in dairy. So this is very helpful that we can coexist if we take the blanket restriction, and that blanket restriction is hurting our industry and our ability to go emission free.
And I think the takeaway is that the cost effectiveness of solar is now competitive on this grid scale. When we build substations or connect to substations and put it on the transmission lines and then deliver it into the distribution, there's no added distribution costs. We've had people discuss that the interconnection with the utility is expensive for certain locations. Here, the distribution's already produced once you get down to the substation. It's already maintained, so we don't need more distribution costs.
One last one. What is the scale which you really think gets it competitive? Is it a 20 megawatt plant on a 50 acre, or is it 100 megawatt?
I'd like to see 100 and 200 megawatts. That's when we start to, become very, very efficient. And so
are other states doing hundreds and 200?
Yes, we have some states doing 1,000 megawatts of battery storage alone with hundreds of megawatts, 400 or 500 megawatts of solar. And then we start to see the greatest of efficiencies. That's what drives down the cost of power, in my opinion.
Do you need our money? Do you have access to capital from
I believe they just do that independently without subsidy. They can compete in the wholesale market.
So you're saying that you don't need money from us, you don't need subsidy from us. You will basically, when I say you, meaning the industry,
companies will come in with their own capital, with their own risk, no ratepayer commitment or capital. They enter into either a long-term agreement or take it on by themselves. And that's where I like to see the state move, that we don't put ratepayers at risk for these projects. Don't even subsidize it if it can be done. We need more solar. We need more resiliency with battery storage or energy storage. Wind is potentially useful. I think it's more expensive, but where we can build more solar with no expense from the state, I think build more. Don't put the restrictions on. Let the restrictions go open. If the free market will do it, let's let them build.
I love what I'm hearing. I hope my colleagues are excited about what you're saying, as I am. No subsidy, no capital you need from us.
You take off the caps, but let us, don't say it. And then we have to have a policy question whether we can build it anywhere in ISO New England under a shared renewable energy facility.
Well, we only have jurisdiction over Connecticut, so that's a different question in this legislature. But I would love for you to suggest some language to 176, an amendment or something which for us to consider.
Take a look. I wrote it in the comments. It's already a drafted bill from last year. So take a look. So we at least start there. I'm glad to work with you on it if necessary.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the time.
Sure. Seeing no other hands raised. Thanks, Ed. Jamie
Thank
Smith.
you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chairman Needleman, Arconti, vice chairs, ranking members, distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I appreciate the time. It's a marathon day, and you guys, I really applaud you for your attention and great questions. I'm Jamie Smith. I'm one of the founders of Lodestar Energy. I'm going to focus on one particular thing today, and that is a very small change that we could make to SB 176 to account for solar differently than we account for it today. It ties into the conversations we were having this morning about holding the EDCs accountable for what they charge customers and giving Chair Gillette more oversight into how things are done. And I've been thinking about it, and because it's an accounting change, it's a little bit dull. So I thought I'd maybe try an analogy and try on an analogy and see if I can explain it. So when the utilities buy solar energy today from us through these programs, virtual net metering, SCAF, NRES, it's like buying a premium cup of coffee, going to Starbucks and buying a cup of coffee. The 100% of that cost of that cup of coffee is being charged back to the ratepayer. The reality is they were already drinking coffee. They might have been drinking Folgers, but they were already drinking coffee. And the cost of what it took to the avoided cost of that Folgers coffee is not being considered today. So let me go back to that. So the utility buys electricity and they charge a non-bypassable charge. They charge for that entire cup of coffee, of premium coffee. But the reality is that kilowatt hour they were going to go buy anyway. Now they weren't going to buy solar, they were going to buy something else, a wholesale, but we should get credit for the avoided cost of what they were going to buy anyway. Furthermore, that premium cup of coffee comes with other benefits. One of them is the capacity of distributed energy, meaning they have to put fewer new power plants in, meaning they need less new transmission. It stabilizes the grid through frequency regulation and voltage regulation, and the cost that we spend to put in distributed energy, we upgrade the infrastructure, the substations, the transmission lines, and all of that. And so what we have proposed, and it's in our comments, is 9 words. And those words say that the EDCs shall recover their costs less their avoided costs as determined by PURA. Less their avoided costs. They can recover all their costs through non-bypassable charges, but we should be subtracting out their avoided costs. And today we're not doing that. So let me stop there. I tried a coffee analogy. I don't know if that works out. I know everyone needs a cup of coffee at this time of the day, but let me throw it back to you guys to maybe take some questions.
So you want to subtract their avoided costs. How do you calculate the reliability responsibility that they have in regards to making sure all the interconnection points and everything in the substation run adequately?
In this situation, we are acting like a wholesaler. They're just getting an electron from us. They would be going out and buying on the wholesale market, and we're bringing that electron to a local distribution line. So we're not asking them to pay us for energy we don't produce. We're only being paid for energy we produce. We're producing it at a local level. We're just saying that they were going to buy that electricity anyway, and the whole cost of solar shouldn't just go as a non-bypassable charge to the ratepayer. And we suggest that PURA be the authority to determine what it was the avoided cost in that situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that sentiment. I'm not sure from how I understand rate making works, that's how it works, but
okay,
open to learn more, and I'm sure I'll tag in Chair Gillette at some point. Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you, Janie. I can see the headlines tomorrow talking about the stranded or avoided costs of Folgers crystals. I never thought for that conversation today. Whether we can accomplish what you say literally, or whether it's a good figurative example, we struggle to really separate out avoided and stranded costs and benefits. That what I'm basically saying is we don't have a realistic formula for cost benefit analysis. Why is it that typically this is not done? Do other states actually subtract out avoided costs?
I mean, I think this all comes back down to, and I don't want to beat the dead horse, but there was a VEDR study that you guys commissioned that got partially done and then was never completed. Value distributed energy study. And the whole purpose of that study was to establish a price so that you guys could call balls and strikes fairly. Because I've been listening like everyone else for whatever the last 6 hours, and solar is either amazing and great and cheap, or it's the devil and it's terrible and it's more expensive than traditional power. We're all just throwing opinions out until we create a mechanism to give you as a committee a way to call balls and strikes. And I think you do that through either a value of distributed energy, or and this is just a minimum. This is an accounting. I don't know if it's a mistake. It's a method that all the solar projects use, which is the utility gets to charge every cost as a non-bypassable charge that gets passed on to the consumer. And I don't think that is fair to our consumer today, because that electron would have been bought some other way. If they didn't buy that electron from our solar plant, they would have bought it from Hydro-Quebec, or they would have bought it from somewhere else and brought it in. That's just the nature of the business. So how the other states have done it, there's 31 states that have done value of distributed energy reports. We do work in New York. New York is interesting. They have a big formula, and it moves month to month. And the price, and I think Representative Aurora will like this, but I looked at the last year. The price moved from 6.9 cents at the low to 13 cents as a high. So New York does this huge calculation, and they actually do it every month, but they're saying distributed energy is worth 7 to 13 cents, depending on what else is going on in the market.
Well, I'm not asking to do it every month. I've been asking for this for 8 years. It's gotten to the point where I wince when everybody brings up the DER at this point. To your point, how can we really move forward with making hard choices, particularly when it comes to significant investments, if we don't have an accurate reflection of the actual costs and benefits? Before I let you go, I want to ask you the question I addressed to Jeff, because he didn't answer my question. Does the statute allow cost recovery for renewables through the non-bypassable charge reflect the benefits? How do we get to that?
I mean, if you look at our written testimony, we've suggested 9 words. Basically, less their avoided cost as determined by the authority. We don't change anything else. We let the utilities recover their non-bypassable charges just like they do today, less their avoided costs as determined by the authority being PURA. And I think it's a super simple fix. I have a hard time understanding how they would argue against it. I'm sure they will be able to, but it makes sense to us. We're saying give the benefit to the consumer. We heard a lot today about our pricing. This is a way to make sure that we're not double counting, because there's an element of double counting today. If you're buying an electron from the way you're buying it and charging the whole thing to us, and you would have had to go buy that generation, that kilowatt hour that's a form of double counting.
Well, we're always against double taxation. We never can avoid it. I think to your point, perhaps you can actually guide us a little bit if we were to consider taking this on by looking at the models, the formulas of other states, so we can give guidance to Pure on how to go about it. Because 9 words, we all prefer succinctness, which we legislators need to do more of. But sometimes it's not as clear as we always intend it to be. So we'd appreciate the extra help.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Haskell.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair, and I'll take the cue from Rep. Steinberg on succinctness. Jamie, it's great to see you. I don't mean to take you off topic in any way, but you had raised some concerns about in our correspondence about EDC ownership, and I wanted to just give you an opportunity very briefly to talk about the potential for what you see as deregulation in this bill.
Yeah, I mean, it's been covered pretty well, but I think there was a reason we deregulated 24 years ago, and there's a reason they can't own generation. I think it would have to be a very in-depth conversation to change that course. I would echo what Jeff said about the unfair advantages that they have. They have access to all the transmission and interconnection data that we don't have, and they have land, adjacent to substations. So that's an unfair advantage. It makes me think about we've heard a lot of talk about going big, and I know Representative Aurora, to go big in this state, to do hundreds and hundreds of megawatts, we need to reform. We need the ability to interconnect, and we need to put pressure on those guys to give us access and make the upgrades necessary to allow us to do that. And I know you guys are working on all kinds of things, AMI with them, but that is a constraint today, is there are very few places where there's interconnection available. Again, I think we would be okay with a conversation about them owning and them being put on a competitive level playing field with us. But that needs to be a big, broad conversation, and we need to limit how they do that. And we can't be put in a place where we're competing with different information. They have better information than we have. So
Understood.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jamie, for your time and being here and your testimony. I want to clarify the double count so that we all understand it clearly. So let's say if you sell solar energy to the utility for, let's say, 14 cents a kilowatt, $140 a megawatt hour. Are you saying to me that all of 140 goes into the distribution charge, and when the utility charges the customer, they basically charge the average price on energy, and then this entire $140 per megawatt hour goes into the distribution charge?
It goes into the non-bypassable charges, which are a large bucket that eventually gets spread out over the number of kilowatt hours sold in the state. So yes, it gets thrown into a big bucket of other non-bypassable charges, which can be recovered by being charged back to all of us per kilowatt hour used.
So what you're suggesting is that of that, let's say $140 a megawatt hour, the average, let's assume, you're saying to be determined by Pura, which is a good idea, but it's very easy to say it on an average because they buy all their energy. You can just look up at what price they have bought. They buy energy and capacity. Let's just say the energy, we're not going to give you benefit of capacity, let's say. Sure. So the energy is about $70 or $65, $50 for the the Millstone, and then so what you're saying is that $70 is being double counted. Am I reading this right?
That's what I'm saying, that if they got a kilowatt hour from solar, we should be charged just the incremental amount they pay beyond what they would have already paid for that kilowatt hour. And they would have had to go buy that kilowatt hour.
You're saying we as a rate, as the consumer.
Us as a consumer, all ratepayers should be paying the incremental cost of that kilowatt hour, not the entire 100% cost, because they would have had to go buy that kilowatt hour anyway. When they buy a solar kilowatt hour, that's a kilowatt hour they're not buying from Hydro Quebec.
I
Right,
understand.
so-
So this is a big number here. You're exposing something huge because what you're saying is this is 60 million megawatt hour is solar we bought last year. So you're saying 60 million times or 6 million. Yeah. So we're talking about
You're paying
about $42 million.
we're getting half the value. We're getting when you guys authorize a $10 million program, that $10 million is going half as far as it should go if we were accounting for this correctly. That's the answer. And so everything that we've done, virtual net metering, SCAF, NRES, are sub-optimized because of this accounting choice. And it's been brought up before. It was not us originally that saw this, but it's a pretty big deal. And I think we should take a look at it. And I think 176 is a great vehicle to take a look at it.
Thank you, because my back of the envelope calculation is $42 million, and I'm saying 77 cents or $70 per megawatt hour for any energy they buy. That's kind of the average. Maybe it's 6, maybe it's 8. So we're talking about $45 million that gets put into the bill, which it shouldn't be. Well, thank you very much for alerting us, because all day long I've been looking for some way to talk about reducing the price of the bill. I guess 50 million is a good start here. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate
You're welcome.
And back to you. Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure if this is anything quite new. I mean, Commissioner Dykes has been talking about this for quite some time, and we do all of these programs outside of the ISO market. So let's not forget about, we live in a deregulated market, right? A wholesale market that the utilities have to buy for reliability for, and all of these distributed energy resources are outside of that market. So there is going to be some double payment going on regardless. Rep. Packer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I haven't heard it. Harry hardly ever talks, so I figured I'd weigh in. But Jamie, thank you for bringing, there's something for us to think about. You know what I mean? So another component. And I get what you mentioned, how you put that. I would love to hear, a response. The chairs can maybe request, and ranking members can request comments to your analysis here, because I would like to hear that. It makes sense in a way that, listen, we know that our utilities can get up to 10%, profit, and they get like 8 something, but it's still pretty good, right? They still do pretty good. So they're within that market that they can earn for profit. So I'd be interested to see the breakdown, because it does come down to the nuts and bolts of what we're paying for electricity here in the state of Connecticut. So I would hope that maybe somebody would weigh in on your concept on that. And, if we're, paying, as Rep. Arcani mentioned, that we are going to pay double in some way anyways, which, it's hard to tell one of my constituents that, well, we pay double for some stuff, so I don't want to, we'll look at that. But so I appreciate the time, Jamie, your input.
Thank you. And it's in our written comments, and maybe Chairman Gillette could help out. I don't know what role she would play in that, but having somebody look at it and come back to you guys and say, this is the implications of it. I know it's been going on forever. It's sort of fundamental to how these solar programs were originally accounted for. And, it's just it's an interesting question. I appreciate you guys taking it up. I appreciate the time, appreciate the patience.
Absolutely. As we expect to, I hope, go more and more and more in, no emission products and get more. We don't want to pay double for more, so let's get this figured out. And I know Rep. Arcani is probably already been looking into it already, knowing how astute he is. But
and that's not, I didn't emphasize the other things. The capacity, the distributed energy has some real tangible values. I'm not talking fluffy environmental things. I'm talking about less power plants that we need to build, less transmission that's needed, grid stability. I mean, think about all the conversations we've had around storms. Distributed energy actually helps grid stability, and the experts will tell you that there's value in all of that. I'm not even talking about any of that. We're just talking about the value of that kilowatt hour, the avoided cost that they would have had to buy anyway. There are other benefits that I shouldn't be downplaying. So
that's
correct. Thank you, guys.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rep. Metzger, next time.
Thank you very much. Hey, Jamie, good to see you here. Could you clarify that for me to an extent? I don't want to beat a dead horse. Is this practice unique to Connecticut, or is it standard operating practice?
I don't know enough about how, I've never gotten into how accounting is done in any other state. So I don't know. We operate in Massachusetts and New York, and I'm not aware of how they account, how the utilities account for it there. I just know we're up against it always here on, limited funds, caps, and it becomes very, very important here if we're double counting, if we're limiting everything, and every dollar is so precious to us. So
But are you double
attention to that.
counting? Okay, are you double counting in Massachusetts? You know that for a fact or no?
I don't know. I don't know how they account for, I don't know how Eversource or National Grid account for things in Massachusetts. Sorry, maybe somebody else on the call might know the answer to that.
Right. And the only thing I would probably at the margin take issue with, I think the distributed model for stability, grid, and grid reliability is important. But I'll highlight the issue that without the appropriate storage, we still have a problem in terms of stranded costs. So while I'm a big proponent of green energy, if I have to keep the big old plants fired up twice a year for peak demand, I still have a problem with, and that goes to green hydrogen potentially, but, unlocking green hydrogen, I'm not sure how energy neutral that is. And I think storage is going to be the big component. So I think those are things we'll have to look at.
We believe in all. We think when it comes to energy, the mix needs to be all. And, I was thinking about, somebody asked Jeff this question. I think Germany has 10% penetration rate of solar, and they haven't had any problems. I think that's the most. So I don't think we're anywhere near having these conversations about, boy, what happens when we're all solar. I think we're a long way from those days. But batteries are going to be a huge part of it. I agree with you, Representative Meskel.
Yeah, let me correct you. I'm not worried about the stability of the grid with solar. I'm worried about the peak demand and the stranded costs of how many carbon plants or nuclear, what else I need for the stability on the long end. I mean, you've got a swing factor in solar and wind in terms of weather and peak demand. So, but I'm not against it. I appreciate your testimony. It's always good to hear from you.
Thanks, Jamie. Next up, Shannon Long.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or I guess good evening, Senator Needleman, Representative Arconti, and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Long, and I'm an attorney with Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a regional environmental nonprofit with offices in all 6 New England states. First, CLF supports SB 177, which would require a study on grid resilience. This is a critical first step for understanding the risks that utility infrastructure faces, as well as what steps need to be taken to ensure reliability. We recommend that the bill describe in greater detail the components of the study and extend the deadline to January 1st, 2024, so there's adequate time to gather and analyze this information. Second, CLF supports HB 5203, which would be a step in the right direction to increase utility accountability and shift certain costs from ratepayers to shareholders. As others have mentioned, a recent Pure investigation has shown that the gas companies routinely violated a state law requiring disclosure of ad funding sources thousands of times over the past few years. Greater scrutiny over utility advertising, which Section 4 would accomplish, is clearly necessary. As Chairman Gillette noted, utility trade associations frequently lobby against actions that are in the public interest, notably those pertaining to climate change. Section 7 would ensure that ratepayers don't have to pay for this. Third, CLF largely supports SB 176, the SCEF bill. We do urge the committee to consider increasing the program to 50 megawatts rather than 35. We support increasing the percentage of SCEF generated electricity that must go to low income customers, but we suggest removing the requirement that at least 40% of SCEFs be located in EJ communities. These communities are already overburdened with energy and industrial infrastructure, and it may be more cost-effective to site solar facilities elsewhere. Finally, CLF opposes HB 5200, which would establish a task force to study hydrogen. We think this bill is flawed because it presumes that Connecticut should develop and incentivize hydrogen without first asking whether this makes sense as a decarbonization strategy. We believe it is premature to convene such a task force at this time. Hydrogen is not a viable pathway to decarbonization in the near term because over 99% of hydrogen is currently produced from fossil fuels. There are also high costs and safety concerns associated with hydrogen, and we cannot use it in our existing gas infrastructure. Finally, hydrogen research and development is still in its infancy, and we will know much more in the coming years. Finally, it's also problematic that many of the proposed task force members seem to lack relevant expertise on hydrogen specifically, though they have expertise in energy-related matters. If a task force were to be convened, it would be essential that the members have specialized expertise on hydrogen, and we would also recommend that that study consider whether hydrogen is a viable pathway to decarbonization for Connecticut. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Shannon. Seeing no questions, thanks for your testimony. Oh, Representative Roy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your testimony very much, because that's one point of view on hydrogen which I'd espoused, but I seem to be in the minority. Can you talk a little more to it? Because to me, it looks like, whatever I have researched here is that, you're going to use it for some trucking, but that's coming later, and maybe for cement and industrial. But for electricity, it's really storage, and batteries do way better and are much, much smaller. And it's great that we have a good fuel cell industry and we should support it. But, the task force makes very little sense. Can you talk a little more as to why should it be done at a federal level, perhaps? And maybe we should suggest to our Congress, our federal delegations here to maybe look at it. Would that be the right thing to do?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Representative. There certainly is great interest in the potential for green hydrogen specifically as a pathway to decarbonization. And there is going to be an enormous amount of federal funding flooding into hydrogen research and development. As I mentioned in my testimony, and I have more on this in my written testimony, this research is still in a really nascent stage of development. And I think we will be knowing much more. But based on the information we have right now, as you say, hydrogen does not seem like it is a viable pathway to decarbonization in the near term. And here I'm talking specifically about the next maybe 10 to 15 years. I think in the longer term, there is a lot of excitement and probably agreement that green hydrogen is going to play a significant role, but that's specifically in hard to electrify sectors. Specifically some heavy industrial applications that are very difficult to electrify. There's a lot of potential there for green hydrogen to decarbonize those sectors. Based on the research that I have seen, it is more efficient and more cost-effective to directly electrify things like heating and buildings and transportation, rather than using renewable electricity to produce green hydrogen and then use that hydrogen. The other thing, as I mentioned, that I really want to emphasize, because I think this is not widely understood by a lot of folks, and it's kind of obfuscated by the hype around hydrogen, is just the fact that right now it's a vanishingly small percentage of hydrogen that is actually green hydrogen produced from renewable sources. The latest data I've seen is less than 1%. So most of that hydrogen is generated from, is produced from fossil fuels and has a considerable emissions profile. And also even that hydrogen that's produced from fossil fuels utilizing carbon capture and storage, some recent research has shown that its emissions profile is still considerable, and in fact exceeds what the emissions we would get from burning gas or even coal directly. So unless that technology is improved, I wouldn't consider that so-called blue hydrogen viable.
I appreciate that. In the interest of time, one quick last question is: do you support? And I might have heard your testimony earlier. Do you support use of any agricultural land for solar farms? Because that's a discussion that agricultural land, we should have some sharing between solar farms, which we have currently a ban on. Do you have an opinion on that? And that's my last question. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an issue that DEEP is now considering in the STEP solar proceeding. And I would say that my answer is a qualified yes. I think there are opportunities, for example, to site some solar panels on agricultural lands with some caveats. And that's something that some of my colleagues in Massachusetts have worked on in partnership with the American Farmland Trust and other agricultural interests. So I think if the right parameters are in place to ensure that we don't have degradation of those lands and that we're not losing prime farmland, that there are some opportunities.
So qualified, yes, not a complete yes, but hopefully qualification so that it does lead to some more land being available for solar. Thank you very much, and back to you, Mr. Chair.
No further questions. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
Weezy, Dominion, you're up.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Arconti and Needleman, ranking members Formica and Ferraro, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Weezy Nuara. I am Dominion Energy's State Policy Director for New England. I'm joined by Millstone's new Site Vice President, Michael O'Connor, who brings a wealth of knowledge about Millstone operations and can assist with questions the committee may have following my remarks. We appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony in support of House Bill 5200, which would establish a task force to study hydrogen, and House Bill 5202, which relates to the nuclear power facility construction moratorium. As many of you all know, Dominion Energy is the owner and operator of Millstone Nuclear Power Station located in Waterford, Connecticut. Millstone is the largest source of carbon-free electricity in all of New England, producing approximately 16 to 17 million megawatt hours of carbon-free energy each year. Dominion Energy supports House Bill 5200, which would establish a task force to study hydrogen and the contributions it could make to Connecticut's clean energy economy. Dominion Energy sees tremendous potential in hydrogen, an emerging clean energy source that could help reduce greenhouse gas emissions in a variety of sectors. Dominion is exploring how hydrogen can help the company meet its goal of net zero emissions by 2050 and supports Connecticut's efforts to do the same. Connecticut is uniquely positioned to explore clean hydrogen production with an abundant supply of baseload carbon-free electricity at Millstone, and an interest on the part of Dominion Energy to expand Millstone's role as the clean energy hub of Connecticut and New England by enabling other clean energy technologies like clean hydrogen on site at Millstone. Dominion Energy also supports House Bill 5202, which would allow the construction of new nuclear power facilities at existing nuclear power stations operating in the state. Dominion Energy supports the state's efforts to explore all options available, including advanced nuclear technologies like small modular reactors to achieve its long-term decarbonization goals. Dominion has no plans to add small modular reactors to the Millstone site at this time, as their commercial viability is still many years away, but it supports Connecticut taking this first step to allow exploration of all forms of clean energy generation to see how they could contribute to the state's clean energy economy today and in the future. Carbon-free nuclear power plays a critical role in ensuring clean, reliable, and cost-effective electricity supplies in Connecticut and across the region. In addition to preserving existing nuclear power resources in the state, Connecticut should be able to explore advanced nuclear technologies like small modular reactors, which come with distinct advantages, including a small physical footprint and greater scalability. Adding these resources to an existing nuclear power station site would leverage existing safety and security infrastructure that has a decades-long history of protecting human health and the environment. And so with that, I will close and refer you to my written testimony for more detailed information. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Weezy. Always thanks for your expert testimony here on the issue.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't. I have two quick questions. One is, first, thank you for your testimony. I am going in as fast as I can in the interest of time. But my first question: what is your capacity utilization during off-peak? I.e., is there energy during off-peak which is you can produce more, but you're not at the highest rate because of the fact that there is not enough demand?
When Millstone runs, it's running at full output. So we are producing as much power as we can every single hour of the day. And I'm happy to welcome Mike O'Connor, who a former plant manager and reactor operator himself. But when we're on at 100% power.
Yeah, essentially we're a baseload plant.
There's always a demand for power. And so we're not asked to curtail our output unless there's a specific configuration in the region or a weather condition that would reduce the loading in New England such that the power was not needed. Otherwise, both units are at full output.
Got it. So do you, just to, obviously the price or the demand is lower, and so that is reflected in the pricing, but I'm assuming that's also in some of the contracts which you have with the state. The point is, are you incentivized to have battery so that, you could use the hydrogen would do something similar in some sense, that you could use your off-peak or late night power and then recycle it during day? Is that something that that makes sense for you if the incentives were there, or is that something you have ever looked at here in Millstone and in other plants?
Yeah, I think it's a beneficial mix for nuclear. If the power were not needed elsewhere and we could do something to generate it and store it, it would support the operation of the reactor power output at full power all the time, which the technology likes. And then we would be able to store that for use at a different time. So it does coexist with our operation.
But at this point, you do not have any battery storage at your unit up in Millstone.
That's correct.
Right. But you could technically you could accommodate quite a large amount because you are a pretty sizable unit. Even if you think about a 5% or a 1% overnight, that could be quite a large amount.
It does add up. And we do have space for it, and we are interested in talking to people who want to engage in those activities for the betterment of the grid operation.
Great. Well, that's a great, fantastic idea. Hopefully, we can bring that up at some other point because we have spoken about battery in other contexts, but having it in context of nuclear makes a lot of sense because of the energy you all have. Thank you very much for those answers, and back to you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Foreman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Nice to see you both here. Appreciate your patience throughout the day and what you do there at Dominion's Millstone Station. I love the fact that I've been talking about, the need to expand, as we talked just moments ago about small modular reactors and other new technologies coming in. The town of Waterford is becoming concerned, or maybe remaining concerned, about storage implications for any expansion at the site. And I know Congressman Courtney's been working on a number of issues. We just got some today, as a matter of fact. But I guess there's some money going into storage, nationwide storage facilities. And this bill would seek to bypass Connecticut's prohibition of increasing nuclear's footprint without a national storage program, because Waterford has such a robust storage facility at your site. I'm not sure what I'm asking, maybe to comment on what it looks like on the national horizon, so that I can advise my first selectman neighborhood about what potentially is coming down the pipe.
Well, I would just offer that the Department of Energy has put out a request for information regarding interim storage facilities and interim storage solutions for spent nuclear fuel. And we're very supportive of that, very supportive of permanent solutions for spent nuclear fuel. Today, we are storing spent nuclear fuel safely and securely in spent fuel pools and at our independent spent fuel storage installation site in steel casks. And we've got the capacity to store that fuel safely and through our operating licenses. So we are confident in our ability to do that, but we are also very supportive of interim storage solutions. It would mean a permanent removal of that spent nuclear fuel here in Waterford.
Okay, just as long as there's something on the horizon that you're aware of, and just to get that on the record. I know there's been a number of people testifying today, some of whom were against keeping you around. I was proud to fight for you, along with the delegation in Southeastern Connecticut and a number of people within the legislature at the time over the 4 years. Just for clarification, I know there was a number that came out for the benefits of the ratepayer in the first month or two of this year. Could you just talk briefly on the benefits of what you now bring to the table with the power purchase agreement? There's a lot of talk has been about rates, costs, and values of certain energy generation.
Sure, happy to speak to that, Senator. We've locked in our power at $49.99 a megawatt hour with the state's 2 utilities, and that's reconciled against wholesale electricity prices, wholesale energy prices. And in the month of January, wholesale energy prices were quite high. So the utilities actually earned roughly $60 to $70 million on the energy that they bought from us and sold into the wholesale energy market. So very beneficial, and all of that revenue gets returned back to ratepayers.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the good work. Mike, congratulations, and good to see you as well. I'm talking to the real boss there, so but I wanted to make sure everybody knows what a great job you do there. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Rep. Cheeseman?
Thank you, Chairman Arconti. Good to see you, Weezy and Mike, after this long day. Mike, as the new site manager, looking forward 5 years, what do you see on the horizon for the plant?
We're seeing our continued design changes to the plant to ensure that they can continue to operate safely and reliably. You're aware of the main electric generator replacement at Unit 3 this April when we do our refueling outage, as well as a 1.5% uprate into the plant's power output. We will do similar things to Unit 2. Over the next 5 years, we do expect to make sure that we understand how purchase power agreements are laid out going forward. We have an agreement in place till 2029. But we are interested in subsequent license renewal for both units. Unit 2 license expires in 2035 and Unit 3 in 2045. And to do 20-year extensions on those would take some effort and some assurance that the power would be valued in the marketplace throughout that time period.
Right. So you're looking at what, a drop dead date 2 years away? Because I know you have to go enter into forward auctions with ISO.
That's right. We do, we do have to look ahead at the forward capacity auction schedules, and our contract runs through 2029, as Mike indicated, and we would need to let ISO New England know if we expect to continue operating beyond 2029 in the early 2025 timeframe. So just a couple years away.
Right. And I know when we've talked about finding some way to allow other states to support the plan's value because of your, zero carbon resources. And I believe you said you were more than willing to work with a state and with the New England region to find a way to better account for what you're contributing in terms of this carbon-free power.
Absolutely. We're working with our regional stakeholders through the New England Power Pool, the stakeholder process there, and ISO New England, watching those discussions and engaging in those discussions, particularly around any market design changes that they're studying right now. And then, of course, working with the states. We're open to state, regional, and even federal solutions to ensure Millstone's continued operation.
All right, thank you. It's great to see you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Chairman Arconti.
Rep. Meskers?
Thank you, Chair Arconti. Did I understand you correctly? In January, I guess as a producer of energy, you sell into the free market, but every time it exceeds the power purchase agreement, that works out as a subsidy in the distribution rates to the ratepayers in Connecticut?
So we have locked in our energy with the two utilities at $49.99 a megawatt hour. So they purchase the energy from us, 9 million megawatt hours of our output each year at that price, and then they turn around and sell it into the wholesale energy market. And if the wholesale energy market prices are above $49.99 a megawatt hour, they actually make money. They earn revenues on our power, and that gets returned to Connecticut ratepayers. So the utilities have locked in a low fixed price for our energy, and of course, energy prices are going to fluctuate above and below $49.99 a megawatt hour. But in the case of January, I believe the average price for energy was roughly $140 a megawatt hour. So quite a bit of revenues earned on our energy, and those dollars will get returned to Connecticut ratepayers.
Right. So when we go forward and look at the negotiations of the contract, we have to look at the forward prices of energy. And we also should be looking at the point that we're hosting a nuclear plant with its zero carbon benefit, but with a nuclear plant nonetheless. And make sure that your cost of production versus the cost of energy, the wrestling will be what the value of energy production is in a nuclear plant, what the profitability of a nuclear plant is versus, third-party suppliers as well. Because if we're contracting, we're taking the downside risk as well with the forward purchase agreement. We're guaranteeing a rate of return. So right now, you tell me January, it sounds like January might have been the first time I won. So we'll be looking at that going forward as how often it's, the energy prices are in excess of the purchase power agreement. I mean, honestly, I'd like a break even on the power purchase agreement or some profit to guarantee the operation. I think if the windfall comes back my way, I'm happy, but I always know you've got a put. So if energy prices collapse, I'm still stuck at $49.99. So, I mean, I think I'd love to see that as a more public negotiation going forward for you guys, because I want to make sure that we've got the best deal possible. Although I love what you do, and I'm grateful for your lack of a carbon footprint, and so I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative.
Episcopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Weezy. Good to see you. Mike, congratulations. I admit my ignorance on the hydrogen issue, but I'm intrigued by it. It seems that if you refer to not green hydrogen, like non-fossil fuel derived hydrogen, it seems that one of your outputs, so to speak, would be steam. Would you have the potential to be producing hydrogen with that at your plant? Is that what we're thinking of?
That's right. So, nuclear produced hydrogen would be a carbon-free electricity source in order to produce hydrogen through electrolysis. And the outputs are hydrogen, of course, and oxygen, actually, when you run carbon-free electricity through an electrolyzer.
You did ask about steam. I think there are ways to form hydrogen with high pressure steam. We do not make steam at that high of a pressure. And so that's not really how we would do it at this site in working with others. It would be all through electrolysis, which means the electricity demand to make the hydrogen would not be available at the grid, which goes to some of our earlier discussions about how to manage the output and the need on the grid and what we would do with the power.
Very interesting, and I remain intrigued. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thanks. I don't see anyone else with their hands up, so thanks, Weezy and Mike, for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ian McDonald.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Chairman Arconti and Chairman Needleman and distinguished members of this committee for holding this hearing. So I'm testifying today in support of SB 176. I would echo many of the sentiments that we really ought to be expanding the solar caps to the greatest extent possible, so that is, making sure that it's technically and financially feasible, and also being mindful of equity and good land use. So I live here in Killingly, And as many of you may know, Killingley is home to one existing large power plant, Lake Road Generating, and a second 650 megawatt power plant is proposed, the Killingley Energy Center, the status of which has kind of yo-yoed a bit in the past few months. Locally, we have pretty high, about double the national average asthma rates. If the second power plant were to be greenlit, we would have 2 large emitters in the same part of town where my kids and other children in Killingley would attend the vast majority of their schooling. For many folks who live in communities with power plants or cogeneration trash incinerators, the consequences of whether we have a cleaner energy system in Connecticut can be very real. And we know many of these facilities tend to be built largely in low income and or communities of color. The concerns expressed in last week's hearing by Chairman Arconti with respect to the health effects of vehicle emissions in cities are very much shared by many of those who live in communities dealing with emissions from power generators. Of course, whether we lift these caps on community and commercial solar and generally pass more clean energy legislation is not strictly a localized health issue. The UN IPCC has come out this past week with its most dire warning yet concerning the threat of climate change and the need for urgent action on this front. Both the IPCC and the IEA have been very clear concerning the need to radically reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including methane. Despite any and all good faith efforts made by members of this committee, we are currently at 2.5% solar in Connecticut, and it is my understanding that the existing program would only permit 0.2% solar to be added each year. This level of solar doesn't even come close to meeting the climate challenge before us. And it does matter that Connecticut succeeds on this issue, both because of the failure to pass enough meaningful climate legislation at the federal level, some real threats to regulation in the courts, and ISO New England's failure to roll back the minimum offer price rule on schedule, which continues to hamper utility scale renewables. It is all the more important that we see leadership and proof of concept at the state level. State leadership by people like the members of this committee would very well be the most viable path towards a clean energy future and avoiding the most catastrophic effects of climate change. We can start to do this by passing SB 176 along with other clean energy legislation such as SB 10. Connecticut is better positioned than most to show leadership on solar and clean energy, and it is critical that we do so. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has. Thank you.
Ian, thanks for your testimony. Thanks for waiting all day to testify. Any questions from committee members? I don't see any. Thanks so much, Ian, for your input. Peter Millman.
Thank you. Senator Needleman and Representative Arconti and all members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about SB 176, an act concerning shared clean energy facilities. As a member of the Coalition for Sensible Solar Regulation, I had hoped for more from this bill. We need to at least double the 50 megawatt cap on commercial projects and also double the 25 megawatt cap on SCEF project as was initially contemplated. The very modest changes to solar caps contained in SB 176 seem to indicate a suspicion of the value of distributed energy resources. So I'd like to introduce members of the committee to a new study titled "Why Solar for All Costs Less: A New Roadmap to the Lowest Cost Grid," because it has the potential to change the narrative about how we in Connecticut view the ongoing debate about utility scale versus distributed local energy resources. Our hope is that you will take a look at this study and that it will inform your thinking about not just SB 176, but of all future planning for our electricity sector. This study suggests that we can't afford to continue thinking about distributed generation as an expensive boutique solution, when in fact it is a key ingredient for achieving the lowest cost clean energy grid. The potential savings from properly valuing distributed resources are huge. The basis of the study is a newly developed, more data-rich model that is far better able to evaluate the best mix of utility scale and local energy resources than current energy planning tools. The results of the modeling were clear. The least expensive way to get to a clean energy sector is by adding copious amounts of distributed solar and batteries to already existing and planned utility scale solar, wind, and battery storage. This recipe works for, among other reasons, because it smooths out the demand for electricity by reducing peak demand periods, which are a significant driver of both supply and distribution costs for ratepayers. PACE will be holding a webinar on the implications of the study for Connecticut this coming Monday, March 7th at 11 a.m. To 12:30 p.m. You can find links to both the webinar and the study, as well as a podcast that does a terrific job of explaining it, in my written testimony. To reduce electricity bills for current and future ratepayers, we need to be far more ambitious about the amount of distributed solar we plan for Connecticut. We need a shift in thinking. The economic health of our state and our most vulnerable ratepayers depend on it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. Questions, comments for Peter? Seeing none. Thanks for your testimony, Peter.
Thank you.
Who's next? Charles, save the second.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm a climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound. And I've submitted testimony in support of 3 bills, 5199, an act concerning the funding of advanced metering infrastructure, HB 5203, an act concerning utility company cost sharing mechanisms, as well as SB 176, an act concerning shared clean energy facilities. In the interest of time, I'm going to focus my comments on 176, the SCEF program. Really appreciate the fact that this bill was raised, so thank you. The current SCEF program design emphasizes benefits to low and moderate income customers, and we think the proposal to increase the benefit carve-out for low income customers as reflected in the bill is very much in keeping with the overall spirit and goals of the program. And while we appreciate the proposed increase in the annual capacity, we also feel, as you've heard from some other folks, that the capacity limits should be increased to 50 megawatts rather than 35 megawatts as recommended in the bill. The SCEF program over the last couple of years has proven popular and successful. And given the focus on providing benefits to low and moderate income residents in the states, we feel that this additional capacity is certainly warranted. Finally, I think something that folks have not addressed with this, we would also recommend providing language in the bill that makes it clear that the SCEF program will not sunset after 6 years. The statutory language is kind of confusing, so it's hard to find, but it does appear as the program design, as this was developed, makes clear, was anticipated to provide 150 megawatts of shared clean energy power, 25 megawatts a year. So it's clear that it's anticipating a 6-year run. We think that that sunset provision should be eliminated. And finally, very appreciative of the fact that you've proposed to remove the prohibition on having the annual capacity roll over if it's not assigned in a particular year. That's incredibly important. For the most part, we haven't run into that issue because, as I said, the program has been successful. So it has been fully subscribed. Last year's, there was one exception to that. There's about 3 megawatts outstanding that wasn't subscribed because developers were disqualified for things having nothing to do really with the merits of the proposal. So we think that eliminating that rollover provision is a great start. And finally, we just raised a question about the proposals. Effort to allow the state's electric utilities to own SCEF solar projects. The committee should really consider what this would mean for the continued development and health of a strong solar industry in Connecticut. And with that, I will rely on my written testimony. Thanks.
Thanks, Charles. Questions for comments for Charles? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Francis Spalaro, for you.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Arconti, Chairman Needleman, ranking members and members of the committee. I'm Francis Polaro, the Executive Director of Renew Northeast. I've come here tonight to testify in support of Raise Bill 5200, just with one suggestion that the task force be required to consider how hydrogen can be used in conformity with the Global Warming Solutions Act. Very important to make sure that we get that right. I also just would note from my testimony last week that we do have technologies available today that can provide, I think, some of the support for clean energy that the committee is seeking from this bill, and that is, through the legislation you passed last year, Public Act 21-53. For energy storage. I understand that's moving through PURA, and there's already programs in place. We very much would like to see more of a defined timetable from DEEP for the part of the storage deployment that it's supposed to follow in terms of a procurement. And the other bill that I'd like to mention is, and I've heard others, including DEEP, speak about Raise Bill 176 and specifically opposing the provision for the utilities to own generation. I know that I've said this seems like every year for the last number of years, but Connecticut's restructuring law does work for consumers, and it does work for the environment. And the utilities can and actually do compete through their affiliates, and they're involved with offshore wind and other renewable energy projects. So that's the appropriate way to do it. And as others have mentioned, if an EDC project were to actually win, it would give the appearance that the EDCs potentially favored its own project. So to us, it's not necessary, and would like to see the restructuring law maintained. And with that, I thank you for the time to speak with you tonight.
Thanks, Francis. Questions, comments for Francis? Seeing none. Thanks, Francis, for your testimony. Samantha Danowski, Sierra Club.
Thank you, Representative Arcani. Good evening to you, to your co-chair, Senator Needleman, and all the esteemed members of the committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club Connecticut. And on behalf of the Sierra Club and our more than 40,000 members and supporters in Connecticut, thank you for the opportunity to testify on several issues before you today. I come to you with our commitment to defending everyone's right to a healthy world by tackling the serious challenges of a warming climate and unprecedented levels of pollution. Earlier this week, as others have noted, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued another urgent call to act on climate. And as others have also mentioned, we are not on track here in our state to meet our own greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. That's why we continue to emphasize the need to cut emissions quickly and move towards readily available zero emission solutions. The first bill I want to talk about is Senate Bill 176. Because Connecticut is not only not meeting our greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, we're also falling behind neighboring states in the deployment of solar energy. Connecticut is currently getting 2.45% of its electricity from solar, whereas Rhode Island is getting 7.8% and Massachusetts is getting 18.5%. We share the same grid, and in some locations, it's the same utility. And Massachusetts has a retail electric rates comparable to Connecticut. Rhode Island is less expensive. We want Connecticut to do better and appreciate your raising this bill. We're one of 40 organizations that are part of the Coalition for Sensible Solar Regulations, and we support the position of the coalition on doubling the caps in the SCEF and RES programs. It would be preferable to not have to come back to the legislature every year to revisit the caps, but rather remove them in 2023 and allow PURA to determine what expansion can be appropriately accommodated. We also, as others have noted, want to ensure that the benefits are flowing to EJ communities, as I think was the intent of that section of the bill. Moving on, Sierra Club opposes House Bill 5200, an act establishing a task force to study hydrogen power. The underlying presumption of the creation of the task force is that Connecticut should develop and incentivize hydrogen. As outlined in our recent report, which I'll include in my written testimony, more than 99% of the United States annual supply of hydrogen is produced using fossil fuels. We have every reason to expect that hydrogen production in Connecticut would come from fossil fuels, resulting in a backward step on climate. Sierra Club only supports the use of green hydrogen that meets certain conditions and for certain end uses. And lastly, we oppose House Bill 5202 on nuclear, building new nuclear power. We have a long-standing policy against nuclear power, but even if you don't share the objections that we have, I would add that every dollar spent on nuclear is one less dollar spent on truly safe, affordable, and renewable sources. And I'll include in our written testimony research showing new nuclear power plants cost more, they take longer to build, and they produce more emissions than renewables. Thank you.
Brett Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Sam, thank you for being here and testifying. Appreciate that. You know, I've been thinking about this all afternoon. I have never been happy with caps. Just drives me crazy. And we talk about it every year. And you made a good point. Remove the caps, and then let the pure, deep, deep in this case, probably handle the production, the amount that we bring in. And I was just thinking, I was going to talk to a supplier. How much could we actually build out in a given year besides permitting and interconnections? How much could we actually do? I mean, I think it would be limited just by the construction component, just by everything already. That it would be. I'm not sure if we could do 25 a year. Maybe we can do 35 a year. Maybe we can do only 20 a year. Who knows? I just wanted to thank you for bringing that up and that colleague, because I've been thinking about it since what, 10:30? It was Chair Conti. So I don't know. I just thank you for bringing that up, because whether it's, virtual meeting that we were talking about in the past to now, this year. So it's intriguing, that we find a different way to do it, just have it rather than be a statute. So that was just my thoughts. Similar to maybe yours.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Sam and Rebecca. I'm willing and able to engage in at the NRES cap. If we can have bipartisan support, even better.
I'm on board. I'm ready.
All right.
Taking my cap off. I don't have my cap on. Let me go get a cap.
Bipartisan. I can't wait. Seeing no other questions for Samantha. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you and good night.
Melissa Linden.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Paul's got his cap.
Sorry, I had to have water. It was such a long hearing. My voice is giving out. Just in something of favor in Rep Aurora, like I agree with the gas pipelines. I worked with the Intergovernmental Energy Commission with the UN, and nobody's talking about the national security risk of solar. You get those panels from Asia. They're also they're hugely carbon emission issues, toxic waste, unsustainable mining practices, all involve solar, and nobody's even talking about that. So I would, I would go to gas pipelines, and even energy is powered by coal. So I would support that. And then hydropower, like the Niagara, whatever that Niagara power assortment, I would look into that. That's pretty cool. And it's not really heavy on the environment, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about your e-service technology. It's completely flawed. The people that run it are incompetent. They've breached my identity several times. I've proven it in a court that they took emails that I sent to your e-service department in Turbo Court, and they opened them on a Google Mail and ran them around 75 times. I have a background in computers. I'm a webmaster. I have 25 years of cleaning up international people's identity. That's why I was able to follow what they were doing with your system. You have court clerks, you have e-service people like Rebecca and Nancy. They don't address the severe problems of the clerks manipulating these files to take people's houses. It's disgusting. It is seriously disgusting how you guys sent my immigration application clerks. And the Superior Court sent it around 128 times. If you want to look at case, I'll give you number HHD CV1 20-6134602-S. It'll show you everything. Also, the probate administrator is hiding my dad's probate records and allowing court clerks to do this in Glastonbury probate court, which is causing me huge identity problems. And nobody addresses it. Your review committees, nobody. The corruption's been going on a long time. You've had tax force, everything. And you guys just sit there. You need to upgrade and make accountability on your technology. And the people in these town clerks, let me talk to you about your land records. They're being manipulated by cron jobs. Your engineers in your land management systems are manipulating records where our assessor records don't manage the land records. If you go in this case records, it shows you the difference between Glastonbury town land records and Glastonbury assessor records and the
30
IRS
seconds
records.
remaining.
So that's problem. Okay, I'm done. It's all in that case. You'll see it.
Thank you, Melissa.
And I'm sure I have fraud. You guys don't want to talk about it, so I'll see.
Testimony. Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Scully.
Representative, we had some technical issues with Mark. We're going to have to come back to him real quick.
No problem. Roger Coons.
Yes, hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, get my camera turned on here. I guess it's not turning on. Oh, well. Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Arconti and Senator Needleman and the committee. My name is Roger Coons. I am a small business owner of a sustainable practices company and also the state coordinator for Citizens Climate Lobby. Senate Bill 176 does not go nearly far enough to aggressively increase solar power in all situations in the state of Connecticut. We are in a climate emergency and we must act in response to this emergency. And this bill begins to do some of that. But we can no longer have restrictions on the megawatt size of new solar projects. Limiting solar development is counterproductive to the state's greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals and the zero carbon grid goals. The cap for solar installations should be removed. We should not have a cap. Caps are holding us back from achieving our state's solar potential. We must accelerate solar installations and move away from any new fossil fuel installation systems. One of the things today we've heard a lot about is the price points and, you know, how much is solar relative to wind, to natural gas and to nuclear and so on and so forth. But one thing that hasn't been mentioned is that fossil fuels get 3 to 5 times more in federal subsidies, and in some cases state level stuff, but mostly federal subsidies than renewable energy systems. So solar is competing from behind the 8 ball in essence. And if we level the playing field, solar will be so much cheaper for the long term than any of the fossil fuels, bar none. We have also not talked about life cycles. There's long-term damage from fossil fuels, we know this, and even though every form of energy has a footprint, the renewable energy systems have some of the lowest. So in terms of 176, I'm in support of it if you take the caps off. I agree with some of the other speakers previously. In terms of HB 5200, the hydrogen study, there is a ton of information already available through the federal government that really covers all of this stuff. If you're going to do a study, you should state clearly, as one of the previous speakers said, that
30 seconds remaining.
This is a green hydrogen thing. We know for a fact that the carbon footprint of blue or gray hydrogen produced from methane is 20 times or more higher. And in terms of HB 5202, I would support it with some additions. I think thorium-based reactors should be considered. Thorium is safer. It's not fissile. It's much safer than uranium. If you're going to have reactors, please, in that proposal, consider thorium. I'll stop there, but good job on things, guys. I think the discussion today has been great.
Thanks, Roger. Thanks for your testimony. I don't see anyone with their hand up, so thanks for waiting to testify.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative.
Sean Burke is next.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair Nealon, Chair Conti, members of the committee. My name is Sean Burke, and I'm the policy manager at the Northeast Clean Energy Council, or NECEC as we're known. NECEC is a member organization representing hundreds of clean energy companies in every segment of the industry across New England and New York. I'm testifying today on SB 176 regarding the SCEF program. We've also submitted written testimony, so I'll be brief to not stand in the way of everyone's evening. Solar has been a critical part of Connecticut's energy strategy for over a decade, while also providing local jobs and economic development and establishing a new industry in the state. We greatly appreciate the committee's consideration of SB 176, which recognizes the SCEF program's critical role in our energy portfolio. We view this as an opportunity to align the program with the state's decarbonization ambitions. And I want to make just three specific comments on the bill. First, we join the chorus in recommending a doubling of the program size to 50 megawatts annually. And we also recommend removal of the sunset provision to provide regulatory certainty to the industry that the SCEF program will continue beyond the initial authorization, and that Connecticut is committed to increasing its clean energy deployment. Second, we urge the committee to reject Section 4 of the bill, which would allow utilities to get back in the solar generation business, and which, as was discussed earlier, would allow them to be both bidders and evaluators in the same proposal. This would represent an uneven playing field and potentially decrease competition to the detriment of Connecticut's ratepayers. And then lastly, we appreciate the committee's recognition of the need to ensure all of our clean energy programs lead to just and equitable outcomes. By increasing the required percentage of low and moderate income participants, SB 176 would make great strides towards providing underserved and overburdened residents with access to clean energy and its benefits. Equity and environmental justice must be central in all of our energy policies. And then, given earlier discussions, I do want to note that our written testimony recommends considering a codification of the proposed but never adopted resilience bid preference in the SCEF program. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Sean, you're a regional association, right?
Correct.
Just a quick, so I know we get compared to Mass often, and I know the utilities can own, a little bit of solar up in Mass, which, may have led to more deployment. So is there a way to do it? I know like the bill as written, is not workable, and I get that as soon as, we drafted it, I knew it wasn't going to be workable, but we wanted to have this discussion. So, since it's working in Mass with the appropriate, fences and safeguards for competition amongst the developers, is there, an opportunity where you think it's appropriate to do that here too, to potentially lead to more deployment if that's, what our goal is collectively to lower emissions?
Yeah, and I'm happy to discuss it in more detail to not take away from everyone here. But I think in general, utility ownership could be useful in areas where there's a market deficiency or where the market won't deliver. And I think we want to think carefully about where that is, and if there are places right now where the market is not delivering and cannot deliver if not given the correct incentives. I don't know if we necessarily agree that it's working well in Massachusetts for the utilities to own solar, but happy to discuss that more.
Nope, that's fair. All right, anyone else? Nope. Thanks, Sean, for your testimony.
Thank you
for waiting to testify.
Have a good night.
You too. Carrie Lynch.
There we go. Hello. Good evening, honored chairs, Representative Conti and Senator Needleman, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate Energy Policy Manager for the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy in full support of House Bill 5203, an act concerning utility company cost sharing mechanisms. This bill addresses specific measures in Connecticut's utility laws to reduce costs for ratepayers. Electric and other utility rates continue to rise despite efforts to increase energy efficiency, making Connecticut electric rates the second highest behind Hawaii in the nation. At the same time, while all Connecticut's all Connecticut residents are suffering under the COVID-19 pandemic and repeated storm events, Eversource reports record profits for the second consecutive year. There are several important sections to this bill that the Nature Conservancy fully supports. We believe that this is a first step in addressing risk and costs that are entirely borne by Connecticut ratepayers. So in HB 5203, Section 1, we fully support revenue decoupling when appropriate and determined by PURA. In Section 3, we support efforts to extend deadlines to file and increase PURA's discretion to return revenue that was overcollected. In Section 4, we address advertising costs for the EDCs and LDCs, which are entirely borne by ratepayers for reasons unknown. We support Section 6, which addresses the ESI fund and vegetation management money that the EDCs spend with no oversight whatsoever. And finally, we support Section 7, which would make the EDCs and LDCs pay for their own lobbying efforts, trade association memberships, and other such activities, which increase shareholder revenue but not serve the interests of the ratepayers. We would also like to express our concern let's make that clear, for HB 5200, an act concerning a task force to study hydrogen power. This legislation is primarily designed to establish a stakeholder task force for purposes of creating a report on hydrogen technology potential in Connecticut. We have several concerns about this bill as it's written. This bill does not consider equitable representation on the task force and instead is largely natural gas advocates. And we would strongly suggest a review of who should be included in such matters. Our other concerns are about the timing and rationale of such a report on hydrogen development when the federal government is still working out issues of technology, emissions, safety, reliability, and costs. We recommend not rushing into this type of new technology at the expense of ratepayers. And maybe surprisingly, we offer our support for HB 5202, an act exempting nuclear power generating facilities in the state from nuclear power facility construction moratorium. This bill, as evident in the title, shall exempt any operating nuclear facility from new construction in the state of Connecticut. We believe that this is an important first step towards 1, maintaining existing nuclear facilities, 2, valuing nuclear energy as a clean energy resource, and 3, setting the stage for advanced small modular reactors and advanced nuclear technologies. We have submitted written testimony on all the bills I've talked about today and more. And with that, I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy today.
Thanks, Carrie. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for Carrie? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Nathan? Berlin?
Thank you, Representative Arconti and fellow co-chair Senator Needleman and Vice Chairs Winfield, Ali Brennan, ranking members Formica and Ferraro, and honorable members of the E&T Committee for this opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 176, which we've heard a lot about today. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy, and we express conditional support for the bill. And as you've heard today and are well aware, the IPCC report released this week speaks of unprecedented urgency to address climate change. All states within our nation, we believe, must do their part, and especially Connecticut, where voter support to address climate gives us above average opportunity to be a leader. And so far, as you know, the state is not meeting its emissions goals and our very low levels of solar energy is part of that story. Connecticut was just over 2% solar in net electricity generation in 2020, compared to 19% for Massachusetts and 6% for Rhode Island. That result is not for lack of demand. The Shared Clean Energy Facilities Program, which we've heard a lot about today, SCEF, capped at 25 megawatts, has been inundated with requests far above the cap, but those projects have died on the vine because of the cap. So we support SB 176 for the modest cap increase in the SCEF program from 25 to 35 megawatts, and we support the provision to allow commercial and industrial customers in the non-residential renewable energy tariff program, NRES, to use their entire floor, or not floor, but roof surface for generation. However, to make SB 176 truly meaningful, we agree with the Coalition for Sensible Solar Regulation that caps should be at least doubled to 50 megawatts for the SCEF program and 100 megawatts for NRES. From the information they have provided, the impact on ratepayers is very small at 17 cents per month on average, but the impact of rooftop solar development is very significant. So we have one concern that we'd like to mention, and hopefully it can be addressed. We've heard a lot about it today, and that is the provision to support EDC ownership of SCEF solar generation facilities. We are concerned that this may limit the amount of incentives available to the solar industry, raise competition and conflict of interest concerns, and potentially pass solar development costs on to ratepayers. If this provision is to stand, we suggest one or both of the following. One, an increase in the SCEF cap equivalent to the megawatts to be owned by the EDCs, or a stakeholder review process led by PURA to address potential procedural and competitive concerns. In summary, we are very glad to see Connecticut solar programs addressed by this bill and hope that the issues that have been addressed or can be addressed to warrant passage. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any at this hour.
Thanks, Nathan. I don't see any.
All right. Well, always good to be with you. Thank you.
Yep. And I see Mark Scully is able to join us. He was number 43, so I'll let him go if he's able.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you particularly to Will for your valiant efforts to get me into this meeting. Chairs Needleman and Arconti, vice chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Mark Scully. I'm president of the nonprofit People's Action for Clean Energy, or PACE. For 45 years, PACE has promoted energy efficiency and clean, renewable energy through education and outreach in the state. I'm speaking today, though, on behalf of the Coalition for Sensible Solar Regulation, a broad group of municipalities, businesses, labor, and the solar industry environmental advocates concerned that commercial and community solar are being unnecessarily held back. I'm proud to represent this coalition and thank you for raising SB 176 and state our support for this bill with several modifications. We submitted written testimony containing several detailed recommended amendments to SB 176. In the short time we have at this late hour, I'd like to focus on really the primary request that you've heard several times today, and that is to double the size of the Shared Clean Energy Facilities program from 25 to 50 megawatts, and also double the size of the commercial or NRES program from 50 to 100 megawatts. These modest steps are practical and feasible in this short session. This is low-hanging fruit that will bear immediate benefits to Connecticut businesses and will contribute to a lower cost, more equitable grid. There are several good reasons to increase these caps. First and foremost, commercial solar represents an economic opportunity for businesses in the state, creating local jobs, stimulating economic development. Currently, we're leaving this money on the table. We are harming Connecticut businesses. Second, Connecticut is failing, as you've heard, failing to meet our own greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. What we're doing is not working. To meet our targets, we will need a great deal more solar, including the type of local commercial projects governed by these programs. Third, we've heard a lot about virtual net metering today. This NRES program that was designed by PURA is the successor to both ZREX and to virtual net metering. We've heard some eloquent testimony in favor of expanding or reactivating the old virtual net metering program to the benefit of towns and cities. We are not proposing reactivating the old program, but rather let's look forward and accommodate both traditional solar and virtual net metering through the new NRES program as designed by PURA. But given that we'll be doing all of this through the NRES program, all the more reason to increase that program so that it can accommodate all these projects. Finally, as Peter Millman did very well, I'd like to really just echo some of the facts and some of the information he provided. We need to correct some misconceptions we have about local solar and recognize the value it brings to our economy and to the grid. Traditional thinking suggests that local distributed solar is more expensive and should only play a small role. In fact, the truth is local solar reduces the cost of the electric grid. That's worth repeating. Local solar reduces the cost of the electric grid. Peter pointed to studies that clearly show these benefits. And this question of grid scale versus local scale is not an either or, but a both and. We will need more grid scale, but if we pair that with local solar, the type of projects that come through these commercial programs, it actually will lead to a lower cost grid. Money spent on local solar stays in the local economy. Okay, thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Mark. Questions for Mark? Seeing none, thanks, Mark, for hanging around and getting on to testify.
Thank you.
Chris Phelps.
Thank you, Representative and members of the committee for sticking around this long. It's been a long day. I'm Chris Phelps with Environment Connecticut. I'm our state director here. And we've submitted testimony on 3 bills for you today, SB 176, HB 5200, and 5202. And I'll touch on a few of those things and a few of the things I've heard today. Starting with the fact that I would pretty much associate on 176 our comments with what you just heard from Mark Scully, and we're part of the same coalition he's a part of, and he just really said a lot of what we agree with on this. And one thing that I've heard the word caps on the solar bill brought up a lot today, which prompted me to put on my 100% renewable cap for this hearing. And in our testimony, we point out the fact that we agree. The caps should be raised for the existing solar programs. They should be raised. And a big reason for that is we need to get past as a state the mentality of asking the question, well, how much solar or how much wind or how much clean renewable energy do we want? And flip it around and say, how do we get as much as we can? What's the way to do that? And we would say, raise those caps, lift them all together if and when possible, and allow orderly, through the oversight of PURA, for example, growth in the solar industry, in the renewable energy industry, as much as the market can allow us to actually do efficiently and effectively. That should be the goal. And so this bill is a step in that direction, but only a step from our perspective, and a good start. We've testified in opposition to HB 5200, or maybe more accurately with our concerns about that bill. Our primary concern can be summed up with the idea that we think it's high time that Connecticut, when it comes to hydrogen, focus the policymaking goals on incentivizing growth of actual green hydrogen derived from renewable feedstocks, not hydrogen as it exists today primarily, which is methane gas by another name. That's our chief concern, and our comments speak to that. Regarding the nuclear power moratorium in HB 5202, we have similar complaints. I'll just touch on one. I know a lot of proponents of nuclear power in Connecticut and elsewhere think of that technology as a way to decarbonize our grid in the near and the long term. The challenge is it takes a long time and an enormous amount of money to bring new nuclear power reactors online. We don't have that much time. And that speaks to something my senator and Senate co-chair Senator Needham said earlier earlier on the day. You know, we have to move fast to get off of fossil fuels. I'll wrap up then, Will. Thank you. To get off fossil fuels and onto clean, zero carbon and renewable energies as fast as possible. And the technology is here today: solar, wind, energy storage. I'll close by answering a question you asked earlier today, Senator Needleman, and to say yes, people have done the numbers and answered the question: what is the technical potential for solar and other renewables in Connecticut and elsewhere? I'd point you to studies from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory on that exact point. The answer is enormous, and we've barely begun to scratch the surface. I'll apologize again for going over and take any questions you might have.
Thanks, Chris. Rep. Steinberg.
Thanks. I was just wanted to say I admire your hat. I assumed it meant 100% increase in the SCEP cap. Gonna get me one of those.
That works too. Yeah. Yep. 100% renewables. A number of years ago, one of my colleagues and my counterpart in Sacramento in California started wearing a cap just like this as they were advocating for the legislature out there to pass what became their 100% renewable bill. He swore he wouldn't take it off until the bill passed. And I think he was very glad when it finally passed and he could take it off and cut his hair. But I think they're out there. You can get your own.
Yeah. So I guess you couldn't be a coach, because coaches always give 110%, or at least they expect their athletes to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rep. Steinberg. Any other questions for Chris? Seeing none, thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, Diane Keefe. I don't know if she's on. Will, no Diane?
No, she's here. She's got to unmute.
Okay.
Hi. I am here.
Hi, Diane.
Apologize. I apologize to the committee. I am on the Metro North train, but I have been here. Thank you very much for everybody still staying, people like me. I will be brief. I won't read my testimony into briefly, I am in support of SB 1.
I love that Metro North Wi-Fi. Thinking not.
Well, is Diane still? Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks
Sean,
like
and
Hello.
yeah. There's still several bars on her underneath her name. But
she just dropped out.
okay.
All right.
We do have her testimony, right, Will?
Yes, Senator. It's uploaded.
Okay.
All right. So we have Diane's written testimony. So that was our last presenter for the night. So I'd like to thank everybody for participating in today's hearing. Quite the hearing. I'm exhausted. So just some housekeeping. So we'll have our next hearing, last one. Diane's back. Diane, yeah, try to keep your video off. That might help with the bandwidth.
Yes, I'm going to do that right now. So, thanks for patient to hear my testimony. I'm from Norwalk, Connecticut, and I just wanted to share my support for SB 176. I think it is vital to the state and to the country that Norwalk demonstrate more commitment to getting solar on rooftops, both for commercial and shared solar. Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New York all have full-scale shared solar in their states, and we need to move rapidly in that direction. I do not support the utilities being allowed to get into shared solar as owners for the reasons that the industry person mentioned. It decreases the competitiveness on the land that they own themselves, and the interconnection issues that were mentioned. I also think that it's important that we try to remove as much of the advertising from the utility as possible, because I think that there is so much more to be done in terms of access for low and moderate income people, and that truly most low and moderate income people and renters don't understand a way to access solar at this point. So I will leave it at that. I know it's been a long day for everybody, and I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Diane. Safe travels home.
Thanks.
All right. Now we are concluded. So our next hearing will be on Tuesday, March 8th. That will be our last public hearing. We'll look to have our first committee meeting, most likely on March 17th. The clerk will send out some info about that as it gets closer. And also looking to do our grid mod update forum with Chair Gillette on the 31st of this month, Thursday, March 31st. That is after our JF deadline. So with that, I'll turn it over to my co-chair for any closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nope, just wanted to thank you for all the hard work, and as always, Will, for doing a stellar job, and all of our colleagues that stuck with it for the whole time, and our ranking members who are always there with us. Thank you.
Senator Formica, any closing remarks as our ranking?
Well, thank you. Just appreciate all your great efforts. You do a great job leading the committee, David.
I appreciate that. And again, thanks to our clerk, Will. This goes off so smoothly every time, and I cannot imagine what you have to deal with on the back end of all this. So we greatly appreciate you. So I close the hearing and see everybody next week.